Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The bright sun illuminated the buildings, the city, and the country blue star dragon. Many people are walking along the street. Among them was a guy in a gray jacket. A shadow appeared under his feet. Others began to pay attention to it. Raising his head, one of the passers-by asked what was happening and why it suddenly got dark. Frightened, the girl pointed up and asked what was it. The brunette turned around, wondering what everyone was looking at. The sky was reflected in his eyes. A bright light was breaking through the dark clouds. Someone was talking about an alien attack, others about the end of the world. Drivers were getting out of their cars trying to understand what was appearing in the sky. A strange wave quickly descended to the ground. The surprised brunette looked at the blue glow in front of him, wondering what it was. The circle of light suddenly became a screen. Looking back, the guy noticed that the same thing appeared in front of other people too. Maybe try to touch it. Is this augmented reality technology? A bright light was reflected in his eyes and he wondered what country did this, such advanced capabilities. The hand touched the blue screen. It opened a message that the world of chaos would soon open. Like the guy, the rest of the people were scared. Various monsters stood on the scorched earth. The world of carnage, the heavenly chaos, would soon open. People armed with swords and arrows went on the attack. Healthy people aged 15-50 from all over the world would be simultaneously transferred to the heavenly chaos. This is a place where you can meet fierce giant beasts. Demons are everywhere and different races coexist. It is full of murders and disasters, but also filled with treasures and opportunities. The warrior stood on a mountain near which corpses lay. Here it is possible to die at any second, but also to gain eternal life. Bright rays came from the dark sky to the earth. Pillars of light surrounded some people. One of them knocked on the barrier trying to find out what was happening. Mom tried to calm her crying daughter. The hand rested on the barrier. Looking at it, the brunette wondered if it was true that aliens had begun to invade the country. Raising his head, he cursed. This is Blue Star Dragon's only chance to be saved. Good luck, people, the world chaos is beginning. Appearing high in the sky, he began to fall rapidly. They were greeted in the newcomer village number 911. The initial population of each village is 1,000 people. A bright beam touched the ground. Lying on the wooden floor, the brunette concluded that this world is not very friendly. Sitting down near the wall, the hero reasoned that since he appeared here out of nowhere, then all these strange things said about the deadly world are true. Many blue messages appeared in front of him. They said that he was in the newcomer's house. Reminder, the newcomer's house is blessed by the heavenly path. No one can enter it without consent. Rest in the house doubles the speed of recovery of physical strength and energy. From this moment on, the Tandao screen is available. Looking at it, he thought that it was like an interface in games. Touching, another blue window appeared behind him. There is also a screen with personal information, he said. The blue screen said his stats: strength 8, agility 9, endurance 8, energy 28. The hero's name was Fang, his age was 22, level 1. Talent not awakened, no skills, combat rating 1 star. He folded his arms over his chest and listed his stats and was surprised by the level. At the bottom of the window were the personal, general, world, and group tabs. At first, he decided to look at the general chat channel and see what other people were talking about. But there was no reaction to clicking on it, and he decided that after certain conditions were met, everyone would be able to communicate in this channel, including other newbie villages. Choosing another chat, a window opened in front of him in which people wrote that they woke up in a house without understanding what was happening and asking for help to return. Someone with tears on their knees said that they had been kidnapped, but perhaps the government would come to save them. Another person with fear in his eyes was simply looking for salvation. The knees of a schoolboy with glasses were shaking. The old man clutched his head and screamed about aliens. They were caught for experiments. The man in the tie frowned, saying that they got here together. He had read such a novel, but he just didn't understand which of them would be the main character. Fang looked at the messages in the chats with a serious look. In one of them, there was a correspondence between two people. One of them noticed that they had the same combat rating, but the other one increased, saying that his was almost up to 2 stars. The message window opened to full screen and the first one asked what his stats were for the 4 parameters. He replied that strength was 18, agility 13, endurance 14, and energy 7. Embarrassed, the bald man said that he was a boxing fan. Sometimes he trained himself and maybe that's why the stats were so high. The hero opened his personal information again. It seems that the combat rating depends on all 4 stats. By increasing them, he can raise his combat rating and increase his chances of survival. Looking at the screen, he thought about how most people now rate it at 1 star. Only a few people have reached the 1 star limit. Based on the information he received from others, the average value of each indicator for an ordinary person is about 10 points or less. He clenched his fist, realizing that his strength, agility, and endurance have not reached 10 points, probably because he is so thin, the values are a little lower. The largest energy indicator is smaller than the rest, still 13 points, which is less than half of it. It is unknown what effect this has, but it is definitely good for him. Suddenly, a new notification window appeared, saying that he will now try out his innate talent based on the indicators of 4 parameters. He tilted his head and thought about it. Another notification appeared. Note, innate talents are divided into 9 ranks: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. F rank is the weakest, SSS is the strongest. An octopus with glowing eyes enveloped the battle rating pillar. The new note stated that SS rank and above belong to unique classes. Standing in the room, he continued other people's messages. Someone was interested in what it meant to awaken a talent. Another said that he was always unlucky, he would definitely not be able to get a good talent. The only thing that can be said about talents of this level is that only one person can get them. That is, there will be no 2 people with the same abilities. After that, a new notification appeared offering to awaken his talent. He pressed the button yes, considering that this must be done, after which he was transferred to space surrounded by blue spheres. Turning around, he saw how one of them was flying straight at him. With one movement, he managed to avoid a collision. Fang turned around and looked around, realizing that he had moved to another strange place. But what are all these balls for? Thinking, he put his hand to his face. Based on his many years of experience reading fantasy novels, these balls of light have something to do with awakened talents. He had to dodge the flying ball again when he thought that a strong talent should be in a ball with a special color. He needed to find it. Moving further past the balls, he tried to find a suitable one. Suddenly, something caught his eye. One of these balls crashed into the hero. He felt a powerful blow to the chest area. Lowering his head, he did not understand what it was. A bright glow surrounded Fang. A congratulation on the awakening of the SSS rank talent, Endless Extraction, appeared on the blue window. The guy opened his eyes wide. He breathed heavily, reading that he could use extraction on any target, receiving a random effect. Frowning, the hero said that this is a unique talent. But a random effect? This is not a clear explanation. Apparently you will have to find an opportunity to experiment to find out the result. Returning to the house, he saw a new warning saying that the awakening of the talents of this newbie village was complete. 787 people awakened F-rank talent, 194 people awakened E-rank talent. Several messages appeared in the chat. Someone was happy that he had awakened a talent to increase strength, it doubled it when activated. Another had increased endurance, doubling strength and defense. Putting his hands on his belt, he thought about talents. Most of the F and E ranks, the D rank talent was received by less than 2% of people in this newbie village. But he has a talent of SSS rank, which is very rare. His gaze became more serious, realizing that the talent of rank C and above was awakened by 2 people, including him. Who is the second then, and what level is his talent? Also SSS rank, like the hero. Messages in the chat called for C rank people to come out and show their faces. A guy with blonde hair named Chuan wrote in the chat saying that he awakened a talent of rank C, control of magnetic fields. The bright sun illuminated the roof of the house. Others were delighted, saying that it was amazing, comparing it to Magneto. Fang read the chat. There was a question raised where another person of rank C was, but someone noted that the second could even be rank S. The hero noticed how highly ranks are valued. Having imagined different monsters, he thought that if he reveals this exaggerated talent, then there will come a time when others will not be happy about it. His face reflected the SSS rank. He decided that in this bloody world full of murders, such talent is the main support and trump card. It cannot be shown to anyone. Our hero and the other participants paid attention to new notifications. From this moment they can leave their houses and enter the village of beginners. In 10 seconds the trial of beginners will begin. Those who do not meet the requirements will be eliminated. On the new screen there was advice for development. You need to hunt all kinds of animals, demons and monsters, collecting the energy necessary for development, and also became available for equipping beginner weapons. Reaching out his hand, Fang began to take out a sword from it, surprised that the screen has no physical form, but it can store physical objects, as if in a game. The blue screen said that this is a beginner's short sword, attack power +2, rusty short sword, a must-have for every beginner. Level 0 item. The advice said that attack power is calculated using the strength indicator. 1 strength point increases attack power by 1. Holding it in his hand, he decided that he should try swinging it. 2 quick swings left traces in the air. Surprised, he looked at the weapon and decided that the sword was not bad. Just swinging it a couple of times, it seemed to him that he could easily kill a bull. Is this just the effect of an additional 2 attack points? If in the future this sword were to be improved by 30 units, then with it would become incredibly strong. Frowning, he wondered how to do this. Smiling contentedly, the hero decided to test his innate talent on this sword. Innate talent was activated, Infinite Extraction. At the same time, a bright blue flame surrounded the weapon. A stream of energy through hair and clothes back. The weapon began to look better. Infinite extraction was successful. Fang extracted rust and sediment from the beginner's short sword, so it was turned into a refined steel sword. Attack power +5, level 1 item. Inspecting the improved weapon, the hero was surprised. Just one use of the talent increased the sword's level from 0 to 1 and increased its attack bonus to 5 units. You need to use it again and see what happens. Raising it above his head, a blue glow began to surround it. The innate talent of infinite extraction was used, but the glow began to disappear. Lowering his head, Fang did not understand what was going on. The blue screen suggested that infinite extraction had failed. The quality of the target was too low, the extraction limit was reached. Looking at the weapon with annoyance, the hero noted that of course there would be a limit. If he really could constantly improve, it would be a bug. He brought it back, and making a swing, he left a bright mark, and then another one. Pleased with the result, he noted that his weapon was much better than everyone else's. This, incredibly, someone's voice was heard. Fang's attention was drawn to the people behind the door. Looking at it, he saw that the others were leaving their houses. Putting it on, he said that he would also go out and look at the world on the other side of the door. Holding the weapon behind his back, he took a step towards the new one. A notification appeared that this was the village of newcomers number 911. The entire village was visible from above. If they fail to get level 10, they will be exterminated. This world is terrible. The system makes them walk and kill monsters. The test of newcomers lasts only 7 days. What should they do? Going outside, the hero saw people around him. Someone was worried and afraid that he would die here, but another voice told the neighbor to stop crying. It was annoying. This will not help to go back. People began to gather, discussing their talents. A large portal was opened in front of them. Someone noted that it is not worth going there alone to check. One of the participants touched it with his hand. Someone has already gone in to explore. The blue portal was reflected in Fang's eyes. This must be the exit from the newbie village, he thought, beyond which lies a world of murder and bloodshed. The portal was very large. Who would be the first to step outside this light barrier? An explosion rang out behind him. He turned around in confusion and wondered if there was some kind of beast here. There was a man standing in the center of the crater. The bald man stood there looking seriously ahead. Kang. It was him, the guy with 1-star combat power. The people around him looked at him in surprise, especially the girls. So strong, what kind of talent does he have? Kang blushed from all the attention, but then he replied with a smile that his D-rank talent was called frantic strength. It could triple his strength when used. Our hero looked at the bald man reproachfully, remembering how Kang said that he had 18 strength. After using the talent, his strength should increase to 54. It is not surprising that he was able to break a boulder with one blow. With such attack power, he should definitely be among the top 10 strongest in the entire 911 rookie village. The crowd stood near the cracks in the ground. A D-rank talent. No wonder Kang is so strong. The entire forest began to shout, "Is Kang the strongest here?" The bald man was very flattered by this attention. Remembering his workouts in the gym, he thought that all the sweat and hard work he had put in the past had paid off. In this deadly world, he would have the best time of his life. Next to him, he heard 2 guys talking. One of them was jumping around that there was still Q in here. I wonder how strong he is. He envied those who had awakened D-rank talents. Watching with disdain, Kang thought that there was nothing special about D-rank talents. Who has more brute force? That's what matters in this world where the fittest survive. Raising his hand, he attracted everyone's attention. Holding the weapon in his hand, he said that he was going to go out of the village to show everyone how strong the monsters outside were. Hearing this, the others were delighted and said that it was incredible. Kang entered the portal. Fang and the others silently looked at him. The hero thought that he was all muscles and no brains at all. He should not lead everyone at such a time, unless, of course, he was completely confident that he would survive. The trees had thick foliage. Kang walked through the dark forest cursing at S-rank and Xuan. Do they not understand that only a strong hand rules this world? When he kills the beast, he will show who is the boss here. The man noticed some movement nearby. Bending his knees, he looked around, realizing that someone had definitely passed by. Is it a monster? A tall monster appeared behind him. He looked behind himself in fear. The monster struck. A message appeared on the blue screen, saying that the rookie Kang had been killed by a level 1 beast, the Blood Rabbit. People saw this message while looking at the portal. The people standing near the portal were surprised, because the man could break a boulder with one blow. A new reminder said that the battle rating of level 1 beasts was 3 stars, level 2 beasts were 4 stars, level 3 beasts were 5 stars, and so on. There was fear and disappointment on their faces. Even Kang could not survive there. They would simply die if they went out. This world is too dangerous. A new notification said that the battle rating was only calculated from the basic 4 parameters, not taking into account innate talents. Note, the village's protective barrier would restrain the beasts from outside, but they would be able to enter the village when the rookie protection period was over. Fang thought with great nervousness that Kang had been killed by the weakest level 1 beast in less than 5 minutes after leaving the village. The difficulty of surviving in this world was much higher than he thought. A bright light came out from his eyes in order to prevent people from hiding in the rookie village. It was a reminder that the protective barrier would fall. He looked at the portal in front of him while thinking. If the system gave so many hints, it was unlikely that it had set an impossible task for rookies. There should still be options to pass the test. If a 3-star beast faced 4 1-star people, which of them would win? Someone from the crowd raised their hand, saying that they couldn't just wait here to die. They needed to kill monsters and develop, otherwise they would definitely die. They should form groups. They were stronger when they worked together, so there would be a higher chance of survival. The crowd picked up on this, saying that strength is in unity. They would be able to kill these beasts. The young brunette happily raised his hands. The speaker suggested that if they wanted to unite, they should come to him, let them show their characteristics and innate talents so that they could work better together. The crowd began to split into groups. Someone was an awakened E rank. Someone had innate supervision. Turning to the others, the guy in the red shirt told them to prepare their weapons and be ready. One of the participants approached Fang and said hello. Awkwardly placing his hand on the back of his head, he said that he noticed how the hero was all alone and offered to team up. But the guy refused and began to leave. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, he thought that working together was a good idea, but it was not for him. He should hide his innate talent until he became strong enough. Frowning, he decided that 15 minutes had already passed since the coin, as the first group entered. Fang took a deep breath, and entering the portal alone, it was time to raise a few levels. Having fallen into the dark forest, he learned about what the world outside looked like. Fang walked looking around. Passing by the tree roots, the hero thought that this environment awakened some primitive feelings. A little nervously, he imagined how a dinosaur could pounce on him at any moment. Suddenly, he smelled something. Turning around, he wondered what was stinking so badly here. High boots on the grass. Suddenly, his step slowed down. Not far from him, he saw the body of King. Blood was dripping down his arms. A pool of blood was dripping from under his head. Lowering his head, the hero called him a fool. He died because of his recklessness. Heading deeper into the forest, he thought that seeing the corpse, he realized that he could die at any moment in this world. Looking ahead, he realized that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to be careful, continuing to build up his strength. His eyes widened from this realization. Build up his strength. Fang turned around again, looking at the corpse, thinking that he should check if this would actually work. Coming closer, he leaned towards the body. When he put his hand out, a bright glow appeared. Innate talent was used. Endless extraction. A window appeared saying that the extraction was successful and he received a D-rank talent, Frantic Strength. It worked. He looked at the notification screen with a smile. He really managed to extract the innate talent King. After that, several new screens opened. Talents, Endless Extraction, Frantic Strength. The deceased lay with his mouth open. Initially, the hero had 8 strength, so after using it, it will increase to 24. Smiling, he realized that he could instantly become twice as strong as the average adult. Turning around, the guy decided that this is how he should use his talent. A flock of birds flew in the sky. Over time, he will be able to obtain 100, 1,000, even 10,000 innate talents. Fang clenched his fist from which a bright glow came. Over time, with these innate talents, he will reach the pinnacle of human abilities. The feeling of becoming stronger overwhelmed him. Looking ahead, he realized that Kang was very strong, but his speed and defense were weak, and he was also reckless. He did not assess the situation and thoughtlessly went outside to hunt monsters, which is why he died. The guy's hand reached for the dead man's weapon. That is why, for most people, cooperation allows them to compensate for each other's weaknesses and helps them survive in this deadly world. A glow appeared around the blade. He put the weapon in front of him. Infinite extraction was used. But this does not apply to him, Fang said. A screen appeared saying that the extraction was successful. The newbie short sword was transformed into a refined steel sword. He confidently looked ahead, thinking that with such talent, he would get rid of his weaknesses. Someone's fluffy tail was lying on the ground. The mouth was open. Someone said that the dead beast was ferocious. Approaching the large carcass of the animal, the guy recognized it as the bloody rabbit that killed King. Leaning towards the body, the hero noticed the wounds. Judging by them, he could have died from blows to the back after being surrounded. The extraction talent was used. It was successful and Fang received 2 strength points. Holding his hand outstretched, he was surprised that he could increase his characteristics in this way. With these 2 strength points, his indicator became the same as that of an ordinary adult. The guy got up and put the sword on his shoulder. If he uses Frantic Strength, it will increase to 30. Having met more such monsters and receiving more strength, he will be able to quickly reach, maybe even surpass Kang. The hero tried to use the extraction talent again, but this time it was not successful. A note appeared saying that despite being below level 20, extraction can only be used once. He has already reached his limit. Getting up, he took a sword in each hand, the same as with a beginner's sword. Well, okay, as long as there is an opportunity to search for other corpses, he can use infinite extraction again. Later, the hero lowered his head and thought that that group of people must have killed many ferocious beasts along the way. If he just followed them, he might find more corpses. He needed to follow a large group, because that way he could find more monsters. He continued moving through the forest, deciding to follow the path with the most tracks. A new notification appeared saying that a newbie had been killed by a level 1 giant rodent. The hero stopped after near the exit from the forest. Noticing this notification, he was surprised that one person had died, although he was in the group. Frowning, he remembered how he managed to use the talent. When Fang used extraction on Kang's corpse, he received his innate talent, and the blood rabbit gave 2 strength points. People and beasts are different, but level 1 beasts are too weak. Raising his head, he realized that they did not have any innate talents, they relied on brute force, so he only managed to get a few attribute points. In that case, he also needed to find a corpse. Maybe he would get another innate talent that would be more valuable than the attributes. Continuing to walk through the forest, his sword glowed brightly in his hand. Accidents usually happen in the direction with fewer people, the group to go that way. Fang decided to check if he would find anything on this road. Another notification window appeared. A newbie was killed by a level 1 vicious beast, a giant rodent. Fang gritted his teeth, surprised by the death of another one, and he was killed by the same giant rodent. Then, most likely, they both died in the same place. The boot was dirty from the forest soil. It seems that they had fallen into a situation worse than he imagined. This is something they could not handle, causing 2 people to die in a row. Walking along the tree branches, he wondered if he still wanted to go there. A sound rang out in the forest thicket. Fang frowned and gritted his teeth. Jumping down from the tree, he thought that in this mortal world, if a person is weak and continues to be so, he will end up like a fish on a plate being eaten. In this world, anyone can die at any time. Landing on his feet, he leaned on his hand, still thinking that if he wants to survive, he needs to understand the logic of wealth comes from risks and great danger. Walking further, he came to the place where the tall grass began. A flying bird saw Fang making his way through a dense field. The guy bent down. This is a dangerous world. Stumble once, and you are already dead. Carefully looking out, he realized that the place he was going to was incredibly dangerous. Suddenly, he was surrounded by some smell when he decided to be very careful. Listening to the aroma, the hero noticed that the smell of blood was getting stronger. It seems he was almost there. On the ground lay the body of a man. Most likely this is the one who was killed by a giant rodent. A girl was lying nearby. Looking at them, he thought that somewhere nearby there could be a ferocious beast of the first level with a combat rating of 3 stars. While I only have 1 star, under normal conditions Fang is no match for him. The guy was very surprised to see something. There was a dead monster's body lying nearby. It was a giant first level rodent, the hero noticed. Its legs were surrounded by tall grass. Blood was flowing from under the monster's head. Fortunately, it was seriously injured. Both its paws were broken. Coming closer and closer, the hero decided that it would be much easier to kill it. He was extremely focused. The grass rustled under his foot. 5 meters, he kept count, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Jumping out of the bushes, he let out a battle cry using the talent Frantic Force. The wounded beast pulled its paw to Fang. The monster managed to knock the weapon out of his hand, and their eyes met. Taking his hand away with the flaming second sword, the guy decided that a beast always remains a beast. Their intelligence has a limit. The monster grinned at the man. The hero threw the sword at the beast in flight and hit it. Landing, he finished him off, plunging the blade into the body. The monster let out a death roar. On top of that, Fang gathered energy into a fist and struck him on the head. Shaking himself off, he was glad of his success. Thinking that sneaking up on a seriously wounded giant rodent could be so dangerous, he underestimated its attention. Now he would be more careful. A sound came from the enemy's carcass. The hero nervously turned around, not understanding what was happening. Energy was transferred to him from the fallen enemy. He successfully killed a level 1 rodent and received 30 energy points. Is this the power received after killing a level 1 beast? So warm, as if all the fatigue had gone away. Opening his characteristics, he looked in surprise. In front of him was information about him and his equipment. After killing the giant rodent, its level status changed from 0 divided by 100 to 30/100th. The guy leaned his foot on the carcass and took out his weapon. Having taken it out, he decided that this was a good start. The wind raised the grass and carried it past the hero. Raising his hand, the hero again used the extraction talent and received 2 agility points. The body was surrounded by a bright glow. his agility rose to 2 points. The characteristic points received from wild animals of level 1 are too small. You need to try to find wild animals of level 2. Putting his hand behind his back, he headed towards the bodies of the dead participants, saying that now he will get what he really came for. A bright flash illuminated the screen. The message on the screen said that the extraction was successful and an F-rank talent, olfactory enhancement, was obtained. Looking at his hand, Fang thought that this was a low-level talent, improving one of the 6 senses, olfactory enhancement. The notification that appeared explained that olfactory enhancement, a talent that improves the sense of smell tenfold when used. Wiping his nose, the hero noted that this talent may be useless for others, but he really needed it. Grabbing the apron from the corpse, the guy said about the density of the forest in which it would be difficult to search for corpses. In one motion, he tore it off. With this talent, he will be able to find them by the stench they emit. Carefully spreading out the found thing, he decided that he could smell wild animals located in the distance with it, which would help him avoid danger in advance. And he laid his weapon on it. Fang was very lucky to have received this talent now. Not even an hour had passed since the start of the test, and his strength and dexterity had already reached the standard of an adult. A message appeared on the blue screen about the use of the endless extraction talent. Fang held his hands over the blades, considering the other 3 talents he had obtained. The total combat strength should have reached 2 stars, it could even be at the peak of 2 stars. However, the combat strength assessment of the system panel only takes into account the attribute values, which is why at first glance his combat strength was still at 1 star. He watched the bright glow on the ground with interest. A new window reported that the endless extraction was successful. The hero extracted the rust and sediment from the novice short sword. It was transformed into a refined steel sword. Picking up the blades wrapped in cloth, the hero thought that it seemed like the combat strength assessment could only be used as a reference. It was not worth relying on too much. Hanging them on his back, he decided to move on. A strip of light fell on his eyes. The system message reported the use of the olfactory enhancement talent. The hero closed his eyes. Immediately, many different smells appeared around him. One of them was dark in color. It was rushing across the field, and it was heading straight for Fang. Covering his face with his hand, he felt like his sense of smell had increased tenfold. He was just about to puke from all that stench. His other hand was shaking. The guy told himself to calm down, not to worry. You just need to slowly get used to it and distinguish every smell. Pulling himself together, he closed his eyes again. Some smell was curling around the leaves. Listening carefully, he felt the aroma of dirt. Fang seemed to be surrounded by various flowers. There were magic circles in front of his face. The hero felt someone's footsteps. Opening his eyes, he realized that someone was nearby. A blonde man in a tie was running away from the monster. The one with red eyes was trying to catch up with him. He hit the guy near him and threw him back. Another man shouted a command to act. 4 people jumped out of the bushes. A fight broke out between them and the monster. Later, they stood near the body of the defeated beast. They successfully killed a level 1 rodent and received 30 energy points. Their group was so unlucky to encounter 2 giant rodents at once that they were caught off guard. Yes, everyone was injured, and unfortunately, 2 members of the group died. One of the members ripped open the monster's body. If it weren't for the leader's quick thinking, telling us to attack after retreating, luring it out and surrounding it here, they would have died too. Enough chatter, said the leader, offering to finish off the wounded giant rat. Fang watched them from a distance. A yes was heard. They decided to hurry there before anyone else found it. The hero thought that the 2 dead they were talking about were most likely the girl in the black top and the fat boss on whom he used extraction. Watching from the tall grass, he thought once more that he had already killed their giant rodent. It would be better to quickly leave here before he got into trouble. A message appeared on the blue screen about using the speed enhancement talent. Fang knelt down on all fours. A glow appeared under his foot. After making a dash, a bright light surrounded him. In this world of bloodshed, virtues like humanity can cost lives. You must do everything to survive. There was a bright light in the center of the vortex. Fang watched the other participants fight for more than 3 hours, while the others worked hard to kill beasts. He wandered around to understand the situation in this beginner plane. There are 5 types of level 1 beasts here. Fang recalled all the monsters he saw. These are the giant rodent, blood rabbit, gray plain wolf, mad boar, and the extremely poisonous 9-ringed snake. He continued to extract power from the defeated monster, saying that this is already the 4th mad boar that I used extraction on. But suddenly a blue message appeared saying that the extraction limit has been reached. Fang closed his eyes in frustration and shouted. The next window reminded him that after 3 successful extractions of identical first-level beasts, the extraction limit was reached. Folding his hands on his waist, the hero realized that he had already used extraction 3 times on all beasts except the poisonous 9-ringed snake. It seemed that he should now focus on finding it. The body of a dead guy lay at his feet. Bending down, he began to extract his talent, noticing that, but he only found this one corpse. Compared to the stat points obtained from wild beasts, human talents are much harder to obtain. A message appeared stating that the hero had received an E-rank talent, Vision Enhancement. His stats were listed on the hero card. Name Fang, level 1, 3100th, strength 20, agility 21, endurance 18, energy 30. Talent, infinite extraction SSS rank, strength increase D rank, speed increase E rank, smell enhancement, vision enhancement F rank. Skills, none. Strength rating 2 stars. Folding his arms across his chest, he was overjoyed that his combat strength had reached 2 stars. He was absolutely confident that he could defeat a level 1 wild beast on his own. A thick pink mist was spreading nearby. The hero turned around when he noticed it. He said with a smile that it was the smell of a poisonous pink 9-ring snake. He headed towards the source of the smell with great speed. Suddenly, he smelled someone else's scent. Fang listened to it. Was it like flowers or fruit? The snake sitting on a branch was emitting it. Hiding behind a nearby tree, the hero caught up with the target. The same scent he had smelled earlier. There was a flower growing nearby. It seemed that this poisonous 9-ring snake was protecting it. With such a scent and a formidable beast protecting him, this fruit seemed to be here for a reason. Standing in cover, the hero thought that this snake was the strongest level 1 beast on the novice plane, giving 40 energy points. Grabbing the sword by the hilt, the guy was happy with the good catch. Light reflected from the snake's eye. It raised its head in the direction of the man. He was discovered. Fang frowned. The snake slid from a branch into the tall grass. The hero quickly jumped up, not understanding what was happening. Why was it so slow? Dodging the attack, the hero continued to think, was it really so sluggish because it had just eaten its prey and was now digesting it? He squeezed the hilt of the weapon and rushed to attack without paying attention to it. Sweat was pouring down his face. The blow did not cause significant damage to the monster. The hero cursed, realizing that the scales were too strong. The next moment, he saw how it raised its tail. Then it struck with force, breaking the stone. Fang screamed in pain. The snake pounced on him, opening its mouth. But the hero managed to strike, piercing the sky using the talent of frantic strength. The wounded monster raised its head along with Fang, and while she was wriggling, he was able to pull out his weapon, after which he cut the snake in several places. Standing in front of the bleeding corpse, he noted that he had enough energy points to kill one more level 1 beast to rise to level 2. Frowning, the guy admitted that if it weren't for the full stomach of this snake, I wouldn't have been able to deal with her so easily. In one motion, he ripped open her stomach to see what was there. A hand fell out. So it was a man. He stood looking at the hand. In this world of chaos, anyone can die, the only difference is how. A predator feeds on prey, and the strongest survives. That's the law of this world. Having touched, Fang began to extract the person's talent. Several new messages appeared. Infinite extraction was successful. You have once again received the rank 2 talent Vision Enhancement. 2 identical talents of the enhancement type are automatically combined. The talent for enhancing vision is improved to the talent of rank E. Vision Enhancement. Vision is improved by 20 times. Night vision is also available. Talent enhancement was successful. Awakening of talent skill, Eye of True Sight. Eye of True Sight is an active skill that allows one to see the true nature of things. There was still a slight glow left in his hand. The hero thought that when he finds the same talents, there is a certain chance that the extracted talent will increase its rank. In addition, there is a high chance of awakening the talent skill. A blue circle appeared in front of his eye. Eye of True Sight is his first skill. Using it, he examined the flower. A description appeared, the name of the red snake fruit, the level of the marvelous fruit, the level of resistance to poison when used. Fang thought that it instantly showed the details of this spiritual fruit, just like the first-class scanning devices from science fiction. Taking it in his hand, the guy decided that with this skill he would get information about all the unknown things. In the future, it would give him a huge advantage when collecting resources. After which he took a bite and decided that he would not miss anything useful again if he noticed it. To his surprise, he felt key points all over his body. System messages reported that the red snake fruit was used. He received stamina points. Red snake fruit was used. Poison resistance increased by 100%. Looking at the flower on the ground, he was very surprised. 8 attribute points. The same amount can be obtained after extracting from 4 wild beasts. This fruit is a good catch. It's a pity that there is only one here. Activating the skill, he took a closer look. Maybe there is another use for these spiritual scatterings. The flower was the center of attention. Name red snake fruit. Description: spiritual plants accumulate the essence of heaven and earth. 1 leaf grows in a year, 7 leaves grow in 7 years. The next 7 years the red fruit grows. Features: after harvesting the red snake fruit, the leaves will automatically wither and become useless after a few days. Leaning over, Fang touched the yellow leaves. The spiritual plant grew by absorbing the essence of nature. You can't just leave it here and try to use healing. Energy flowed from the plant into his hand. Extraction talent used. Endless extraction was successful. He obtained the essence of the spiritual plant. Using it will give 2 stamina points. The guy smiled looking at the new item in his hand. He knew that the plant on which red snake fruits grow cannot be useless. It gives as many attribute points as the corpse of a wild beast. After which he brought it to his mouth. The blue window informed him that his strength level had been increased to the 2-star limit. Fang stood up and looked satisfied. He didn't expect that his combat strength would reach the peak of 2 stars so quickly, if only the 4 talents he had acquired after the change were taken into account. He could even try to fight 3 or 4 level 1 beasts alone. Taking his sword in hand, the hero thought of using the extraction on another poisonous snake of the 9 rings, and then leaving the village of newbies. Putting the weapon in front of him, he decided to go to a larger land to find other wild beasts and increase his strength. The hero will become strong and survive in this world. Several stones rolled towards him. Turning around, he noticed it. Jumping back, he wondered who had ambushed him. And with one jump, he climbed to the top of the tree. Another snake opened up in front of him. The poisonous snake of 9 rings, no wonder he didn't notice it. The smell of blood from the previous snake mixed with the smell of this one. It appeared just when he wanted to go look for it. Suddenly, a man pounced on her, shouting for her to try his sword. Someone standing below shouted that she was too fast to aim. The man said to aim for vital points. The blade pierced the scales and cursed to send to hell. This is revenge. The hero, watching from the crown of a tree, noted that he did not expect to meet them here. He remembered the guy in the red shirt with the talent of manipulating light. Now the snake knocked him to the ground. In the newcomer village, only 17 R-rank talents awakened. After the death of one, he became one of the remaining 16. The hero remembered that he left the newcomer village, gathering a group of 8 people. Why are there only 6 of them now? He tried to get up from the ground when he was asked if he was okay. He answered yes and told to quickly kill the enemy while it was immobilized. The rest of the group rushed to attack. One of them attacks head-on, the rest support from different sides. During the fight the snake will be exhausted, and it is only a matter of time before it dies. A window with information about the snake opened in front of Fang. I have not yet tried to use the Eye of True Sight on live wild animals, and decided to see what kind of information it would give. His gaze was drawn to a separate line. Chance of prey. This means that if you kill it, something can fall out, but 1/1000th, this is a very low chance. The hero continued to look at the information window. Suddenly, a bright light blinded him. The defeated snake fell to the ground. People discussed who and how much energy points were given. One of them threw his sword to the ground, indignant that he was not given any at all. Was his chance really that small? The others were healing their wounds after the fight. Someone told him to stop complaining. These points are distributed based on their contribution. Everything is definitely fair here. Jumping down from the tree, Fang thought about how this is how the points are distributed if you create a group. The world is well thought out since they work together. It's just a snake of 9 rings with 40 energy points, which is not much when divided among 7. After landing, he noticed something and asked what comes with one of them. The guy was surrounded by a green glow. The group was standing next to the body of a dead snake. He replied that he simply increased his level. Someone was happy that the leader reached level 2. Standing behind the tree, the hero noted that it was the first time he saw a person with level 2. He was curious how much different it is from level 1. He needs to check with the Eye of True Sight. Species: human, level 2, strength 20, agility 22, endurance 19, energy 21, talent, skill, combat strength 2 stars. Looking at the information window, he thought that with such characteristics and a D-rank talent, his overall strength was barely 3 stars. He imagined it as a mathematical equation. If he were to fight a level 1 wild beast alone, his chance of winning would only be 50%. Fang folded his arms, thinking that even though he had not yet reached level 2, but his combat strength was at the peak of 2 stars, considering all his talents, his overall strength should be around 4 stars. So, I can easily defeat a level 2 guy while still being a level 1. The guy with the hat pointed his hand in the direction and suggested that the leader avenge their comrade. He was still in the belly of another snake. In response, he asked what really happened. Then the guy said that when they were scouting the area together, they met 2 poisonous snakes in the forest. The guy with glasses put his hand on his chest, worried. As soon as they saw them, they immediately turned and ran, but the second one stumbled, fell and was swallowed by the snake. Fortunately, he awakened the talent of increasing speed, which helped him escape and bring the second snake here. Frowning, the leader clenched his fist, saying that they would take revenge and ordered to follow him, staying in formation, keeping an eye on each other, warning if they sensed danger. Fang stood behind a tree, hiding from the people passing by. It seemed that the man in the snake's belly was their comrade, and now they were looking for the snake he had just killed. A branch snapped under his foot. The girl with the bow turned around and released an arrow, asking who was here. It stuck in the tree near our hero's face. The group looked at him and ordered him to come out. The hero thought that the girl probably had the talent of improving hearing. Raising his hands, Fang replied that he was just passing by. The blonde looked at him in surprise and said his name. Not understanding, he asked again if they knew each other. He thought that he did not remember this girl. The leader turned to her and asked if he knew him, but she replied that she had just seen his name in the chat. Looking away, she blushed, asking why the hero was walking alone, because it was dangerous. Fang thought that there were more than 19 people in the chat, what a good memory, but this seemed strange. He was still silent, thinking about how the group would leave so that he could use the extraction on the snake. There was an awkward silence between them. Turning to the leader, the girl asked, "Can the hero join them? In this place, you can only survive together. They lost a person. If Fang is with them, the chances of survival will increase." Looking at Fang again, the guy thought, the difference in the fighting strength of people against wild animals is too great. Being on the same level, a person is not equal to a beast, so it is necessary to work together. In the future, various groups will definitely be created on this earth. In order to have a stable position, more people you can rely on need to join. The man in the red shirt extended his hand and asked to show his characteristics, and if they were not too bad, he would be accepted. But he also thought that although he wanted to quickly create his own group, he should not force others to join. He needed to maintain a strong image. The other members were happy about this, and the girl told the hero to quickly show his information. He had a talent of rank R and level 2, so he was lucky. The guy added that following the boss, he would have a great life. But Fang spread his hands and said that he didn't need it because he liked being alone more. He turned around and started to walk away from everyone. The blonde wanted to stop him, but the leader said that they weren't forcing others to join and that he needed to go. People headed in different directions. The girl mentally understood that Fang didn't remember her and only asked him to survive. The leaves of the trees rustled in the wind. The grass rustled underfoot. Someone noted that Fang was strange, but his comrade said that he would regret it. Yu stopped and was shocked by what he saw. The snake was simply torn to pieces. Different parts of the body lay separately from each other. Maybe it was a guy with the highest rank talent in the newcomer village. He is very strong. His hand touched the blood on the ground. The guy raised his head and told you that by the dryness of the blood stains, one could tell that the snake was killed 15 minutes ago. He looked at the snake and the man's body again when he heard that it was killed with one blow, and there were only one person's traces. The man was surprised by this, saying that even his sword couldn't cut through it. The image of Fang appeared in his head after they decided that this person must be a professional and a loner. Touching the screen, you read the announcement that someone had reached level 3. Since only Fang was nearby, he also refused to join. The notification screen listed the newcomers of the 911 village, their places and levels. Looking at the screens, they did not find the hero in the list and came to the conclusion that they were mistaken. The ranking of the 911 village was also open on the screen. Warming his fingers, Fang was upset that he was only in 47th place. Stretching, he thought about the fact that 2 hours had passed, 8 people had already reached level 2, someone was the fastest at level 3. He also needed to speed up in extracting wild animals. Level 1 of this newcomer meadow had already reached the limit, it was time to go hunting. He imagined the various rewards after seeing the announcement of how to receive them for leveling up. The first one to reach level 10 would receive a gold chest. The second would receive a silver chest. The third would receive a bronze chest. His finger touched the image of the chest. To open it, you don't have to wait until the end of the test, it's very convenient. Chest ranks from the lowest: steel, bronze rank, silver rank, gold rank, dark gold rank, purple diamond rank, historical rank, mythical rank. Putting his palm to the screen, the hero concluded that the higher the rank of the chest, the better its contents. The competition to get a level begins. Kneeling down, a whirlwind appeared around the hero, after which he rushed forward at high speed saying that he would get first place. With the blades of his blades, he attacked the beast. It opened its mouth wide. Beast, Silver Wolf, Level 1, Combat Rating 4 stars, Features Cruel, Bloodthirsty, Cunning, Skills None, Danger 1%. Fang struck using talents to increase speed and frantic strength. Then he retreated, crossing his blades. Standing up, he held the weapon in front of him, realizing that the wolf's body was too strong, as if cutting iron. Even after using his talents, he could not even injure, how then to kill? The hero gritted his teeth looking at the monster. It looked at him with burning eyes. A pathetic level 1 person dared to invade his territory, he would tear him to pieces. His eyes glowed with rage. This person is much stronger than most level 3 people. The beast pounced on the guy. He thought that wolves have a strong head and back, but their weak point should be their belly. Gathering energy, he put out the blade, seeing an excellent opportunity, and he was able to pierce the wolf. He hung on Fang, after which the guy threw him to the ground. He was the strongest of the beasts that the hero had encountered so far. The wolf was still alive and raised its head. The brunette said that he was still stronger, after which he dealt the fatal blow. System notifications appeared, saying that the silver wolf was killed, experience was gained, the hero received level 2. His strength increased, agility increased, endurance increased, 5 attribute points were received. A bright sphere appeared in front of Fang. He looked at himself when the key points on his body glowed again. This is how it feels to increase the level, like a splash across the body. The wounds will heal and the deplorable state stopped, just a fairy tale. The system message notified about the murder of the silver wolf. A chest of dark steel was received. He stretched out his hand in which the chest appeared and noted that he was lucky. Folding his hands in prayer, he hoped that he would receive a weapon or equipment of rank 2. His hand began to open it. Afterwards, the chest rose above the hero and a bright light poured out of it. It contained a sword with the emblem of a wolf. Notification: received rank 2 weapon, the Blood Wolf Battle Sword. The Blood Wolf Battle Sword, a sharp sword made of titanium alloy, with the essence of the wolf's crown, plus attack power, plus 100% chance of injury. The young man stretched the blade in front of him and said that this was an excellent sword, and now he could not be afraid of meeting other unique wild beasts. The wolf stepped on the stone ground. Beasts surrounded him from all sides. The guy activated his aura and said that these were the comrades of that silver wolf, whom he called before his death. The young man frowned and added that the situation was very fortunate because he needed to try out the Blood Wolf Battle Sword. The next second, he cut one of them. The young man looked back and noticed an attack from behind. He rested his foot on the ground. The heroes tried to turn around, raised his leg and looked back at the wolf. The next second, he pierced the beast's chest with his blade. The young man frowned angrily, made several blows and said that dogs were no match for him. A little later, the guy stood among the corpses of animals. His gaze was reflected in the blade of the blade. He looked in front of him and thought that after leveling up, his speed, strength and endurance had increased significantly, and this time it took him less than a minute to kill 5 silver wolves, and at level 1 he would not have been able to do this at all. Fang's malice again bit his teeth and said that he still had not had the opportunity to know the secrets of this place. But time after time the cruel reality showed him that this was not a dream, but the real world. He walked away from the corpses, saying that he would continue to gain strength and eventually become invincible, after which he would find a way out of this nightmare. A window with his characteristics opened in the air. Lei attacked the monster's chests. The beast fell to the ground behind him. The allies happily said that the strength of the one who reached the 2nd level is very great, as expected from the leader, and that only thanks to him they were not injured and did not die at the hands of the bloody rabbit. The system reported that Fang was the first to kill the mutated wild beast and received 1 prestige point, and that prestige has great value, and when reaching a certain level, a person receives a special reward, but only the one who first killed the mutated wild beast of the 1st level receives prestige points. The guys looked at the system notification in surprise, saying that they had recently encountered this guy, and that they found it surprising that he was able to kill the mutated wild beast himself, although he was only in 47th place in the ranking. And most likely, he simply finished off someone else's beast. Lei thought that going out against the mutated wild beast alone was a very dangerous act, after which he prayed for the young man to be okay. The guys continued discussing that perhaps the mutated beast of the 1st level was not so strong as he, and maybe the guy was just lucky to kill him, because if Lei met a unique wild beast of the 1st level, he would also be able to cope with it, and the guy was just lucky. People were lying on the ground. The system reported that several newcomers were killed by the mutated wild beast. The guys looked at the system windows in surprise, exclaiming that the mutated level 1 wild beast killed 4 people at once, and one of them was level 2. Lei thought that he was very proud because he managed to kill the wild beast of the 1st level alone, but he did not know that someone could defeat the mutated beast, so he was too arrogant. The system announced the new ranking of the newcomer village at number 911, Fang 11th place, and after that to 5th place. The guys were surprised by this and wondered how he was able to rise so quickly, and whether it was possible that he just took the enhancement pills because his growth speed was simply absurd. Lei looked back at his allies and ordered them to go continue hunting wild beasts because they cannot fall behind too much. The hero exhaled heavily. He sat on the mountain of defeated opponents and said that he killed too many of them at once. Having plunged into the darkness, he looked at the message that the leader of someone's group had died, as had all the other members. Only the author of the message had managed to escape. The hero looked at the photos and the inscription that their group had been completely destroyed. If not for the author's speed skill, he would have died too, because they killed a 2nd level person and 4 1st level people, so the power of this beast is simply terrifying, and it can be said that it is much more dangerous than wild beasts of the 2nd level. The young man schematically imagined the path from the newcomer's village to the beast and said, He touched his chin and thought about the fact that he was in the southeast of the newcomer's village. If he hurried there, he would get there in about 5 minutes. The hero smiled ominously and said that the Fang boar was a mutated wild beast of the first level, and killing it would give 2 or 3 times more than killing ordinary wild beasts. The young man passed by the bodies of the killed and said that in addition to this, a chest could fall from the beast, which could contain equipment, so this is his chance. But the bodies are still in place, which means that the monster is also nearby. But in addition to the smell of bodies and the boar, apparently there is another smell similar to a bloody rabbit. He looked in front of him. The system reported that the endless extraction was successful, for which the young man received 2 agility points. The hero said that different types of wild animals usually do not appear together, and was surprised that he was wrong, after which he decided to use the extraction, because he could look around a little later. He looked in front of him in surprise and wondered why there was no innate talent. He concentrated, stretched out his hand in front of him and tried again. The system reported that the cure was unsuccessful. The hero smiled awkwardly and said that the last time this happened because he reached the limit of extracting first-level wild animals, but he did not understand what was wrong now. The system reported that the endless extraction was successful, and the hero once again received an F-rank talent, namely Enhanced Sense of Smell, and twice an E-rank talent, Increased Endurance. But the evolution failed, so the enhancement of smell remained at the same level. The hero scratched his head absent-mindedly and thought about why the infinite extraction talent didn't work and the system didn't give any hints, then wondered if it could be because he already had such an innate talent and she had a lower rank. The system suddenly confirmed this. He leaned towards the blade and said that it didn't matter because he would just take everything he could, and this time he got the talent to increase stamina. The silhouette of the young man glowed brightly against the dark background. The hero said that he had an innate talent related to strength, namely frantic strength, and agility related to the innate talent of increasing speed, energy related to improving vision and enhancing the sense of smell, and now there was also an innate talent for increasing stamina. Suddenly, he noticed a weapon in the grass while he was talking about the fact that now he has innate talents for all 4 characteristics, so he is not lacking any of them. Suddenly, he noticed traces of someone being dragged across the grass, and wondered why the Fang boar needed to drag the body. He frowned angrily and decided that the monster might want to eat him. He headed towards the cave at high speed, saying that the boy had awakened a talent of a higher rank if he could find his body. The hero would be able to obtain the victim's innate talent, so he needed to do it before the Fang monster ate the body. A cold blew from the cave. The young man thought there that it looked like a monster's lair. He looked inside and added that this cave emitted a sense of danger, but he was thinking too much about it. After all, the Fang boar was only a unique wild beast of the first level, and with its current strength, it would be easy to deal with it. A giant scarlet snake appeared from behind the rocks. The hero jumped back from the attack, noticing the messages that it was a level 1 mutated poisonous snake of 10 rings, and then screamed in surprise at this. He stood in a stance and decided that the mutated wild beast had a combat power of 5 stars, and that the mutated beast of the same level, the silver wolf, had a combat power of 4 stars at its peak, so he did not understand why a snake of 10 rings had a combat power of 5 stars. He dodged the attack with his tail, saying that the opponent was at a completely different level, and it could also release poison, so he could confidently say that he had not yet encountered such a situation. The snake opened its mouth and released poisonous steam. The young man's eyes were affected by the poisonous substance in them. He grabbed his head with his hands and screamed shrilly. Hallucinations appeared in front of him. The young man seemed to see various monsters rushing towards him. He slightly lowered his hands and noticed the silhouettes of running monsters. He says that he does not really see anything, sees poisonous gas affected his vision. The next second, a powerful stream of air flew out of the cave. The hero held his weapon. Poisonous tears flowed down his cheeks. He repelled the attack of one of the monsters and said that although he does not see anything, he will not die for anything. The hero swung his right hand, heading towards the boar monster. He killed the enemy with one blow. The rat began to run away. The hero clenched his teeth. That I am in the middle of the cave, and thought that there was one more, but he does not know where it is. Suddenly he felt a quick approach from the side. The young man jumped to the side from the snake's blow, thinking that the poisonous snake of 10 rings should have attacked him from behind, and he went on the attack. They say that although he can't see anything, he still has the talents of smell and hearing, so he should not be underestimated, because he is not going to die just like that. With incredible force, he pierced the skull of the monster. His blade entered the skin of the snake. Scarlet blood splashed on the stones. The hero crouched next to the head of the slain enemy. The system reported that the poisonous snake of 10 rings was killed, for which the hero received 110 experience, as well as a chest of dark steel. The hero thought that this time he was close, because if not for his talent of increased endurance, he could have already died. He lowered his eyes. The system congratulated him for obtaining the 3rd level, after which it reported that his strength increased by 10 units, agility increased by 10 units, endurance increased by 10 units, increased by 10 units, and 5 characteristic points were received. Suddenly his vision and physical condition were restored. He looked at his hand in surprise, noticing that his eyes were healed. He put his hand on his eyes and said with a laugh that he forgot that when leveling up, the whole body returns to its best condition. If a person lost his arms or legs, or even went blind, all of this would be cured, so it could be said that the leveling up happened just in time. He frowned, opened the window with the chest, and said that he did not immediately notice that he got the chest after killing the poisonous snake 10 rings. He directed his energy to the chest. The young man looked at the shining palm and said that he would never have thought that this time he would get such a useful thing from the chest, so it was worth it. Suddenly, the guy discovered a spatial gate. He touched it and said that all 3 wild beasts that suddenly attacked him disappeared into it. He passed through his brother and added that with his current strength, he no longer needed to fear the sudden attacks of these 3 wild beasts, but he felt that there was something more frightening behind them. The hero came out into a giant cave with flowers. He looked at the plant. The system reported their name and levels. The young man thought that these were all 1st level spiritual plants. Suddenly, he felt a powerful pressure on himself and opened his eyes in surprise. The corpse sitting on a pile of skulls was sucking out the life force from the man. The young man noticed the wild beasts and the villain. The system notified him that he had entered the space of another world, so the ranking table is unavailable, but you can continue to use personal information in the chat channel. The corpse was sitting in the lotus position, absorbing the powers of others. The hero used the Eye of Truth and read the characteristics of the corpse. Standing at a distance, he thought that the enemy's combat strength was 6 stars, but since skills and talents were shown as question marks, his combat strength could be 7 or even 8 stars. He then turned his attention to the enemy's weapon, thinking that the corpse had 3 beasts on its side, and if a fight were to start, he would be at a great disadvantage, and that side made him feel very uneasy because it was ominous. The corpse raised its shining gaze and opened its mouth. The youth thought that it would be better for him to leave now, and then when he became stronger, he would return and deal with the corpse. Suddenly, a giant eye opened above the youth's head. The corpse pointed at the youth and called him a 3rd level insect, saying that since he had already come, he should stay, because his flesh would be used for reincarnation. The wild beasts quickly rushed to attack. The corpse directed its magic chains towards the hero. The youth jumped up, dodging the chains. He quickly ran to the side, saying that these 2 chains are a dead man's skill. The blood rabbit was catching up with him. The youth said that the situation was bad because he needed to be wary of not only the chains, but also wild animals. Suddenly, his body was shackled by a chain. He clenched his teeth tightly and said that he could no longer move. The dead man smiled evilly and said that those stupid wild beasts could only drag a few corpses, but not a living person, and all this time he could only rely on the blood of corpses to barely support his body. The beasts continued to rush towards the hero. The dead man added that now a living body had broken into his territory, and this seemed like a blessing from God, so he would use his body to reincarnate. The young man turned pale with anger, looked back and decided that if he did not break free from his control, he would definitely die. The next second, he tore the chains into pieces and rose into the air. The youth dropped to the ground with explosive force, attacking the rabbit, and rushed towards the dead man. The enemy thought that this could not be, after all. The mind of the 3rd level people from the small world should be around 30, so he did not understand how he could resist and escape from the mind control. The dead man took hold of the scythe. The youth raised the blade above his head. He jumped towards the enemy when suddenly his body was pierced by sharp thorns. The bloody hero knelt in front of the dead man. The monster said that the human underestimated him. He smiled widely and added that no human could resist his penetration into the mind, but he liked the hero's body, so it should be an honor for him to give his body to him. Fang smiled slyly and clicked his tongue. He pressed his hand to himself, grinned and insulted the dead man, then ordered the system to add all the attribute points to the mind. The dead man smiled evilly and said that he could feel the resistance and struggle of the man, so he didn't like him. So he would tear the guy's soul into pieces, throw it into the hellfire and turn it into ashes, and then ordered the fanged boar to kill him. The beast hit the guy and threw him into the wall. The system reported that the mental stats had increased by 10 points. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the smoke and dust. The dead man noticed that the man's mind had become stronger. The young man blocked the rabbit's attack with his blade, thinking that he was lucky that after killing the poisonous snake of the 10 rings, he got a 1st rank item, a low-level storage ring. And even if he dropped the Blood Wolf battle sword, he could take out another weapon at any time. But first he would kill these 2 mutated wild beasts, and then deal with death face to face. And suddenly energy waves spread in front of his face. The dead man said there was no point in the fact that he was able to temporarily escape from his mind control, because he was not even with him anyway. The monsters were heading towards the young man at high speed. The guy thought that he needed at least 2 seconds to escape from the mind control of this dead man. The monster smiled contentedly and exhaled. The next second, 2 beasts fell to the ground in front of the dead man's eyes. The young man stood with blades in his hands, thinking that he finally had some effect, because after killing the poisonous snake of 10 rings, he picked up its poison gland. The young man remembered how he pulled the gland out of the snake's body, and said that the poisonous liquid from the snake's glands could be useful in future battles. He created a burst of aura, put his hand out to the side, and said that he had already found out that the dead man could not move. And now that all 3 wild mutated beasts were dead, he wanted to test how the dead man could defend himself. The monster took hold of his scythe, released his aura, and said that this could not be, because he definitely used some dirty methods, like all despicable people. The monster rushed to attack with a loud cry. The young man made several quick hits with the ball and cut its body into many pieces. In the air above the boy's head, system notifications appeared that the dead man had been killed, as a reward for which he received 210 experience points. The system congratulated him on completing the hidden system exam and becoming a judge, and then reminded him that a judge can kill evil creatures and those who violated the rules of the gods, because this is a calling available to 1 in a billion. The hero was confused but looked at the notifications and said that, apparently, it was talking about the dead man he killed, and that was why the Eye of True Sight showed extreme anger. He looked back at the corpse of the monster. The system reported that the same skills were obtained, which made it possible to give a divine seal. And a 3rd rank skill was also obtained, taming a beast. The young man said that he needed to continue killing evil creatures to get justice points, but he was never explained how to use these points, but it would be something useful, and that he almost died, but the reward was worth it. After all, it was not for nothing that God said that this world is full of both dangers and opportunities. He picked up the shining crystal from the monster's chest, surprised by the skill he received, and said that when he learned this skill, he would also be able to order a group of wild beasts to hunt, so it would be a very easy way to get experience. But the system reported that the activation conditions were not met. He gritted his teeth tensely when he saw the reminder that D rank innate talent, mind enhancement. Then combining it with the beast taming pill can activate the beast taming skill, and C rank innate skill, 6 senses linked, can activate the beast taming skill. He touched his chin, looking at the system windows, and said that the learning conditions for this skill are too difficult. Even for the lowest level, he would need a D rank talent, mind enhancement, and he also wondered if the dead man had the taming pill or its recipe. He began to dig through his things, taking out dirty socks, a gold necklace, a hidden pink apron, an eye that fell out after hitting a snake girl, a love bone. He kicked the monster's things and said that the dead man only had some trash, but not what he needed. He exhaled heavily and said that it was time to start extracting. He spread his arms out to the sides and activated his ability. The system reported that the extraction was successful, for which he received a D rank talent, mind enhancement. He received 3 points of strength and 3 points of agility. Continuing to use the ability, the young man thought that as he expected, the corpse's talent was related to the mind. Next time he would need to be wary of such attacks on the mind, because it was much more difficult to cope with than with mindless wild beasts. The young man touched his chest. The system began to create the divine seal skill. In the next movement, he touched the ground, saying that everything was successful, but he needed to get the talent related to the 6 senses or find a way to create a taming pill to activate it. The system reported that the creation of the divine seal skill was successful, for which he received a 3rd rank skill. When studying the beast, the hero noted that both were difficult to achieve. He received a dragon blood fruit, bone tree grass, and heart grass. He looked up and said that the experiment was successful. With the enhancement of the mind, he can directly control the storage ring to collect everything into it at once and power it up. So it is much more convenient, and perhaps in future battles, he will be able to summon the sword and win with a surprise attack. He began to collect the received items into the ring. They say that he is offended, because if he received the beast taming pill, he would be able to directly control wild animals. They are items like spiritual herbs and fruits. He looked around the walls and noticed the system windows reporting that the endless extraction was successful, for which he received D rank, fire control, and as a result of the endless extraction, he received a D rank speed increase. The young man said that it must be the boy killed by the mutated Fang beasts, because as the system showed, his talent is related to fire. So we can try to extract his talent, and the second guy's skill is also not bad, because the speed increase can speed it up twice. A small light lit up in the darkness. The boy lit a flame on his finger and said that he finally got an attack talent, and when he got stronger, he might not even have to engage in close combat, because he could control fire and attack from afar. The next second, the flames completely engulfed his body. The boy noted that it was too strong. He sat down by the fire where he was cooking meat and said that the chat channel was very lively, because everyone was discussing leveling up. And apparently under the pressure of the god, a leveling competition had begun in the 911 newbie village. Yuan put his foot on the monster's corpse and said with a smile that he would now tell everyone the good news, and that Shang had reached level 3 and returned to 9th place. The system opened a chat room where people admired the gentleman and said that Yuan had also managed to reach the 3rd level, and that Fang could have died. The young man looked at the chat room, thinking that he had not died, he was just in the space of another world, and then said that he had overcome many obstacles today, so he needed to first restore some strength, and then continue hunting. He began to cut the meat, thinking about how nice it smelled. After biting into a piece, he noticed that the meat was fatty and juicy. The system reported that he had successfully begun to restore stamina. He looked at his hands with a smile, saying that his strength had been restored so quickly. The system notified him that he had found a little trick, because eating cooked meat restores strength, and because of the first discovery, he was awarded 1 reputation point. The guys looked at the notification that appeared in surprised that cooked meat can restore strength. One of the guys said that he thought why Fang's name turned gray, the opposition in the rating continued to fall, but it turned out that he was just enjoying life. The system reported that you can only restore strength by eating cooked food and warm water, and cold food and water will not have any effect. After which it activated the trade channel. The guys discussed how they envy him, after which they decided to go and restore strength. They turned around and paid attention to the system windows. People in the chat began to ask for fire to cook food. The young man opened the trade chat and wondered if he could sell cooked meat. One of the players killed a saber-toothed tiger, after which he noticed a trade offer, according to which the hero gave 3 kilograms of meat for the corpse of 1 wild animal, and decided that he was lucky that he had a corpse of a wild animal, because he could exchange it. He made a deal and noticed that the corpse began to dissolve into thin air. A group of hunters defeated a wild bull and noticed that the young man was selling cooked wild beast meat through a system that could restore strength, so they could exchange the defeated beast for cooked meat. Fang, sitting by the fire, cooked meat and used animal corpse extraction, saying that he did not even need to look for wild beasts, because everyone worked for him. Yuan opened the chat with a wide smile and addressed the hero, introduced himself by name and said that they were both 3rd level, but he was a little higher in the ranking, and then asked to send 6 kilograms of meat as a loan. Fang crossed his arms and thought that the interlocutor thought too much of himself. People in the chat asked him not to be arrogant, because he just wanted free cooked meat. The young man touched his chin and replied with a smile that the amount of meat was limited, and whoever made it would get it. He relaxed and thought with a smile that he looked more like a black-hearted merchant. The guys in the chat began to discuss the fact that he wrote the first message of the day, and put 50 kilograms of meat for the 1st rank equipment. The young man scratched his temple in surprise and said that although he considered himself a black-hearted merchant, he did not think that there was anyone greedier than him. The guys were indignant and said that if they had such equipment, they would use it themselves and not bargain with him, and that when they spontaneously want to buy cooked meat, they will go to Fang. The young man put his hand on his knee and said that they can try to sell other things. The guys in the chat were surprised to discuss the fact that the young man was selling a 1st-rank novice weapon in exchange for 3 spiritual plants, 1 spiritual fruit or other 1st-rank equipment. One of the hunters offered to exchange a bracelet of power for a refined 1st-rank steel sword. The young man received the bracelet and was surprised at how quickly people exchanged for his weapon. He put on the bracelet with a smile and added that the strength characteristic had increased by 7 points, and this was an excellent result, because among the 4 characteristics, his strength was the lowest, and this bracelet would make up for its deficiency. And now that he already had a 1st-rank strength bracelet, a 1st-rank storage ring, and also a 2nd-rank blood wolf battle sword, no one in the entire newcomer village could compare with him. The next second, a powerful beam struck the ground and created an explosion. The young man glanced at the emergency notification. The system reported that the newbie village number 137 made a bet directed at the newbie village number 911, after which the resource bet was activated, according to which the losing side's resources would be reduced by half, and everyone would lose 20 attribute points, and the winning side would double the resources, and everyone would receive 20 attribute points. The victory condition was to reach level 5 first. The system reminded that the first one to reach level 5 would win the bet and additionally receive 50 attribute points and 1 silver chest, after which it connected the chat channel of the 2 villages and folded the ranking table of the 2 villages. The hero frowned in irritation and was indignant at what the 137th village was doing, because the price of defeat in this bet was too high. The boys moved to the digital space. The system announced that the chat channels of both villages were connected, so they can communicate with each other without any restrictions. People were outraged that reducing resources by half will lead to the fact that the speed of leveling up will drop sharply, because of which almost no one will be able to pass the trial of beginners, so I do not understand why they acted so cruelly. After which they hoped that they would win, because the number one of them in the village is raising the level very quickly. The man in the dark cloak smiled and said that he, the Baron of Beginners, Edward, as a member of the tribe of noble blood, is already at the 4th level and will definitely lead them to victory. The boys took this news with a smile and said that he is too powerful. The man smiled and angrily added that as a blood tribe, they are stronger at night, and now he can single-handedly deal with a monster of the 4th level. Suddenly, he sneezed awkwardly. Fang tensely gritted his teeth, realizing that this meant that there were other races. He stood up from his seat and said that if you think about it, all the 911 newbie villages are from the Blue Star Dragon country, which means that they deliberately gathered people from the same countries in each village. But he doesn't understand why the system would do this and what its real purpose is. The system announced the start and reminded that the cards of all the creatures from level 1 to level 10 were revealed. The hero created a flame in his hand and said that this was just the beginning of a conflict between the newbie villages, but it could create a conflict between countries or even continents. Clenching his fist, he added that it didn't matter for now. What was more important was the stake on resources between their villages, and since Edward could kill a level 4 monster by himself, he was much slower than a man, and if he wanted to get to level 5 as quickly as possible, he should start killing monsters in the top level hunting areas. The next second, he ran through the forest at an incredible speed. The youth ran past the trees, thinking that he was lucky, because his eyesight had improved and he could see clearly as if it was morning. He imagined a map in his head and thought that the enhanced sense of smell also allowed him to eliminate beasts hiding in the dark, and after starting to bet on resources, the system awarded them with a map showing the places where the beasts were most active, so it allowed him to move to areas with active beasts faster and more accurately. The level 4 wildcats turned their heads in his direction. The youth flew past them at incredible speed and killed each one. A wild beast jumped out at him from behind the bushes. The youth looked back in surprise. He struck twice and cut the cat into 2 pieces. The system reported that it was a golden-eyed half-tiger. Fang looked away, thinking about it. He stepped on the monster's corpse and said that the beast jumped out so suddenly, but it was also fast because its olfactory enhancement did not work as it should, so it got the opportunity to attack, but it was only a level 5 beast. The hero lifted its paw and said that it was the first time he met a beast that was half human, and then wondered if it was possible that beasts above level 5 would no longer be simple animals, gradually acquiring human traits. Suddenly, streams of dark energy were directed towards him. The young man raised his head and said that it was a familiar smell. Somewhere nearby there was spiritual grass or fruit. He headed deeper into the forest, saying that if he continued further, he would reach the area of the 6th level beasts, and although their level would be higher. This also applies to the spirit fruits, so he wondered if he would encounter beasts that were even larger and looked like humans, and would there be a problem. And if he found a group of beasts that looked like dried corpses, he interrupted his thoughts and decided that he just needed to find the spirit fruits. After all, there were always doors near them, so he would kill them first and then collect the spoils. A giant lion in golden bracelets sat next to the spiritual fruit. The boy activated the analyzing skill and decided that he was in trouble. The system reported that in front of him was a level 2 dragon fruit and a level 6 furious king. The hero took up the sword and decided that the beast was level 6 with a 60% reward rate, so it would be hard for him to fight, not to mention that it was the king himself. Suddenly, the bear noticed the boy jumping out from behind the trees. He repelled the attack, throwing the boy into a tree. The 3-headed king headed towards the enemy. The boy decided that he was too careless, because he did not even think that bears were so fast. Given his size, he did not have a chance to dodge. The bear approached him and called him a boy. He bared his teeth and told the boy not to get in his way, because he did not want to waste time on him, so the hero can just leave in exchange for his life. The boy held the sword out in front of him, thinking that all 3 heads were talking at once, and that it was very strange, and also a little disgusting, and then offered the bear to leave on its own in exchange for his life. The beast bared its teeth and called him a stupid level 4 person, and then said that it would tear him apart. The monster attacked the boy. The hero blocked the attack with his blade. He crouched and concentrated his strength in his legs. The boy jumped off the ground with explosive force, dodging the attack. The beast looked up at the glow of his blade. The boy delivered a chopping blow to one of the heads. The bear attacked him in response. The boy dodged at the very last moment. The bear lost one of its heads. The head on the left shoulder turned to the older brother and said that the 3rd brother had just died, and then cursed the people. Fang gripped the ball's handle and thought that his neck was much stronger than it seemed, and even if the youth used all his strength, he could only chop off one head at a time. The bear let out a loud roar and used its rage. A dragon silhouette appeared above its head. The youth jumped into the air with explosive force and thought that it was a dragon's roar, but his strength was too weak. Perhaps it was the result of being near the dragon fruit for a long time and unintentionally absorbing some of the dragon's characteristics. The bear called out to him and said that the man had seriously angered him, so he should go to hell. The man raised his sword above his head. He slashed at the monster's arm and decided that in his rage, its defense had increased, and now he could not even scratch it. The hero delivered a flurry of blows, and then noticed an approaching paw. The beast grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. The youth decided that he would not be able to dodge. Suddenly, a terrifying image of a bear was reflected in his eyes. The monster said that the man was too arrogant, and then asked if he really thought that he could go up against a 6th level at level 4. The guy looked at his mouth in horror. The bear said that today he would learn the price for making him lose his temper. Suddenly, he activated his flame ability and attacked the bear. The system reported that his blood wolf battle sword had accepted the added power of flame. The bear looked in surprise at the plume of fire at his neck. The next second, the beast fell to the ground. The young man said that the strengthening of the battle sword finally helped break through his defense. But it was not an easy fight. The hero scratched his head and said that it was much harder to match the 6th level beast king than an ordinary mutated one because he almost died, but the talent he would receive could be very useful. He walked towards the bear's corpse and then noticed that the system had not yet announced that he had killed the bear king. A quick attack was approaching him from behind, and the youth suddenly realized something. At the last second, he dodged and thought that the furious bear king was still not dead. Fang attacked the bear's head with a flaming sword. The system reported that the furious king had been killed, for which he received 500 energy points, and then reported that he was the first to kill a furious bear king from the 6th level, for which he received 2 prestige points. The young man picked up the chest he received as a reward. The chance of getting level 2 items was 98%, and level 3 items, 2%. The hero said that the bear was still alive even though he cut off its head, so hunting the king was an invaluable experience. But it also reminds him that with each level, the monsters of this world will become much more dangerous and difficult to kill, but he definitely can't relax until he becomes strong enough. The hero opened the treasure chest, the battle armor of the bear king, which gives him 25 defense points, as well as resistance to cold and fire at 100%. A blue fire flashed behind him. The young man said that defense and fire resistance increased with cold, so this is definitely the best level 2 item. He touched the item on his body. The system reported that the endless extraction was successful, for which he received the E-rank talent, Blood Evolution. The hero decided that it was easier for him to combine the blood of gods and demons, so it was no wonder that the furious bear king guarded the dragon blood fruit, not even wanting to fight with it when it appeared, because if he had such a treasure, he would also carefully guard it. The system also drew his attention to the fact that the Blood Evolution talent can be combined with the blood of gods or demons, because this way the awakening will be easier. He turned his gaze to the dragon fruit. The next second, his body was pierced by pain. He gritted his teeth and looked down at the ground. The golden dragon bared its teeth and turned to him. It said that the guy was very weak, like an ant crawling on the ground, after which he wondered whether he should be consumed raw or fried as a delicacy, like humans. Fang tried to escape from his clutches. The dragon decided that he could just be crushed. The boy clenched his jaw and thought that he had just eaten the fruit of dragons and blood, and this was just a hallucination. He bit the dragon's finger and decided that he could not allow the hallucination to take control of him. The dragon opened its mouth and ordered him to stop because he was acting like a crazy idiot. Because in front of him was a real dragon who could teach him the secret of dragons. The young man thought there that he did not care whether he was a real dragon or not, because he would definitely eat him. The hero came out of the hallucination, sitting by the tree, and exhaled heavily. The system reported that he successfully used the dragon and blood fruit, as a result of which his blood was strengthened, and also received 5 points of strength, 5 points of endurance, and 5 points of agility, after which he awakened part of the dragon power, receiving 8 points of strength, 6 points of agility, and 8 points of endurance. The system notified him that with the help of the dragon blood fruit, 0.1% of his blood evolved into the blood of a true dragon. The hero looked at his characteristics with a smile and said that, apparently, the people of his country are descendants of true dragons because he was able to get part of the blood of a true dragon. The monster watched him from behind the trees. That after eating the fruit, he felt warmth throughout his body and that he would really like to take a nap. But he cannot sleep yet because he has almost reached the 5th level. If he kills just one beast, he will be able to win for resources. The saber-toothed tiger opened up and I had to fall. Check the progress of the others. The people in the chat were discussing that Xuan had almost reached level 4 and Edward had just killed a level 4 beast. The vampire put his hands on his waist, looked back at the group of people and said that this lord's level 4 was already half full, so he would rise to level 5 before dawn, and they could just continue to wait until glory came to them. The guys called him a great lord, and then said that he was truly incredible and the strongest of them all. They looked at him happily. The girl said that she had just checked the progress of the strongest person in the Dragon Country Rookie Village, who was only level 3, and their lord had left this boy far behind. The young man said that he was so excited, because this time, those weak people from the Dragon Country would definitely fall to the ground in tears. The system suddenly announced that the newbie from village number 911 was the first to reach level 5, so the newbie village 911 wins this resource betting challenge. The guys looked at the notification in surprise. The blonde and her group noticed this and were happy to see it. The system congratulated all the members in the newbie village, because as a reward, they received 20 free stat points. The battles continued in the forest. People fought with beasts, talking about how they tried to kill the blood rabbit, but suddenly another one appeared. But they were lucky that it had 20 stat points, otherwise it would have been the end for it, so it was just amazing. The cloud sent rays of light to the vampires group. The system reported that all members of the newbie village 137 would lose 20 attribute points, and the amount of resources would be halved. The vampire called out to the boys and said that this lord would remember their names and drain all their blood, after which they would go to hell. The boys called him a dirty vampire and said that he didn't dare threaten them, because they could unite and get rid of him. Fang glanced at the notifications with a smile, holding the blade stuck into the monster's neck behind his back. The system congratulated him and awarded him 3 prestigio points. The young man said that he had come to level up, and he was just a little bit away from reaching level 5. He used extraction on the monster's corpse and received 2 strength points and a chest. He looked up tensely, seeing a message from one of the hunters, who said that he had just received a resource betting token, and would like to use it to exchange for a level 1 refined steel sword. He looked at the message with a smile and said that he could not refuse this offer, and with this token, the initiative would be in his hands, because he would no longer need to rush to the area with high-level beasts to hunt them. The next second, he accepted the exchange. The system reported that the token appears once in each newcomer village, as long as the strongest in the entire village has the right to use it. And after using it, if the village wins, the reward received by the owner of the token increases several times, and if the village loses, the punishment of the owner also increases several times. The youth created a flame and received a token. They say that it is no wonder that Gu Ming wanted to sell it to him, not only because of the limitation on the use of the token, but also because of the punishment increasing several times. The young man closed his eyes contentedly and smiled, thinking that he was quite famous now, when the guys in the chat thanked him and asked when he planned to start the next resource bet. The young man thought that he had unexpectedly gained a lot of prestige by leading everyone to victory. The guys looked at his image on the screen. The young man said that when the morning came and everyone had fully recovered, he would start the next resource bet. The people happily accepted this and said that they would support the master's decision, so they should prepare well and regain their strength. The hero sank his back against the tree and said that he was not caring, and it was not because he was tired and wanted to drag out the time. The next second, he stepped on the ground with incredible force and said that with his endurance, he could stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights and still not get tired. The boy threw the dagger and killed the bird, thinking that first he wants to reach the most dangerous zone with level 10 beasts, and then start betting on resources, because level 10 beasts are the most dangerous now, but they also give the most experience, so this is the fastest way to level up, and his chances of winning will also increase. The wind rushed between the rocks. The young man successfully killed a level 6 dark night owl and received 225 experience points. There were buried ribs and a skull of a monster in the sand. The hero thought that the experience points obtained from beasts in low-level zones are less, and the chance of getting a treasure chest is also small, and after quickly clearing this zone, he will go to the zone with level 10 beasts. He walked through the desert, thinking that this was strange. He covered his mouth with a cloak and said that according to the map, the level 10 zone should have started somewhere here. He touched the system window and said that although he had the talent to improve his sense of smell, he could not smell any beast, and then wondered what was going on, and if the system had a troubleshooting function. The next second, the sand beneath him collapsed and formed a deep hole. As he fell, the young man thought that he did not feel anything unusual, as if it appeared out of nowhere, but there were no walls around him, and he had nothing to cling to. He engulfed his body in flames as he fell, and thought that he needed to quickly think of a way to stop the fall, otherwise he would crash to death, and even if he did not die, it would be like hell. The hero froze in the air above the forest and noticed a settlement. He landed on the ground. A terrifying image appeared in the sky above him. The young man felt the presence of a strong beast, but he had never experienced anything like this in this place before. He looked at the stone statue. He said that in addition to the lack of beasts, this place also has a smell of corpses that makes you want to shut your mouth because it is so strong that he cannot determine the location of the 10th level at all. Fang touched the statue and realized that it was an illusion. He turned his attention to the abandoned village and said that from the outside, it looked very similar to the 911 rookie village, and it can be assumed that this is an abandoned rookie village. And if he is right, if the rookie village fails the test, it would also become like this. He awkwardly lowered his gaze and said that the heavens are fair but cruel, because they give every person the opportunity to level up and gain strength, but if anyone lags behind, they will be mercilessly banished to the abyss. Suddenly, human-like dogs in armor came out to him and said that humans should not be in this place. One of them looked at him with a blank look and said that they were soldiers guarding this place, and no matter if he was a human or a beast, if he went there, there was only one fate awaiting him, and that was death. The dogs looked back at him, ordering him to get ready. The young man tensely activated the analysis skill and found out that these were hell soldiers with a level higher than 15. Because the system could not determine more precisely, the young man was surprised that these creatures with the heads of jackals were higher than level 15. He took out his sword and decided that he did not even know how to escape from this strange place, so he could only fight, and he was also attracted by the 10% chance of a chest dropping. The system reported that he took out the Air Scar Blade, which grants 100 attack points, with speed bars, 30% ignoring defense, and a 100% chance to inflict a wound. He looked back angrily, held his sword out in front of him, and decided that he would hope that the 4th level weapon he had gotten from the silver chest would lend him strength and help him deal with these monsters. One of the jackals rushed into battle, opening its mouth. A fight broke out among the ruins. The young man dodged the attack in the stone fragments. Pushing off the boulders, he landed on the ground. Suddenly, he noticed an approaching spear. The young man jumped at the last moment, dodging the enemy's attack, and thought that they sent only one to fight because they were looking down on him. The young man used the talent of frantic strength and increased speed, increased endurance, and fire control. He waved the fire, creating a trail of flames, and decided that he would show them what happens to those who underestimate him. The next second, he blocked the dog's attack and approached him. The warriors watched his movements, talking about whether the older brother needed help. One of them calmed the allies and said that the brother had already killed about 10 people, but it looked like he was having some trouble. One of the jackals raised his hand and asked if they didn't see the obvious, because the older brother was playing with this man. The jackal continued to fight the young man. The guys noticed that he was intentionally missing. The dog parried the attack of the young man. The hero made a sweeping attack on his legs. The soldiers noticed that their ally was deliberately revealing his weaknesses, making him think that the hero could win. The next second, the monster's paw touched the hero's face. He turned his clouded gaze and noticed that the enemy had just disappeared. He tried to escape, using the increase in speed. A jackal attacked him from behind. The beast struck the hero and said that he had some skills, but it was time to end it. Because he didn't have much time, the soldiers said that the young man was probably weak. The dog opened his mouth and raised his spear up. The next second, a shining blade pierced his chest. The system reported that the guy had successfully killed a hellish soldier, for which he received 10 justice points, and he was also the first to kill a hellish soldier, for which he received 2 prestige points. The jackals watched what happened with irritation. The young man rose from the ground, stretched out his hand to the corpse, and said that in order to survive in this world, he could not waste a minute or even a second of his time. He took the hilt of his sword and added that this was strengthened after receiving the talent of enhancing the mind, with which he can control the dead. His energy was directed to the skull token. The system reported that the infinite extraction was successful, as a result of which he received the rank of dark manipulation, after which the awakening on the Hellfire app was triggered, due to which the youth rose to the 2nd level of judge. He received a fragment of the Dark Seal. The hero looked at it and said that he trained like hell to learn how to control the weapon. He remembered how he rushed past the trees, practicing attacks. The young man narrowed his eyes, attacking and getting hurt, and said that after hundreds of thousands of times, he finally realized something. Fang smiled evilly and finished the sentence by saying that he had learned the technique of stealth killing. The jackals bared their teeth. He said that this was disgusting and that they should kill him quickly. One of them stopped the allies and said that it was not time yet because he had just done his nails yesterday and did not really want to go fight, after which he suggested that another one should go because this was a very good opportunity to hone his skills, which should be given to the younger ones. The soldiers began to curse among themselves. The young man thought that something was wrong because their comrade was to be killed, and they acted as if nothing had happened, after which he wondered if it was possible that in fact it was not he who killed him. Suddenly he looked back and thought that the system had already informed him of the death of the enemy, when suddenly he heard the voice of the jackal, who asked if he was looking for him. The beast hung over the boy's head and gathered a fiery projectile in its mouth. The hero jumped back from the powerful beam at the last moment. An explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. The boy grabbed the sword and stood in a stance. The soldiers approached the ally. One of them turned to his older brother and said that his caution had become much worse than before. The jackal replied that they had not encountered people for a long time, that he had become a little careless. Fang said that this was impossible. The wolf wiped the drool from his mouth and asked if he was sure that he had received a system notification of death, but he did not understand why he was still alive, after which he said that the Eye of True Sight should have shown him their name. The hero bit his teeth and thought about the enemy knowing about the Eye of True Sight. The jackal took the weapon from his ally and said that they were soldiers of hell, which meant that they came from the underworld, but besides that, they flared up with energy, saying that they could not be killed. The youth spat to the side and glared at them. He frowned and said menacingly that they were just a bunch of guard dogs. He did not understand where their confidence came from. He grabbed the flaming blade and rushed forward, saying that if he could kill once, he could do it a second time. The youth aimed the trio of blades at the enemy's head. The jackal parried his attack. The youth's teeth again, continuing to fight. Streams of wind rushed past the statues. One of the jackals suddenly noticed the sunrise. They went to the open gate, calling his older brother to follow them. The jackal threw the youth into a tree and said that he was very interested in the man. If fate decreed, they would meet again, after which he said goodbye to him. The hero wiped his chin and decided that he had underestimated these disgusting jackal logs. He looked at the seal fragment in his hand. The system reminded him that the lost village connected hundreds of thousands of newbie villages, and appeared in the darkness of the night and disappeared in the light of day. The youth said that he understood this, because it also meant that as long as there was a dark seal, everyone had a chance to enter this place, and when he became stronger, he would definitely return and find the jackal-headed one. Suddenly, he noticed something. A giant insect burst out from the ground behind him. The youth looked back at it and activated the analysis skill. The system reported that it was a level 12 sand centipede. The hero attacked it, noticing the approaching insects. He landed on the stone hand and said that after increasing the amount of resources, Xuan began to level up much faster than he expected. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the air. The system filled that every 1,000 newbie villages belonged to one region, and announced that it was starting to create a connection with the first region, after which it announced a connection to the regional communication channel. As a result, Village 911 became the 47th connected village. The man in the purple suit broke the rock in his hand. Looking at the message that the village had connected, people were discussing what happened in the chat. The hero attacked the rock with a blade and cut it into two parts. Newbie Village 477 forcibly joined Newbie Village 911 to the resource bet, and the first one to reach level 8 will win the bet. The young man received 24 experience points. He scratched his ear, looking at the notification that he had reached level 8 and his village won the resource bet, after which he thought that he only had to kill one monster to get level 8. And they dared to challenge him. The blonde's group noticed that their aura was burning and realized that the Lord had won, but the resource bet had just begun. Suddenly, people's cries could be heard from the forest, saying that their Lord was incredibly strong. At the same time, in the newcomer village 446, a group of men were wandering around the desert, discussing what was happening. The resources had been cut in half, and the resource bet had just begun. One of the men turned to his lord and said that they had lost half of the resources, and many people would not be able to pass the trials. Amir gritted his teeth and said angrily that it was all their fault, because they could not be allowed to look down on them, so he needed to take revenge, and that he would contact the area channel and seek help from allies, because they also hated the people from the Dragon Country. The man sent a message to the Alliance members, saying that the 911 rookie village used dirty tricks to win this bet, so their resources doubled, and their stats also increased. They are becoming stronger and more dangerous, and if they are allowed to grow from them, and then asked for help in defeating the 911 rookie village. The nun hovered above the ground, healing her allies. One of the guys noticed the message and said that this man from the Dragon Country is leveling up so fast, he must be an S rank. The girl closed her eyes with a smile. One of her subordinates said that the S-rank talent is their divine gift, and he does not understand how people from a small dragon country could receive the patronage of a god, because a noble priestess will only care about the servants. The man and the girl on his shoulders walked through the snowy fields. The little girl said that this old man Amr only knows how to bend, and now he also lost to the people of the dragon country. The man looked back at her with a smile and said that he was not surprised that the man lost. They were dragging a giant worm behind them. The man added that he had met some people from the Dragon Country before too, but they were truly invincible, and that he really hoped to see more of them in this world. The red-haired man looked at the notification while his ally was fighting the bear and said that the others had passed them a bet token, so they could use it on the newbie village 911. The bald man with bloody hands looked back and said that Miyamoto from village number 5 had a rank spatial talent, and that he was a ninja, the first to reach level 8 in the first area. But he was afraid that these people from the Dragon Country might surpass him, so he could help them and find information about this guy's abilities. The guys in the chat were discussing that the people from the other villages were just jealous of them. The young man with a tired face held a worm over his head. They say that their lord is burning alive in this place. He held the worm over his head, saying that he really hopes that he can get a water or ice type talent, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to stay in this place. He opened the chest, receiving a C rank token. If you activate it, you can get a mission of the same rank with no time limit. The young man took the token in his hand and said that first place in the beginner's trial gives a gold chest, but for completing this mission, you can get a dark gold chest, a higher rank, and apparently the mission will be quite difficult. He looked at the tokens and added that since it has no time limit, he can just activate it and slowly complete it. The hero plunged into darkness. The rulers of various tribes appeared before him. The system notified him that he had used the mission token for the first time, for which he received 1 prestige point, and then congratulated the newcomer village on fulfilling the conditions for activating the mission channel. The young man's mission was to open the seal of the 5 elements by collecting the 5 foundations of the kings of gold, earth, water, fire, and sand, and then go to the dragon slope, find the altar of the 5 elements, and open the seal of the newcomer village. A 5-pointed star lit up in the sky above the area. The system reminded that after releasing the seal, the newcomer village will be able to enter a more open world, and after completing the mission, each newcomer village in the area will be able to enter the big world alone. The young man touched the notification and said that this was a map opening mission, and it turns out that whichever village entered the big world will receive a serious advantage and more resources, so you need to look at the details of the mission. The system recommended that he head to the center of the abandoned grassland, defeat the ferocious mammoth and obtain the Sand King's core, then gave him the coordinates and advised him to kill the Mammoth King, because he was the weakest of them all, so he would be the easiest to kill, but it was recommended to have a strong party of 20 level 10 people, because then the success rate of killing him would be 70%. The young man touched his chin and thought that given the leveling speed of the rest of the newbie village, to assemble a strong team of 20 level 10 people would take at least 5 days, and they would waste too much time like this. He looked back at the monster's skeleton and said that the burial desert was located next to the abandoned grassland, so he could visit that place and find out the situation. Yan sat behind the rock in horror, thinking that she should not move, because she needed to hold her breath and calm down. Behind her, a mammoth with an axe was wandering around. His weapon from a wing on the ground, the mammoth was looking for human meat. Suddenly his eyes sparkled, as if in delirium he said that human meat is the most delicious. The mammoth approached the stone, energy swam and loudly said that he found it. He swung his axe and headed towards the girl. The next second his body was chopped up. The hero saved the girl. The blonde looked into his eyes with fear and called him by name. The guy asked her about why she came to the area of fierce beasts of the 10th level alone. He lowered her to the ground. The girl asked him Tom why he was in this place, and to which he in response asked where her group was. Yan remembered how the mammoth chopped up her allies, and again fell into horror. She shrugged her shoulders and said that they were caught, killed, eaten, so she was very scared, because there was blood everywhere. The young man thought that these are the rules of this world, because the strong feed on the weak, but she is not used to it yet. The girl anxiously took his hand and asked him to save them, because Lei and the others were captured by these mammoths, after which they said that they would eat them. The young man suddenly realized that this group of mammoths. He looked into the girl's eyes and said that he would decide about saving when he understood the situation, and she needs to leave there, because she cannot stay for a minute longer. The girl replied that there are a lot of mammoths, and she can help him. The young man answered negatively and said that her level is too low, so she cannot help in any way. The interlocutor replied that she knows where they are, so she can take him. The young man said that she should not do this, because he will find them without her help. The blonde raised her eyebrows pitifully and answered with a cry that she liked human meat, so she could be bait. Fang turned his head to her and asked why she needed it and if she was scared. The girl answered that her whole group was there and he was not obliged to save them, because they could not blame everything on him just because he was strong. She touched her chest with a smile and asked permission to offer her strength. The young man smiled contentedly and decided that she was not so useless. The mammoths played drums. The girls danced in front of them through snakes. The guys from the group were tied to a wooden pole. The mammoths rejoiced loudly and looked at the dancers. In the middle of the settlement there was a fire burning, near which the guys were tied. One of them said that they had caught only 6 people, and that would not be enough, because even if they divided when it was their turn, they would not even have bones left. The interlocutor asked him to think positively, because if these people had not entered the teleport, there would have been nothing at all. That one of the allies had chased the escaped man, but he had been gone for so long that he probably ate him alone. The interlocutor added that if you eat a man without the king's permission, you can be punished, so he would not dare. Suddenly, one of them noticed movement behind the stone. The mammoths looked back angrily. One of them said that he had heard the king say that if they dragged the escaped man, they would get an extra leg when dividing the food. They took up their clubs and said that today was a lucky day. In a deep pit lay the bloody corpses of mammoths. The boy and girl looked at them. The blonde said that she only had to be bait, but she still got 60x. The hero thought that after extracting the sandworm's powers, he can cut the mammoth's skin, but to increase the damage, he has to use mind enhancement to control. Fang turned to his ally and asked her to close her eyes. The girl agreed to this without question. The hero looked, activated the ability and thought that mind enhancement uses a lot of power, but the effect will be the same if he just kills them with his weapon. So next time he will change the hunting method. The system reported a successful extraction and obtaining several endurance enhancement skills and a frantic endurance skill. He threw a piece of fire and said that if she wants, she can open her eyes. The pit burst into blue fire. The boy said that this is a ring of protection that fell from this mammoth. If she is attacked, it will create a protective barrier. The girl blushed slightly and took the ring. The hero went on, saying that she should not misunderstand him, because she would still be bait. It was just that her death would cause him a lot of trouble. The girl happily thanked him. She skipped after him, thinking that he had not changed at all, still as cruel on the outside, but soft-hearted on the inside. One of the mammoths received poison in the eyes, an axe over his head. The young man thought that the bleeding effect from the snake's poison gland was still useful against the ferocious mammoths of the 12th level. The girl watched as the young man dealt with his opponents, thinking that the hellfire not only calmly penetrated the defense of the ferocious mammoths, but also killed them. She pierced the chest of one of them with a sword, thinking that the weak point of the ferocious mammoths is on the back of the neck, and while their movements are limited, even a person of the 4th level can kill them. Suddenly they heard someone scream and looked back. A crowd of mammoths with weapons were running towards them, saying that they would kill them. The young man crossed his arms and thought with a smile that new objects for research had appeared. You were approaching quickly, intending to kill this man. Suddenly, sand shoots burst out of the ground. They headed towards the opponents at high speed. The earth shoots killed the mammoths. The heroes slightly lowered their head and thought that he already knew that some mammoths would notice the disappearance of their comrades and go to this place. So he set a trap around them, and since they had come, they would simply become tools for his ascension. The young man killed each of them, receiving 610 experience points. Suddenly, another mammoth appeared in front of him, running towards him in rage. The beast jumped up and raised the axe above its head. The young man took the handle of the ball. They crossed their weapons. The boy jumped aside from the enemy's attack and thought that he was twice as strong as the ferocious mammoths, because he froze after crossing blades with him only once. The hero struck the enemy in the back, thinking that his skin was also stronger, but not so much that he was invulnerable. The elephant looked back and called the man pathetic. A deep wound appeared on his body. He took it with his hand and said that his body had received the blessing of the king, and all his wounds would heal in an instant, so he could not be defeated. Fang smiled and thought that if he could extract the ability of regeneration. He put his hand in front of himself and said that it was very impressive, but he had too many questions for the mammoth. The next second, he approached the enemy, holding the sword, and asked if this ability had a limit. He began to attack you over and over again. The young man dodged the elephant's blow and noticed that the speed of his attacks was decreasing with force. The hero cut the mammoth's shoulder and added that he had already hit it 70 times, 60 of which had hit it, 5 blows were lethal, 15 caused a serious wound, 30 were normal and 10 were minor. So the regeneration speed of small wounds is indeed fast, but there is no point in them, and wounds of average severity take him only 1 minute 2 seconds, and serious damage requires 3 seconds, and lethal. The mammoth fell on its knee. The young man thought that instead of the original 5 seconds, he now needed 15. The monster looked back at the young man. The guy turned to him and said that his regeneration ability was decreasing, and perhaps it had already reached its limit. He snapped his finger and added that, apparently, the blessing of his king was gone. Suddenly, the tip of his blade lit up with hellish flames. The system reported that he had received plus 100 units to the attack. The hero directed a stream of flame at the mammoth. He rushed into battle and decided that it was time to finish off the enemy. The next second he chopped off the elephant's head. The system reported the successful killing of the guard mammoth. Suddenly one of the mammoths opened his eyes wide, felt something. The shaman approached the king and asked what had happened. The ruler lowered his head and said that the faithful guard was killed. The blonde touched his chest and with a plaintive look called the name of the young man. The hero struck with his hand. The bracelets on his hand gave him 20 defense, 5 stamina, and 10% resistance to earth elements. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered in front of him and stone fragments flew apart. The girl was saved by the shield. She thought that the mood of the young man had suddenly deteriorated, but he did not understand what had happened. The young man lowered his head and remembered how the extraction had failed several times in a row, and thought that this was strange because he could not extract the ability to regenerate. He remembered how the mammoth approached him, being embraced by a healing aura. Suddenly, he hid his hand, thinking of something, and said that if he could not extract it from this minion, he just needed to find the king. The girl looked out from behind the stone and looked around. She noticed the mammoths discussing something. The girl looked back at her ally and said that there were more than 30 elephants in front of them, and although he was very strong, he could still get hurt. The hero covered the blade with poison. The girl added that he could just quickly save his brother and the others, and then return to the newcomer's village through the portal, because the monsters would not be able to follow them. The hero activated the subspace ring and said that he did not want to disappoint her. He pointed his finger at the elephants and asked her to look at them. Then he pointed his finger at the pole to which their allies were tied and asked her to look there. He schematically imagined the battlefield and said that the situation seemed very advantageous for them, because they could just suddenly attack 2 elephants from the forest and then silently save their comrades, because it would be very successful and convenient, but she did not think that it could be a trap. The elephant tribe was having fun by the fire. The herd noticed that 8 of their comrades were missing, so they sent that group of mammoths after them. Well, if that group didn't come back, their king would definitely suspect something. The young man looked down tensely. The mammoths continued to have fun. They left Lei and the others where there was little security, pretending to be busy with important matters. The hero extended his hand to his interlocutor and added that all this was needed to lure them into a trap. The blonde raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked how this was possible, because they were just animals. The young man looked at her, lowered his hand and said that the higher the level of the animals, the smarter they were, and it was quite easy to come up with a trap for them. Well, if she underestimated them, then sooner or later she would lose her life. He stood up, turned to the tribe and asked them to stay where they were. The girl screamed and said that he couldn't go there because it was a trap, just like he said. The hero smiled slightly and replied that they had prepared this trap especially for him, so it would be a shame if he didn't come. Fang walked forward. The girl looked at him sadly. He approached the mammoths from behind. Suddenly, the animals noticed him. They looked back angrily, thinking that he looked delicious and that they couldn't wait to feast on this man. One of the elephants took a step forward. The warriors lined up in the corridor between the young man and the chief. The hero confidently walked past them, thinking that there were 67 fierce mammoths and 3 guard mammoths around him. But suddenly he looked back angrily at them. The animals trembled nervously and lowered their heads. The young man wondered if they were discussing him behind his back. The chieftain looked down on the hero and said that the young man had finally come. The boy extended his hand and activated the analyzing skill, saying that the king was indeed very cruel and stunning, after which he thought that his combat strength was only 6 stars higher, and he expected more. The elephant laughed and said that people know how to choose their words, however. He looked angrily at the young man and added that this does not change the fact that he killed 14 subordinates, including a loyal guard, after which he wondered what to do with him, since their clan was humiliated. The young man raised his head and replied that all this was done to lure him out, so he did not think that the chieftain would want to simply kill him. A shaman approached the chieftain from behind. The chieftain said that he was definitely more useful than the one killed at the ford. The chief motioned with his hand for the shaman to wait a bit and told the boy that he respected him. The mammoth pointed his finger at the ground and said sternly that he wanted the boy to join him. The hero frowned in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The chief raised his hand and added that he would forget about this crime and give him the title of guard, and that animals, medicine, food and women, all this he would receive would not make him the happiest of people. Fang looked at him sternly and said that before answering, he wanted to ask one question, after which he thought about the fact that the chief was inviting a man to his place, which was a very smart decision. The hero imagined a battle between dragons and people, saying that he had heard that in another world everyone was as strong as the wind, capable of flying on clouds, moving mountains and even destroying half the world with one wave of his hand, after which he asked there if it was all true. The priest was surprised but looked at the chieftain when he was asked if he knew anything about this. He looked at the commander and said that he did not know, but he could assume that this master of men was talking about simple rumors. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said with a grin that only the heavens could do such things. The chieftain added that the world ends in this meadow, and the other world he was talking about does not exist. The hero crossed his arms and thought that the mammoth could not recognize the Eye of Truth, and also did not know anything about the other world. So this is a big disappointment, because he thought that the king knew more, but he was stuck in his own little world. The young man took out a sword burning with aura. The mammoth looked at him sternly and asked if this was his decision. The hero turned to the crowd and said that if he agreed, he would give up humanity, but he did not want to become a traitor. The youth turned around again, extended his blade towards the chieftain and said that he would change his mind if he defeated him. The chieftain flared up with aura and extended his finger towards the youth. Suddenly, a system window opened in front of Miyamoto. Amir appeared in it. The gentleman asked if the news was urgent. He lowered his hands and silently listened to the words that the newcomer from village number 911 with the C-rank talent was leveling up incredibly quickly, and that he was from the dragon country. And there was also an assumption that he would become number 1 in an instant, and many squads wanted to befriend him, but if they allowed a resident of the dragon country to rise in the ranking, the people of country P might have trouble later. The man quickly pulled out his sword from its sheath, interrupting the interlocutor, and said that this was already the 5th person who contacted him through a direct call. Takeda frowned slightly and said that he heard that this man lost to Fang and now wants revenge. The dark-haired man added that the gentleman has a powerful rank talent, so he can easily crush this bug. The youth added that these people do not have good intentions, so you need to be careful. The gentleman looked at the shining fragments in his hand and said that he does not care, After all, they can do whatever they want. The system announced an emergency announcement saying that the bet was started in the number 5 newcomer village, and the number 911 newcomer village was forcibly annexed to it, after which the bet on resources began. And the content of the duel is that one of the first numbers in the ranking from both teams will emerge victorious. The mammoth soldier raised his sides above his head and swung at the hero. The youth jumped to the side, dodging the attack, and hit his opponents on the shoulder. He flew over the blade of the scythe and thought that if he couldn't hurt the enemy, he wouldn't know if he had the ability to heal. The elephant spread his arms out to the sides and sent shockwaves in front of him. The hero closed himself behind a shining barrier, noticing that the enemy had a physical shield. The elephant dealt a powerful blow and threw the hero into a rock. The young man grabbed the wound on his chest, spat out blood, and thought that this barrier that he had extracted from the mammoth was of no help against him at all. The man stretched out the scythe in front of him and said that the young man had high potential. His skills were a good fit for their clan, so he would give him another chance to change his mind. The hero bowed his head and thought that he was lucky that he still had a backup plan. He put his hand in front of him, materializing a lightning aura, and said that if the elephant wanted the boy to join him, they could do this. The mammoth leaves, he will join his tribe. High pillars appeared from the ground. The man shouted that he himself would become king. The mammoth smashed the earthen structures and insulted the boy, calling him ungrateful. His pupils lit up with rage. He said that the boy could prepare for death. Suddenly the ground under the boy's feet shook violently. He staggered, his foot went into quicksand. The sand began to fetter his limbs and absorb him. The young man looked around tensely and thought that this talent of the Mammoth King was very annoying. He closed his eyes, tried to break free, and used hardening. The hero looked back at the approaching sand tendrils. At the very last moment, they froze in front of his eyes. The tendrils scattered in the wind. The young man thought that he almost got stuck in the ground because of these pieces of dirt and sand. The mammoth swung his weapon again and called out to the man. The hero quickly looked back. He jumped to the side, dodging a powerful attack. The young man spread his arms out to the sides and opened fire. The shells hit the mammoth's armor. Fang gritted his teeth and thought that he was hit by spikes engulfed in flames. The next second, the man cut through the air. A powerful attack hit the hero's body. He was pushed back. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said that there was not a scratch left on him. Fang furiously frowned, touched the ground, and, activating the ability, said that he would do it again. He released blue hellfire. The fire enveloped the mammoth's body. The flames swayed on the man's armor. The next second, the armor shattered into pieces. The mammoth opened its eyes in surprise. The young man noticed a cut on the enemy's body and thought that he was finally able to break through his defense. And the enemy's regeneration speed was much less than that guard, but this could also be the effect of hellfire. The man spread his arms out to the sides and raised boulders into the air. The boulders gathered into a giant fist in the air. The leader directed the attack straight at the guy. The young man dug his feet into the ground and caught the giant fist. He tried his best to hold it above his head, using sand hardening. Suddenly, the system notified him that there were very few stamina points left, and using the talent was impossible because of this. The hero fell to his knees. The mammoth approached him and said that he admired him, but apparently, because of his kindness, the hero misunderstood something. Fang looked at him tiredly and thought that the hellfire was using up too many stamina points. The next second, stone fists attacked him. The man said with a scream that he would make him feel real pain. The girl watched from behind the rock as her ally was beaten, and thought about what to do, because at this rate he would be beaten to death, so she needed to think of something. The woman plunged into the abyss of her experiences, thinking that this was all her mistake, so she deserved to die, because she couldn't ask the hero to help her, because he could die because of her, and she always brings misfortune to everyone around her. Suddenly she heard a calm voice asking her to calm down. The girl looked up in tears and heard words there that if she did not calm down, only death awaited her. She remembered how the young man, holding a plant, explained that during the battle, her characteristics would decrease, and when their value dropped too much, her capabilities would be limited. But usually, you can restore them if you rest or eat, but if you need to do this urgently, you need to eat spiritual plants or fruits, and thus she instantly becomes in characteristics. The blonde confidently frowned and remembered the words of the young man that the problem is that they need to be used immediately after picking, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. The woman folded her hands in front of her and prayed, turning to her comrades, and said that she was with Fang, who was fighting in a challenge with a bet on resources, and the situation was becoming extremely difficult, because he needed spiritual plants and fruits, so she asked for help. She watched as the stone fists approached the boy. The boys discussed that they were ready to help, but they needed proof that it was true, after which one of them said that they had completely lost their minds, because the situation, according to her, was grave, so he could not give any proof. The boy lost consciousness. The boys discussed that she would not dare to deceive everyone on such a serious matter, and that they would not win a challenge with a bet on resources if he could die. But they did not want to lose to this Japanese pirate at all, so they would immediately send a precious spiritual plant. The hero looked down tiredly. The system announced that the boys gave him several spiritual plants. He grabbed one of them. The hero brought the flower to his mouth while the mammoth asked about what trick he had planned. Shining particles began to emanate from the hero's body. The man swung his scythe. The next second, a powerful column of flame rose from the battlefield. The elephant covered himself with his hand and looked ahead in surprise. The hero, covered in flames, was heading towards him. He frowned angrily and looked at his opponent. The next second, he rose above the mammoth's head. Approaching his face, the young man frowned angrily and said that he was going to kill him. He touched his opponent's chest with his hand and said that he had missed a little. The mammoth began to sweat from the strain and wondered how a pathetic human could do this. The next second, a powerful beam of flame pierced his chest. The young man looked into the hole and said that he had originally planned to cut off his head with one blow. The elephants watched in shock. The leader fell to the ground dead. The energy from his body began to gather into a bright core. Streams of energy began to swirl around the young man. The system announced that he had successfully killed the king of the 12th level mammoths, for which he received 4,000 experience points, the core of the king of the earth element, and much more. The mammoths raised their weapons, determined to avenge the king, and surrounded him. The young man said that they might not even think that they could defeat him if there were so many of them. He made a sweeping strike at the legs of the opponents, killing them and receiving 1220 experience points. The young man stood in the middle of the shining circle of energy, his skills slightly strengthened. He rose into the air above their heads and said that he was very pleased that he was getting stronger. The young man smiled as he chopped up the bodies of the opponents, receiving 610 experience points for each. The priest pointed his finger at him while the young man fought with the others. He turned slightly and ordered his subordinates to hide behind the brothers and attack as soon as he killed them. The soldiers rushed into battle. The priest added that the young man would never be able to cope with so many warriors alone. The next second, the body of one of them was cut. The young man quickly turned his gaze to the side. He stretched out his hand in front of him and used hellfire. A powerful stream of fire engulfed the bodies of the opponents, killing everyone in its path. The hero frowned slightly, thinking that the mammoth shaman was commanding this herd, which greatly hindered him. He rushed at him and decided to finish off the shaman first. The priest looked back in surprise and noticed the approaching danger. The young man delivered a sweeping blow, but his target was blocked by another opponent. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and noticed that his attack was blocked by the body of his comrade, which meant that the shaman also had the ability to control animals. The soldier collapsed to the ground under the feet of the trembling shaman. The young man received 17 experience points for him. The priest pointed his finger at the hero and ordered him to attack faster. The young man turned away, and the shaman at that moment ran away and said that he would definitely return with a whole army of mammoths to kill him. Fang frowned in irritation, noticing what had happened. He threw the sword and split the mammoth's skull with it. A small chest appeared in the guy's palm. He said that the enemy distracted him to escape, so he is smart enough. The young man took out his blade and said that the remaining opponents are not smart. He activated hellfire and punched the ground. A stream of fire engulfed the bodies of each opponent, received a reward for killing one after another. The blonde watched what was happening in surprise. The guys at the tree were shocked by what they saw. They lowered their eyes, thinking that the young man was just like a demon. Dust and smoke dispersed through the air. The guys bowed to the hero and presented him with plants, asking him to accept them. Lei smiled and said that the hero helped them, but they did not have anything valuable, only these plants. His allies added that all this was a sign of their gratitude, so they should be taken, because being saved by Boss Fang is very lucky. The guys smiled happily. They looked down sadly when they heard the words that the plants were of a very low level. The hero extended his hand to the offering and said that these spiritual fruits were not very bad. Suddenly, a chicken's head emerged from the pile and screamed loudly. The guys watched in shock. Lei took the bird's head and apologized for it, saying that this useless item accidentally fell out of their hands, so he forgot to throw it away. The hero touched his chin and thought that this was interesting. He activated the analyzing skill and saw that the chicken's specialty was a very loud noise. He put his hands in front of him and began to absorb in relation to the ring. After walking away, the youth said that he would accept these items, and that the level 10 monster zone was not a place for them to be, so they should quickly leave. The guy in the hat said that the boss was worried about them. The girl touched his chest and thought in surprise and there that although they had not been together for long, but she knows that he is the one who decided to become stronger than everyone else. The hero stood on a small elevation. The girl added that the place where he would go was inaccessible to ordinary people, like not hers, but everything was fine because she would be exactly the same as the other hundreds of thousands of people and would simply continue to watch him. The hero irritably turned his gaze to the Naga and said that he did not understand what to do with these girls. The girls trembled in fear. They fell to the ground and hugged each other, saying in a trembling voice that they were just dancers, and that they had never harmed people, so he should let them go. The young man approached them and extended his hand, thinking that they were surprisingly weak, because their fighting power was 0. He touched the plant on the girl's head and decided that he had noticed this before. He squeezed the spiky ball in his palm, thinking that it was a plant of the earth. The young man handed the wreath to the girls and said that he would let them go if they answered his questions. The girls looked at him with tears in their eyes and agreed. After a while, the hero let them go, thinking that he did not think that he would ever need such countries and talents as a charming dance and a flexible waist. The next second, he trembled in fear like he was dancing in the body of a snake. The young man stood in the middle of the battlefield and thought that first he would head further to complete the missions of the 5 elements, and along the way he would look at all the rewards received in the battle. He looked to the side and what did you notice? The system opened a chat where the guys were discussing the fact that some losers were accusing the boss of cheating. The young man frowned in rage and said that this meant that those who lost in the bet on resources began to spread slander about him. He couldn't sit still for more than 10 minutes, took the shining token between his hands and added that they wouldn't admit defeat until they got it themselves, and since it had come to this, he wanted to show them something in person. The youth found himself in the middle of a magic circle. The system reported that the bet token could only appear in the newcomer village once, and only the person with the highest level could activate it. Fang glanced at the message that each village had only 1 token, and each zone could only use 100 tokens, and this was already the 79th bet. The youth said with a calm expression that it turned out there were restrictions. He touched the screen with a smile and added that this was done to push them into action, making the cowards hungry. He imagined the men standing opposite each other in his mind and thought that it was just like them, since they dared to take the risk of activating the tokens. And those who received the resource betting token were weak and did not dare to activate it out of fear, so they gave it to the strongest in the village. Fang touched the tablet with a wide smile and said that he used it in time, otherwise they would have missed such a good opportunity. The system asked him which way to bet, solo or team, and the hero replied that he was thinking about how to face more than 20 villages, so this was his chance. He stretched out his hand with an ominous smile and said that this time he simply had to teach them a lesson that they could never forget. 2 system windows appeared in front of him, asking him to choose the camp of the enemy and allied villages. Lightning burst out from the dark sky. The guys looked up. The system reported that the newcomer from the village 911 used the resource bet, and the zone was holding a team insertion for the first time, after which it announced the gradation of points. The other team of players looked up in surprise. The sea inhabitants looked at the sky. The guys were happy with what they saw, saying that the Lord was incredible and that he did not allow anyone to insult the people of the Dragon Country. One of the guys said that there was still a first-level newcomer in their village. If they lost, the characteristic points could go into minus, and God would immediately kill him. The blonde youth said with a cry that the Lord was very cool and would crush the countries. The dark-haired guy hugged his friend and said that he could not be afraid, because they had the Lord, so they would not lose. Their comrade added that he definitely had a victory plan. 2 tables opened in front of them, reporting the composition of the blue camp and the red camp. The boys turned pale in fear and trembled. Suddenly, a young man's cry was heard from the forest, indignant at the ratio of 1 to 8. Taker raised his hands and turned to his master, saying that they had 12 people at level 5, 9 at level 4, and 6 at level 2. He raised his eyebrows slightly and added that due to the decrease in resources, everyone's strength had decreased significantly, and among the 5th levels, only 6 people could kill a 5th level ferocious beast alone. The master shouted at him to shut up and said that if it weren't for Fang's fraud, they would not have lost, so this time victory would definitely be theirs because they had 24 villages on their side, and they only had 3. He put his blade in his knife and decided that time would make them pay for everything they had done. The master put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and said that if he lost, he would pay with his life, and the young man was the one he trusted. Fang plunged into the digital space, dissolving into thin air. Armor appeared on his hands. It was a mammoth handcuff with 20 defense, 5 stamina, and 100% sand resistance, a mammoth bracelet that granted 30 strength, and a ring of strength that granted 25 strength and 100% sand resistance. Clothes that granted their own effects appeared on his body. The youth received new shoes. He opened his eyes slightly. The system reported that it was time to open a silver chest, from which he obtained 4 ranks, spiritual fire liquid. He looked at his palms. The system added that the spiritual fire liquid had been absorbed. Fire resistance had increased by 100%, and flame control talent had evolved to C rank. The hero smiled slightly and said that the combat strength had increased significantly after changing equipment. He touched his head, noticing a line about 28 points of combat strength. He swiped his finger across the system window and said that this was a great result, so it was time to challenge the next Beast King. He opened his palm and took the shining symbol. The system informed him that he would have to solve the seal of the 5 elements, suggested leaving the bow, heading west to the ant harem, and then advised him to form 4 teams of 10 or more level 10 people. The hero touched his chin and thought about how he needed a team of 10 or more level 10 people, and that he couldn't believe that the gold-eating ant queen was twice as strong as the mammoth king. Suddenly, a countdown appeared above his head. The youth had 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 29 seconds. The hero said that if this was true, then he needed to prepare a little. He imagined various poisonous items and thought about how poison was one of the greatest equalizers in human history, because with it, a weak girl could kill a strong man. Then he imagined a man screaming in pain with a bloody mouth and added that one person can kill a whole group on his own, and that some consider me a tool of the weak, while others think that any weapon with which you can kill your enemies is useful. An image of a plant appeared in his imagination. The hero thought that ricin is one of the 10 strongest poisons that are extracted from castor beans, and it is also 6,000 times more toxic than arsenic, because 1 milligram is more than enough to kill someone. An image of 2 men appeared in his imagination. The tip of an umbrella was placed between the legs of one of them. The young man thought there were 2. The most famous killer using ricin appeared in 1978, because he used the tip of an umbrella smeared with this substance to hit people quietly and unnoticed. The hero imagined a naga on whose hair he saw hemp seeds and decided that he had come up with a plan. The hero spread his arms out to the sides and gathered energy above his head. He was collecting drops of yada using his ability. The young man closed his eyes and concentrated on the goal at hand. He brought a drop to his face and said that this was enough to kill 2 or 3 walls of ferocious beasts, and now he needed to try mixing snake venom with this poison to get something more interesting. He mixed the 2 substances together. The system reported that the result was an unknown poisonous item. The drop hung in the air above his palm. The young man said that he wanted to have a ferocious beast nearby on which he could test it. Suddenly, from behind the bushes, he noticed a surprise level 10 tiger passing by. The hero walked towards the tiger with an ominous smile. After some time, the beast fell to the ground dead. The young man smiled broadly and said that 1 drop instantly killed a level 10 ferocious beast, after which he called himself a genius. He stepped on his opponent's body with his foot, pointed his hand in front of him and said that first he needed to prepare more, and then go to the harem of ants and kill them all. After a while, the young man came to a ravine with dark iron ore. He looked at the crystal in his hand and thought that it was a good item, so he would take it with him. Suddenly, the young man noticed something behind him. A giant ant was walking along the ravine. The young man watched as the large ants crawled towards the tree and climbed up. From the weight of the load, they were dragging metal ore on themselves. The ant's paw came across a rock. He quickly looked back. The next second, metal appendages burst out of the ore. A moment later, the appendages evaporated. The monster watched in surprise. The appendages reappeared from the ground and curled in the air. The youth scratched his head, looking at the ant pierced by the appendage, and said that after extracting the abilities, his fighting power has become much greater, but it requires more energy than before. He placed his foot on the corpse of the monster. Behind him lay the rest of the ants. He added that although these things are not distinguished by intelligence, they have an unlimited will to live. He created a cluster of energy in his hand. The youth attacked the head of the monster shining with a beam and said that if he could not pierce their brain, they will continue to attack him even if they are missing half of their body. The hero took the ant's head in his hands, imagined himself as a cluster and wondered if it would be easier to use poison. But these overgrown ants are everywhere in this place, and they move in large groups, so he cannot cope with such a number with his current strength. He swung his left hand and decided that he needed to think of a way to gather them all in one place. The young man threw his head forward with all his might, calling out to the ants. The severed part fell to the ground in front of the angry crowd. The monsters screamed loudly. The young man smiled contentedly and thought that he did not understand what they were saying, but their squeals gave him goosebumps. The ants quickly began to climb up to him. The hero collected a giant drop of poison above his head and began to bait the opponents. He threw the poison at them with a smile. The liquid splashed everywhere. Small drops of poison settled on the crowd of ants. The monsters began to fall and get injured. They did not have time to crawl as I began to act. The monsters fell down. The system reported that the young man successfully killed several ants and received experience. The hero put his hand in front of himself, collected poison in it and said that all these ants give a lot of experience, so he will definitely win. Suddenly he was scared when he saw the system window appear. It was a reminder that he had already received 300 points according to the rules. He frowned annoyed and said that he already knew and he did not need this reminder, because as long as there was a reward for this, he would do everything to win. But suddenly the young man noticed something. A giant ant stepped on the rock and split it. The ant commander raised his muzzle up and screamed loudly. His body was enveloped in an aura. He looked at the young man with slightly narrowed eyes. Suddenly, the commander headed towards the enemy at high speed. The young man lowered his palm down, created metal spikes, and thought that if the poison did not get into the eyes, it would be useless, and, apparently, it was better to use it right now. Sharp spikes appeared from the rock, piercing the necks of the opponents. The ants fell to the ground dead. The hero looked down at the crowd of opponents and said that they were running away to avoid his attacks. He smiled and created spikes with his back and said that it was very naive, because he couldn't miss at such a close distance. Suddenly, something flew towards him. The young man frowned in surprise, noticing it. A huge stone split the ground in front of his feet. The young man continued to fight the ants, thinking that this was to be expected from ferocious high-level beasts. The ants began to pick up stones and throw them at the hero. The guy thought that the commander even ordered the rest of the ants to close their eyes so that I wouldn't hit them, and also complicated his defense by coordinating their movement. And in addition, they began to throw stones at him from different directions to distract him. The rocks fell behind him. The young man added that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, and since attacks from a long distance were no longer effective, he needed to change his equipment and switch to close combat. The hero grabbed the handle of the blade. Suddenly, one of the ants bit his ankle. Fang's leg was grabbed by a giant ant. Did he think that even the ants that were climbing the rock distracted him? The guy chuckled. The ants watched as he took a fighting stance. He quickly attacked them, leaving bright blue marks behind him, shouting that with his mammoth belt, magic crystal protection, and various healing skills, they could not even dream of harming him. Swinging his sword, the guy shouted that since they were so helpless, he would become their worst nightmare. The system repeatedly repeated that he had successfully killed a level 12 metal-eating worker ant. 620 experience points were obtained. Several ants surrounded Fang. The insect monster opened its mouth. The hero gritted his teeth as the ants grabbed his arms. He swung his sword wildly, trying to fight off the many insects, and shouted, "What the hell is with these ants?" There were more and more of them, and the hero could no longer be seen behind the white pile, shouting that they literally wanted to bury him in their corpses. The ant pile lit up with a bright blue flame. One of the insects was shocked to see its dead brethren all around. The system repeatedly repeated that he had successfully killed a level 12 metal-eating worker ant. 620 experience points were obtained. Fang smiled, surrounded by blue flames emanating from his palm. Looking with shining blue eyes, the hero told the stupid ants to look here, this is his death move. He jumped high, sending down many blue rays. The hero stood with his palm outstretched next to the ant's body, which had a hole in it. The system continued to repeat about successfully killing a worker ant and gaining experience. His foot stepped on a horn. The guy said that there was such a commotion at the entrance to their nest. He stood by a tall tree with a hole below and asked why the queen ant had not come out yet. In the dark depths of the hole, a haze swirled, and then glowing bright eyes appeared. A huge insect rushed to attack. Fang touched a huge claw with his finger. The system reported a successful kill. Shaking off his clothes, the hero thought that he now had 800 personal points, and the village as a whole had 867 points. Adding this together with the points of villages number 34 and 77, they would soon reach 1,000. Turning around, he thought that he should check if there was anyone left here who could give him more points. The space with the ant bodies was covered with blue pixels. Words were heard that it seemed like there was no one else. The hero took a step forward. He walked along a hole lined with stones, saying that the air here was humid and the ground was very soft, and it also smelled like chocolate. Looking around, Fang thought out loud that he once read in a book that ants secrete an alarm pheromone from their glands when they were in danger. He slowly walked forward, continuing that it gave off a chocolate-like smell that communicated danger to the rest of the colony. Ahead, a haze appeared, filling the space. Fang said with a smile that they were probably preparing to meet him. Ahead, on a pile of ant eggs, sat a creature. The blindfolded ant queen exclaimed. The black ant used its pincers to pick up the hatched egg. The group of ants passed the eggs to each other, stacking them together. A terrifying black ant stood in front. Fang looked at it in surprise. The insect was attacking the guy from above, saying that it was no wonder she was ranked 4th among the 5 great beast kings. With her incredible reproduction ability and loyal ant army, even the 10 ferocious mammoth kings would not dare to face her. The system reported the ferocious beast's information. The gold-eating ant queen. King. Level 13. Combat strength 30 stars. Trait telekinesis. D rank. Metal bending D rank. Skill unknown. 100% chance of extraction. Suddenly, a pincer touched the guy's shoulder. With a sharp movement, he cut the insect in half. The mammoth held a sign that ferocious beasts never waste time on idle chatter. Holding his shoulder, Fang said that it was close. If he had not reacted in time, he would have definitely died. Suddenly, the boy staggered from an unknown force. The ant queen screamed, sending out purple beams of power. With her singing, she awakened a horde of angry ants. Mounds appeared on the gray ground. Ants with red eyes looked forward. The boy thought that she used mineral deposits and covered all the ants with black metal armor. She is not as stupid as she seems. Fang stared forward in surprise, thinking that she used a huge amount of refined iron to cover the ants' bodies. A clever move. The queen ant waved her hand, shouting to direct the army forward. The boy jumped up, cutting the ants with his claws, and said that outside the cave he had killed more than 100 of their kind. He smiled, using pincers and a glowing sword, and said that although these ants can bite elephants to death, but before the absolute power. With a swing of the sword, he cut the insects, saying that it does not matter how many of them attack, they are just experience for him, which will give a new level. The hero punched. A purple ball appeared in his palm. He offered to try the dessert he made. With a wave movement of the sword, he cut the monsters, saying that he hoped they liked it. The pink-haired girl looked at the bodies of the ants in shock. Fang's gaze was defiant. The queen ant clasped her hands, exclaiming that this was impossible. The foot stomped on the ground. The hero said that the trash was cleaned up. He quickly jumped up. He said that now it remains. Swinging a blue flame, he continued to accept his fate. The girl with a bandage was scared. An orange liquid appeared from her mouth. She spat it out sharply forward. The hero blocked the poison with the armor on his folded hands, thinking that he could not dodge in the air. He would have to take the blow. A powerful force threw him back. Sliding on the ground, Fang thought it was strange, almost no effect. Was it a trick? He looked at the smoking liquid on his hand. The armor was burned at the point of impact. The guy realized that it was caustic formic acid. A bright blue flame illuminated his hands. He said that even his strongest magic crystal defense was corroded, so this was the trump card of the queen ant. What a pity that she met him. He threw a blue shining ball forward. The ant girl formed a new drop of acid and spat it out with force at him. Fang swung his sword sharply, leaving a trace. Blue and yellow waves of power clashed. There were lightning bolts inside the bright blue ball. The queen ant looked very determined. The blade of the sword was surrounded by smoke. Fang swung his sword, saying that now. The monster screamed. A bright line of impact crossed her body. Fang attacked, wishing her death. His eyes were burning with blue fire. The guy landed on one knee behind the queen. Dripping blue blood, she stretched out her hand to him. Glancing at her trembling palm, the hero told her to die along with her kind. The pink-haired girl's body was trembling. She fell, surrounded by a bright glow of symbols. The system reported that the gold-eating queen ant, royal type, level 13, was successfully killed. 6,000 X points, 4 prestige points were obtained. The next notification said that the mission item King's Core, gold was received. Silver chest was received. A gold artifact appeared above the guy's palm. Surrounded by the glow, the hero smiled, saying that it was not bad. He got 2 cores so quickly. The man in red cut off the bear monster's head. Then he turned to the guy, who happily said that they had collected points. According to his calculations, their side had about 600 points. The man replied that given their progress, the possibility of his death had completely disappeared. Miyamoto laughed, saying what a pity. The comrades laughed and said that the dragon country would completely lose this time. The system showed a zone notification. Team rate. The red camp was the first to collect 1,000 points. The red team won. The next one said that the village number 5 lost. Each villager's attribute points were reduced by 50, resources were reduced by 70%. Flaming beams flew down, bursting into explosions. Screams were heard that they had lost. The one who was wounded in the leg screamed that he could not move. Someone cursed, and someone said that he now only had 7 attribute points. Prayers for help were heard. The notice said that if the sum of the 4 attributes was less than 10, people would become cripples as punishment. Taro's newbie attribute points had gone negative and he was dying. Akita's newbie attribute points had gone negative and she was dying. The warrior in red stood there in shock, looking at the many notices about his attributes being reduced by 10. Keita was lying on the ground, reaching out to him, saying that he couldn't move. The leader was surrounded by wounded people on all sides, begging for help, asking what to do, that he didn't want to die. Miyamoto stood there in shock, hearing pleas to save him, some talking about his leg, some screaming that he didn't want to die. Some accused him of being the cause of this and his mistake. They asked why he provoked Fang. The man's knees hit the ground. He looked down in defeat, saying that they had truly lost. An ant crawled towards the boy's leg. He sat with a sword in front of the information window and said that by killing them he would also gain experience, so they should not irritate him. The ant flew away because the hero kicked it. Touching the information window with his finger, the guy said that if they wanted to avenge their ant queen, they should first become stronger. The ants with yellow eyes talked, and then they crawled towards the hole. A message appeared on the blue window that the reward would be calculated soon. Please wait. Fang froze with an outstretched finger, surprised by it. Fang looked at the information window with satisfaction, saying that he almost forgot that their camp had won. He was busy killing ants, so he ignored the message. It was time to see what he got for it. The system reported that the reputation reached 30 points. The title of the King of Beginners was received. Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Endurance plus 20, Intelligence plus 20. The bet reward is doubled, plus 100 attribute points. Since personal attribute points have exceeded 800, plus 160 bonus attribute points. Received 6 silver chests. He was the first to reach level 10 in the newbie village number 911, received 1 gold chest. Touching his chin, the hero said that it looks like a title can be given for a high reputation, not bad. He did not spend so much effort killing these beasts in vain. After killing the ants and their queen, he dropped 6 silver chests, now he has. Suddenly, he approached the notification with admiration and asked when he got level 10. A new notification appeared in front of him, saying that level 10, 155,400 out of 230,000. Judge class level 2, 0 out of 200. And the mission button, which the hero said that it did not exist before. The system congratulated him on reaching level 10. Does he want to activate the mission future village leader? The mission reward is the village chief's scroll, a golden chest. Fang sat with his arms crossed, thinking that the C rank mission gives a dark gold chest, and the D rank mission reward is the same as first place in the rookie trial. He decided to read the mission description. Imagining the monsters with spears, the hero read that the D rank mission, the future village chief, has been activated. The description said that you need to go to the level 10 grave desert zone, find the lost village, solve its riddle and kill the devil. The mission reward is the village chief's scroll, a golden chest. The reminder said that to be allowed to participate in this mission, you need to be level 10 and have the title of King of Rookies. The villagers carried logs and branches. The lost village is buried in the desert. You need to collect a fragment of a cramped furnace. Becoming the village chief is only the beginning of its development. A rookie village without a leader will be dissolved, and the villagers will become refugees and lose the protection of the rookie wooden house. A rookie village can develop and grow. The village leader can lead the villagers to build an entire city, kingdom, empire, even a divine abode. Fang imagined himself on the throne of a majestic castle. Holding a gold coin in his hand, Fang said, "A buried zone, a lost village that can only be entered by chance." He threw the coin high into the air, saying that it was good that he found the key to the entrance of the lost village. Now he only needs to wait until nightfall to complete this mission first. It would be cool to get more useful things like this. Catching the coin in his fist, he said that the leader of the rookie village is number 911. This role is only suitable for him. Surrounded by blue rays, the guy said that he needs to prepare a little before going to the grave desert. First, use all the attribute points he received. The boy's eyes were burning with fire when he chose to add them all. Many blue flashes were circling around. He said that this feeling of gaining power was simply amazing. A stone fell down. The system reported that the attribute points were distributed. Strength 463 plus 83, True Strength C rank. Agility 461 plus 15, Frantic Speed D rank. Energy 474, Intelligence Increased D rank, Hearing Enhancement E rank, Vision Enhancement E rank, Smell Enhancement F rank, Touch Enhancement F rank. Elemental Talents Fire Manipulation C rank, Telekinesis D rank, Metal Manipulation D rank, Darkness Manipulation D rank. Combat Power 47 stars. Fang stood with his hand on his hip and said that after receiving the Ant's Touch Enhancement, all he was missing was the Taste Enhancement, and after extracting the D rank Frenzied Power from the Ant General, it had increased to a true C rank power. Now he had 5 times the strength he had before. There was a gray patch on his face. Recalling the battles, he thought that he had taken away the Ant Queen's ability to control metal. Now he could create armor on his body from the black ore nearby. But the ant poison was created by the ants themselves, so he would not be able to extract it. It was a great loss. Blue pincers appeared around the hero. He thought that in addition, after improving metal control, he can use it together with darkness and telekinesis to increase the destructive power of piercing penetration. Fang waved his hand and said forward. The sharp pincer pierced several insects at once. The guy said that the use of spiritual energy was also reduced by half, a good skill. He snapped his fingers, surrounded by blue rays, and said that he also has an innate talent for releasing energy. Directing the rays forward and creating a blue explosion, Fang said that he directs the energy from the body to attack enemies. It is something like internal Kai. He can apply it to weapons, which will increase the damage done. The hero stretched out and said that piercing penetration and energy release of these 2 skills are enough to deal with ordinary beasts. Using Hellfire consumes too much spiritual energy. You need to use it carefully. The beaming boy raised his nose in pride, saying that he had received a lot of rewards this time. Fang smiled and decided that it was time to begin the main performance. A golden chest appeared in front of him. He said that it was time to open the chests. Holding several silver chests in his hands, the boy was displeased when he heard a notification that Luke Xuan was asking for a private conversation. The boy crossed his arms, looked at the notification and asked Xuan, why is the second strongest resident of the newbie village looking for him? What is this? A blonde boy's face appeared in front of him, saying that he had an interesting thing and he wanted to exchange it with him. Fang asked what he wanted. Xuan handed him a treasure chest creator card and said that he had a chest fusion card. He would like to exchange it for a blood wolf war sword. The system reported that the chest fusion card is a tier 2 item. You can use this card to create a chest with a higher tier from 5 low tier chests. The card works on chests made of dark gold and below. Fang looked at the video link screen, thinking that the chance of getting a level 4 item from a silver chest is 2%. However, the chance of getting a gold chest is 98%, and the remaining 2% allows you to get a level 5 item. In comparison, a gold chest is much more valuable than even 10 silver chests. Holding the materialized card in his fingers, Fang thought that perhaps others will not be able to get so many chests, so this card is useless for them, but he has enough of them, and it can be very useful. The blonde thanked him. With a smile, holding the card in his fingers, Fang said that they should begin. The gold chest opened, materializing artifacts. The system reported that the gold chest was opened, a level 4 item, the Wind God's Boots, was obtained. Wind God's Boots agility plus 100, defense plus 50, movement speed plus 100%, fire resistance plus 100%, water resistance plus 100%. Opened a gold chest, obtained a level 4 item, a Shadow Illusion Necklace. Shadow Illusion Necklace energy plus 100 allows you to use the Shadow Clone skill. The Shadow Clone uses a certain amount of spiritual energy to send a Shadow Clone to fight for him. Fang imagined another he appeared behind him. The reminder said that the clone only has half the fighting strength of the Shadow Clone owner, has a C-rank awakening of the 6 senses talents. Holding a red pendant in his palm, the guy said that equipment with a level 4 skill is such a find. He has 8 silver chests, combining will give him gold chests. You should try posting exchange messages in the general chat. The blue window reported a personal notification. The 2nd level Bear King's combat armor is exchanged for a 2nd level chest fusion card. Those who want to exchange should contact Fang of the 911 village. The 2nd level Dark Shadow boots are exchanged for a 2nd level chest fusion card. Those who want to exchange should contact Fang of the 911 village. Commentators responded. The man wrote that someone posted an ad. The girl wrote that, as far as she remembered, only level 10 can post 2 ads at once. Unbelievable. This is the boss, the strongest of the 911 village. Fang, is this the Fang who won the battle of 3 against 24? The next commentator confirmed. The brunette stood looking at the dense trees and said that he would very soon meet the 2nd night of this deadly world. His feet walked on the grass. The guy quickly ran forward, leaving bright footprints, and shouted that he was already following them. Fang threw a blue beam forward. He attacked with silver claws, dealing with monsters and golems. He thought that after obtaining the Wind God's Boots, his speed had increased significantly. Previously, it would have taken him 3 hours, but now it only took him an hour. When he reached the lost village of the Grave Desert, the entrance should have already appeared. First, he killed the monsters around to get experience, then tried out the new skills and got a lot of stats and other things. Fang swung his fist, surrounded by a glow. Now he already had 21,700 experience out of 230,000. The start for receiving the next damage has been made. Combat power has reached the limit of 49 stars. At the same time, he has reached the limit of extracting level 10 ferocious beasts. He still has to extract level 8 and 9 beasts. A bright beam rushed to the ground, raising dust. Fang patted the red bird on the head, saying that it seems he will have to buy more of their corpses. Suddenly, beams began to descend on the desert. Looking ahead, the brunette decided that it had begun. He stood in the middle of a dark desert. The sand beneath him fell down, and he flew along with it. Landing surrounded by a blue beam, the hero decided that he had landed better this time. Standing next to the tall vines, the guy looked ahead. Ahead, behind the vines, a shimmer appeared. From there, a black paw with sharp claws appeared. Fang's eyes lit up with satisfaction. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Rays of power shot up. Black drops appeared on the gray stone. The monsters in armor were pierced by gray claws. One of them asked why. How did he become so strong? Resolutely looking at him, Fang said that they say a person can change a lot in just 3 days. He came alone, and they are no longer his equal. The system reported the creation of Hell Soldiers, a mutant class. Level 10. Combat power of 20 stars. Trait, Malice, absorbs blood, cruelty. Talents, E-rank Darkness Influence. E-rank Enhanced Flame. Skills, Hellfire, Darkness Distortion. Drop rate 10%. A shining ball appeared in Fang's palm. He said that he remembered. He said that he was immortal, but then he just did not know its weakness, and now he found it. A blue beam flew straight to the beast's head. The guy said that he would see how he was going to resurrect when his head was blown off. The system reported that he had successfully killed the Hell Soldier, 15 justice points were obtained, 1,000 experience points. A fragment of the Seal of Darkness fell out. Fang was holding a glowing round artifact in his hands. The system reported that he needed to collect 7 dark crystals, remove the seal of the demonic altar, release the demon and kill it to cleanse the village. Turning away, Fang clenched his fist. The houses of the village were hidden by a blue glow, which said that after collecting 7 dark crystals and removing the seal of the demon altar, one must kill the summoned demon and cleanse the village. The first 10 people from the Blue Star world who completed this mission would receive 1 gold chest and 200 attribute points. The first 10 who completed the mission would receive double the current attribute points. The system said that he was the 7th person to activate this mission, so he should hurry, time is running out. Looking at the screen, Fang thought that this was the Blue Star world, perhaps this was about their world. His foot crossed the blue glow, he thought that 6 more people had received the mission. Walking deeper into the portal, the hero said that it seemed that there were many hidden rankers in the Blue Star world. If he did not hurry, he might not make it into the top 10. The hero's eye reflected the houses in black flashes. He froze when a fat man with a gun rushed at him from behind. The system reported that since Village 911 had won the resource bet multiple times, the mission had become twice as difficult, the evil creature's combat power had been increased, and the reward for killing them had been increased. The notification said that Village 911 was the only one whose difficulty had been increased. The ground in front of the guy was destroyed, and the hero thought with displeasure, what the hell? The man with the mohawk smirked, saying that the level 10 newbie king would also die in front of him. He stood on a platform, looking at the brunette, and told him to watch him. In the end, the man was lying on the ground, and Fang was holding a crystal in his hand, saying that the level means nothing if he doesn't have power. The system reported that he had successfully killed the last follower of the sealed demon, level 13, King. Received 7,000 EXP, received 100 justice points. The system reported that he had reached level 11. He had received a dark crystal. The foot kicked the lying body. A guy with a spear appeared from behind and said that this fat guy was just a piece of trash. Fang looked at the notification window and thought that it was another one. The system reported that because Village 911 had won the resource bet many times, the mission had become twice as difficult, the combat power of the creation and fame had been increased, like a reward for killing. Evil creation, a follower of the sealed demon, King level. Level 14, combat power 50 stars, talents and features unknown, status under control. The past was once the king of newbies, but was resurrected by dark energy after being killed by an evil demon. Fang thought that his combat power was too high, most likely due to the increase in the difficulty of the mission. If he died here, the possibility of becoming another follower. Standing in front of him, surrounded by beams, Fang thoughtfully said that he was definitely stronger than the fat guy. The follower waved his spear, telling him not to compare him to him, the weak one. The brunette clutched the sword that appeared in his hand and asked if he was being too cruel about his friend. A bright beam of light rushed forward. Fang extended his sword forward and asked why he didn't go and apologize to him now. The opponent blocked the blow with his spear, shouting that he was just a level 11 beginner. The heroes clutched their weapons surrounded by bright beams. A fist flew forward. Fang punched the guy right in the jaw, so hard that he flew back, hitting a stone. Sitting on the ground, the opponent said that he forgot to warn him that it was better not to touch him. The hero looked at his palm surrounded by ice in amazement and heard that it could freeze everything it touched. It would not be able to move and would be completely in his hands. The long-haired guy grinned as he looked at the frozen hero. Fang's eyes were shocked when he heard that in order to return the favor for that blow, he would smash him to pieces. The hero froze under the ice. A sharp beam was approaching his eye directly. However, many silver claws struck the enemy's body. The system reported that he successfully killed a level 14 sealed demon follower. 8,000 experience points were obtained, 120 justice points. He obtained a dark crystal. Struck by the metal, the enemy heard how he also forgot to say. Holding the crystal in his palm, Fang continued, "Do not approach it. Anyone who does so immediately becomes experienced to increase his level." A silhouette of a man with red eyes appeared above the houses. The guy looked ahead, saying that the dark fog became denser after the demon's roar. Bare feet walked on the ground, as well as feet in boots, others in shoes, and also in boots. The system reported the creation of evil several times, a follower of the sealed demon. The level of the king, level 15, combat strength 54 stars, talents and characteristics unknown. Status under control, the past was once the king of newbies, but was resurrected by dark energy after being killed by the hand of the evil demon. Fang stood surrounded by the enemies that appeared. He looked at the various people in front of him and said with a smile that since he needed to collect 7 dark crystals, there would be 7 followers. Then where was the last one? He turned around in shock, seeing a giggling girl, and thought, but she did not even feel it behind him. The girl folded her arms with a smile, surrounded by green swirls. Fang stared ahead in shock, feeling as if he was floating, and wondered what was happening to him. His head was spinning, he could not move. Who is he? Where is he? The demon followers stood surrounded by green flames, while Fang seemed to be falling down. He imagined a green meadow. Looking around, he saw butterflies and asked, "What kind of place is this?" Turning around, he saw a bright blue butterfly, and a dark-haired girl who stood in front of him with a smile. The girl smiled slightly with her eyes closed. She danced in front of the surprised hero. The demon minion in the blue sweater smiled, watching her use her magic on him. He turned to the girl who said that this man's Achilles heel was his weak mind, and grinned, saying that he was finished. But he killed Bing Chen, Bairuo would go crazy with rage. Fang looked at the outstretched palm, fascinated, the girl, calling him to come closer to her. The hero's fingers touched the girl's fingers. The demon minions with glowing eyes rushed to the attack, shouting that there would be no better opportunity to attack. They are attacking. The guy swung his axe, shouting wishes for death. Fang turned his gaze to him, and suddenly appeared behind the enemy, swinging his sword. A silhouette appeared, crossed in half by a sword. A bright beam of attack crossed the girl's body. Fang confidently landed, saying that indeed, the best opportunity to attack is when the enemy is distracted. The monsters looked at him in shock. Cracks appeared on the brunette's face. She said discontentedly that this man fooled them. The illusion did not work on him. Surrounded by a green haze, the monsters rushed to attack. The bald man swung his sickles. Fang jumped right on the body of the guy in blue. Standing with his back, he grabbed the hand of the man with the sickle, and then quickly threw him straight into the stone. The brunette approached with an anticipatory look. Fang turned to her with displeasure, saying that it seemed that she was looking for death. The girl's body was crossed by a bright beam of attack. Fang was surprised when he saw many petals in her place and thought it was an illusion, but he felt how he cut her. The amazed guy was surrounded by petals. He looked at the swirl that surrounded him and thought that this woman was probably hiding among these petals. A bright beam flew out of the pink swirl. It wounded the hero's cheek, who cursed, thinking that there was definitely something wrong with these petals. They were blocking his view. He needed to get out as soon as possible. Fang jumped high, breaking free from the many petals. Sharp claws pierced the body of the guy in blue. His leg came off the ground. Pink feathers appeared. Together with the petals, they surrounded the hero's leg. Entangled in pink plants, Fang fell to the ground. The girl, surrounded by black flashes, shouted that she owned not only illusions, but also earth magic. The guy closed his eyes, trying to get out of the fetters. The brunette approached the shackled guy, saying that he was quite interesting. Only level 11, and already he can kill a level 15 spirit without much difficulty. There were bodies of defeated enemies on the ground. She said that it seemed like he had a lot of secrets. With a sly smile looking at the guy, she said that he was unlikely to tell, so she would rather just kill him so that the king of spirits could read his memories. Stretching out her palm with lightning appearing in it, she said that first for daring to deceive her. Waving her palm down, she continued that he needed to be taught a lesson. The hero, entangled in ivy, dug into the ground with force, breaking it. His hand swung again. The guy's body pierced several houses. Closing his eyes, the hero flew on and thought that she was damn strong. He thought that he could not move his arms and legs, which meant that the only chance to attack would appear only when the crystal armor was destroyed. A blue glow was visible from under the fabric. The hero thought that he needed to remove the crystal armor. Then there would be a gap between his body and the ivy, and he could. Blue fire flickered in his palm. Taking his hand out of the fetters, the hero sent the fire to attack. He sent a powerful wave of energy at the girl, using Hellfire Release, and then he landed, watching her tremble. The opponent, sitting on the rubble of the stone, cursed, saying that it hurt. Gritting her teeth, she asked discontentedly, where did he get so many skills from? He's a cheater. No one can have more than 3 talents. Fang stood next to the bent girl, who screamed that this was disgusting. The god should have gotten rid of him long ago. There was blue fire in the palm of the determined guy. He asked, how dare she say such a thing? The system reported that he killed a spirit, king level 16. Received 140 justice points, plus 10,000 experience. A dark crystal was flickering in front of him. Purple clouds were gathering around the round platform. Fang said that the spirits were becoming more and more active. Apparently it was all about this altar. The guy inserted a stone into the blue platform, saying that if all 7 dark crystals were placed in special recesses on the altar, lightning surrounded the tall tower. This would remove the seal and release the spirit. Blue lightning swirled from the center. A huge ball of energy appeared above the altar. A blue beam shot up. The guy said that the power of the seal was weakening. It would come out now. A blinding flash appeared on the altar. The brunette covered his hand from the rushing energy. The system reported that the newcomer Fang had successfully released the spirit. Lightning surrounded the giant clawed paw. Fang looked at the huge monster from below, thinking that he had never met creatures of such a frightening rank. A huge humanoid bull appeared in front of him. The system reported that this was a monster, a demon of hatred, emperor rank, level 17, combat power 71 stars, talents unknown, abilities unknown. The demon tried to grab the guy with its hand, shouting that it was him. He killed his followers, ruined everything he worked for 100 years. Fang saw the monster's palm surrounded by a glow, and thought that just one blow and he literally did not feel his hand. What a terrifying force. The bull swung his other hand, creating a green beam. The guy's wide open eye reflected the monster's toothy mouth. The punch of his fist crumbled the ground. The monster touched the bloody stones with his hands. Surrounded by a green glow, the demon said that he thought he was quite strong, since he managed to kill 7 of his followers. What a pity. The guy tried to get out from under the stones piled up under the monster's hand and apologized for disappointing him. Fang held the monster's hand, pressing him with his hands and claws, and thought that fortunately, these rods were quite strong. They appeared in front of him just before the blow and took half of the damage inflicted by this monster. The demon pressed the stone into the ground, but the guy managed to roll out from under it. Fang flew back while the monster thought hard that not only did he not die after his attack, but he was also able to move quite fast. This boy was stronger than he expected. Fang's face was covered in blood. With a determined cry, he rushed to attack. The hero struck the monster's leg with his sword and claws, thinking that neither the wind seal blade nor the rods could penetrate its defense. A bright blue explosion broke the stones. The boy thought that the power of the 3rd rank Hellfire was 10 times more powerful, but it was still useless. Several more explosions appeared after that. Fang jumped high into the air and decided to try releasing energy. Gritting his teeth, he directed the energy at the huge demon. The monster parried the attack with his arms crossed. The boy landed behind him in shock. Towering over the hero, the monster said that the treacherous humans have quite a few strange techniques. Fang thought he had tried everything possible, but it did not work on him. Would he really fail this mission? The demon of hatred waved his hand, opening his fanged mouth. The monster punched the ground, throwing the guy back, who thought it was just a huge boss. There was no way it didn't have weak spots. I definitely missed something. The monster's feet touched the ground. The guy grinned, thinking that he hadn't tried this yet. Fang swung his glowing sword. With a swift blow, he crossed the monster's body under the knees. The demon fell to the ground. Landing next to him, the hero said that the movable joints of the bones are quite difficult to protect, and they became his weak spot. Opening his mouth, the enemy roared that he would tear the man to pieces. The green liquid on the ground gurgled. Fang was surprised to see a clawed paw reaching for him. A huge fist appeared behind the hero. Fang turned around in amazement, looking at it. A powerful blow threw the guy far back. Blood gushed out of the hero's mouth. He collided with a rock surrounded by health symbols. Rising up from the impact hole, the hero said that his strength had increased significantly. One hit was enough to break all the bones in my body. Fortunately, I managed to take the talent of that woman in a white dress. Her 2nd order healing skill automatically triggered the 3rd rank regeneration process. The wounds healed in a matter of seconds. Wiping the blood from his face, he said that with this skill, even if his combat skills are inferior to his opponents, he can simply wear him out. The monster asked in shock, "Is he still alive?" Fang confidently said that he was the only one who would die. The system notification said that in District 9321, rookie number 74 killed the demon of hatred and took 1st place on the blue star. Fang looked at the notification that appeared in surprise and thought that 1 in 10, he needed to hurry. The guy confidently looked ahead. He quickly rushed to attack, leaving bright traces. The monster roared, and many debris flew around. Fang jumped up, approaching him. His ghost clone appeared next to him. Red hands waved, not knowing who to grab. The guy ran, thinking that the ghost clone can only use half of the owner's power, but to use it, all 6 senses must be awakened and synergized. 2 brunettes attacked the demon from both sides. The hero thought that fortunately, before he removed the seal from the demonic altar, he managed to get 1 fruit, thanks to which his taste abilities improved to F rank. The guy and the clone attacked the falling monster. Fang thought that now all 6 senses are involved, which means he can use the taming skill and the ghost clone at the same time. The system reported that in District 1229, rookie number 877 killed the demon of hatred and took 2nd place on the blue star. The monster opened its mouth, covered in blood. Flying away, the hero thought that another one. The demon of hatred hit the ground with force, repeating the question why he is so strong. Fang flew, defending himself from the rocks. The monster thought that it had been watching him since he entered the village. Strength, speed, physical attributes, and fortitude all seemed to play an important role in awakening his talent. However, they were not outstanding. He remembered how the boy held the plant, how he directed the rays at the girl. After he killed Bairuo, he muttered something unintelligible and something strange happened. Gritting his teeth, the demon remembered how the boy stood surrounded by shining rays, thinking that then his body was enveloped in radiance and he could no longer see anything. District 331, the village number 7 participant killed the demon of hatred and took 3rd place on the blue star. The hero and his clone continued to attack. Hellfire, energy release, rods and poison, all of them were so powerful. He did not believe that his armor could not be penetrated. The monster bared its teeth as the boy suddenly approached it and slashed with his sword. A block appeared again. District 1171, villager number 622 killed the demon of hatred and took 4th place on the blue star. The players from the hero village looked at the system notification with concern. There were only 6 spots left, and they began to worry. The girl thoughtfully touched her chin and remarked that it was very strange, because there was not a single case before noon, but as soon as the first participant defeated the monster, they began to win one after another. The young man spread his hands and added that this showed the fact that the difference in strength between the masters was small, so they managed to do it one after another. His interlocutor crossed his arms and said that their village task number 911 was different from the others in its difficulty, so it would be very difficult to enter the top 10. He folded his arms and said that he did not really hope that Mr. Fang would be able to enter the top 10. The main thing is that he's okay. In any case, he can try again tomorrow. Their leader frowned and, looking at the notification, declared that the hero would definitely succeed. District 1, village member number 911 killed the demon of hatred and took 5th place on the blue star. The brunette leaned on the sword stuck in the monster and exhaled. Finally, he did it too. Fang lay down on his back right on the corpse and muttered that it was tiring. A system window appeared. Congratulations to Village 911 on entering the top 10. Special rewards have been received. Rewards: after creating a village, initial stats are increased by 200%. As the difficulty increases, the rewards also become more valuable. Received 400 experience points and 2 gold treasure chests. Also received a special mission item, the Heart of the Demon of Hatred. The system asked if the hero wanted to know the true state of affairs. The guy answered in the affirmative. The final test of newcomers is far from the final. A nightmare awaits ahead. The protective barrier was destroyed and heavenly punishment fell upon the village. Even the strength of hundreds of people is nothing to this creature. An archangel in a helmet was hovering in the sky. He extended his hand and began to attack the villagers. Corpses and explosions were everywhere. The village chief was unable to protect the villagers, his comrades and loved ones. The frightened boy was squeezing the hilt of his sword. He realized that he had lost. Swinging his sword, the young man rushed to attack, but was immediately struck by a beam from a heavenly warrior. The defeated chief lay on the ground, and all his thoughts were only about hatred and the desire to kill and take revenge. The demon bared his teeth and extended his threads to this warrior, feeling all-consuming hatred. The boy's body bent, after which green energy entered through his eyes and mouth. Fang thoughtfully looked at the system window, which showed him this picture. The hero rubbed his chin after learning that after his death, the village chief had become a hostage of a dark deity and turned into a demon of hatred. This deserted village was the territory that was in his possession. That was why the heavenly punishment was the last test that the newbie village would have to go through. The boy wondered how difficult it was. He shuddered when he saw a new notification in front of him. The body of the defeated demon began to glow. The boy crossed his arms and muttered that this might be a problem. The full moon was shining in the sky. The player dropped the dagger and sat down tiredly on the ground. He and his partner were breathing heavily after only dealing with the rank 8 beast. General notification: District 9321, village number 74 has been officially established and has changed its name to Polar Night. The name is exclusive. The girl looked at the notification and asked when Boss Fang would create a village. The test itself was worth it, squeezing all the juices out of the players. The squad sat on the rocks around the beast's corpse. They wondered how another village had managed to get ahead of them. The girl noted that if their task had not become twice as difficult in the process, they would have definitely won. The guys decided to call the main character. Everyone was waiting for the leader's answer with anticipation. The guy greeted them. The players looked at the dialogue box and asked when they would create their village. The guy with the ponytail was impatiently waiting for an answer. The main character said that before they started building it, they needed to come up with a sonorous name. He asked if there were any ideas. Ideas immediately poured out, like the Village of Lords or the Village of Immortals. The second in the ranking joined the conversation and wrote that they, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, must preserve the spirit inherent in them from birth. Every person, like a dragon, can soar and create. He suggested calling themselves Dragon Abyss. The hero crossed his arms and decided that it was a great name, meaning the place where the dragon hides. The guy threw the scroll up and began to found the village. A bright beam of light hit the sky, which attracted the attention of those who were nearby. A glow appeared above the village. The reward was doubled due to the difficulty of the task. Each villager gets 80 points, the village headman gets 400 points. The villagers were happy with the reward and the fact that now they can definitely pass the test and kill even more monsters. The guy with glasses looked at the system window and noticed that new functions had appeared. Now you can return to the hut in one click. Teleportation from your location to the village. Villagers can use this function once a day, the village headman 3 times a day. The young man pressed the teleportation button to check, and the girl did not have time to stop him. He instantly found himself in the house. His friends who were there were happy that he had returned. The girl noted that this function was incredibly useful and could even save lives in a critical situation. There was also a reverse function. The guy said that the energy recovery rate was much higher in the hut, and with this ability to return, there would be no need to waste time on the road. The system reported that the player could return to the position he occupied before activating the teleportation function. The residents ran out of their houses, rejoicing at such luck. The guy turned around and called everyone to the square to have a big celebration. The girl shyly put her hands to her cheeks and asked if Fang would join them. A notification appeared in front of all the residents. The village elder activated the public video broadcast function. The main character sat and looked forward seriously. He asked everyone to listen to him carefully and said that after the trials of beginners, the newly formed villages must withstand the attack of the Heavenly Punisher, whose combat power is 100 stars. His main task is to destroy the huts of beginners. As soon as this happens, they automatically become homeless and 100 points are deducted from them. The players looked at the hero in shock through the system windows. They exchanged fearful glances, discussing that their combat power barely reaches 10, and then there is the Punisher. Fang sat on a rock and broadcast. He said that if the village can give a worthy rebuff to the Punisher, then everyone will receive a generous reward. And if they have enough strength to defeat him, then the number of rewards will be doubled. They have 4 days. The brunette asked everyone to reach level 10 as soon as possible so that they can pass the test. The villagers began to write in the chat that they will try and not let their leader down. The guy frowned, holding the crystal in his hands. The hero added that as the village improves, you can get the right to build the altar of the keeper. This way they will definitely be able to defeat the Punisher. In order to move to the first level, you need to fulfill 5 conditions. He bent his finger and said that, firstly, the population must be more than 500 people. This condition was met. Secondly, the village chief must receive the title of Novice Emperor. Thirdly, the village chief's hut must be upgraded to level 2. The guy said that he would take care of these 2 points. Fourthly, the number of rank 1 huts must be at least 100. Fifthly, the number of people who have reached level 10 must be more than 10. The last 2 conditions are quite serious, and the players must work hard. All the villagers listened attentively to the leader, looking at the system windows. The materials needed to upgrade a hut from 0 to 1, 10 units of wood, 5 units of stone, 1 unit of animal fur. One of the guys frowned and muttered that they needed wood, stone, and fur. He turned to the others and, clenching his fist, suggested that they split into groups and exchange what they could collect for the materials they needed. It will be much faster. The other villagers supported his idea. The protagonist swiped his finger and ended the broadcast. The brunette turned around, thinking about the materials. He grinned, and his eyes sparkled. The guy thought that coming to a ready-made is a rarity. Fang pressed the teleportation button. You spent 10 units of wood, 5 units, then 1 more unit of wood. The village chief's hut was upgraded to level 1. The villagers turned around in surprise at the glow around the hero's house. Level 1 hut, the speed of energy recovery increases by 2 times. When the villager is asleep, 3 times. Successfully completed, 50 points received. The players happily jumped around Fang's hut and exclaimed that their leader was a real deity. They discussed how magnificent and attractive he was, and in general, such a man cannot be found anywhere else. General notification: the number of new villages has reached 100. From now on, the competition to improve them begins. The hero jumped back, dodging the blow to the ground. Strength 817 plus 83. Agility 821 plus 100. Endurance 814 plus 20. Intelligence 844 plus 100. Strength rating 83 stars. Blue Star, District 9321, Eternal Night Village. The vampire Marquis John Blast bit into the man's neck. As he threw the victim to the ground, the vampire prince, Dracula, approached him and asked how things were going. The blonde turned to the gentleman and replied that all 914 residents of this village had already become members of their clan. The pink-haired man twirled the glass in his hand and said that very soon they would become the strongest village on this planet. Their next goal is to enter the top 3 villages in the next stage of improving conditions. He tipped over the glass and poured the red liquid on the face of the man on the ground. This time, the system was generous with big bonuses. The villagers who take the first 3 places will receive 500 points each, and the village headman will receive 1,000 points. With these rewards, they will definitely be able to take the leading position on Blue Star. The eyes of the man who was lying down opened wide and turned red. He rushed to the animal's corpse along with the other converts. John noted that they need to reach the 3rd level before the end of the beginner's test, and they only have 5 days to do this. The task is difficult. The interlocutor smiled and reassured his companion, because only the villages of Eternal Night, Radiant, and Brahma can compete with them. And as for the 5th founded village Dragon Abyss, perhaps they have some outstanding person, but this will not change the general state of affairs. Dracula let go of the glass, and it shattered on the ground. The vampires watched as the converted villagers greedily drank the blood of animal corpses. The hero carried construction materials with his metal paws and commanded the others. He thought that 1,000 points was an impressive amount. This competition was limited by the time limit of the newbie trial. After adding up all the rewards, the combat power was 83 stars, and Fang already had the title of Novice Emperor. If he could win this competition and get the reward, then perhaps he could defeat the Punisher. The brunette opened the system window and thought that the third condition needed to advance the village to level 1 was to upgrade the village chief's hut to level 2. To do this, he only needed one level 1 ice stone. He thoughtfully touched his chin as wood materialized in front of him. The ice stone could be mined from Spring Water Lake, where the horned turtles lived. The guy stretched his shoulder and muttered that he could complete 2 tasks in one fell swoop. Alert! The village chief donated 723 wood to the village and received 723 contribution points. The village chief donated 361 stone to the village and received 361 contribution points. The chat room came alive, rejoicing and praising their leader. The village chief can activate 2 functions, the exchange channel and the source of the heavenly path. Fang stretched, smiling smugly, thinking that he had finally picked up something that was lying around. Using the exchange channel, you can donate resources, receive contribution points in return, and these points can be used to receive items donated by others. Using the source of the heavenly path, it is also possible to obtain necessary resources such as kitchenware and household items. The brunette rushed forward. He ran quickly and smiled, thinking that there are also primordial energy stones there, which can be absorbed to obtain 100 units of energy. This means that energy can be obtained not only from monsters. In this case, villagers who do not have combat talents can lead a lifestyle suitable for them. In the future, there will be professions such as carpenters, miners, and butchers. The village's resources are enough to feed and keep these people busy, and it will also allow them to continuously increase their level. The hero pushed off and dove into the lake. Dragon Abyss will become richer and more colorful. The guy began to sink to the bottom, but soon he ran out of air and swam back to the surface. A monster was looking at him from the depths. The brunette emerged and took a deep breath. The guy thought that he was so carried away that he almost died out of stupidity. He looked down sharply, sensing danger. A huge mouth appeared from the water, grabbed the hero and dove back. The guy cut the monster from the inside and broke free. Fang stretched out his hand. A new C-rank talent, the Spirit of Water, was successfully obtained. Gills appeared on the young man's body, with the help of which he could not worry about choking. He was surrounded by huge predatory fish. The brunette thought that he had learned to breathe underwater just in time. In a few attacks, he froze all the monsters, after which he began to cut them into pieces. And now Fang was swimming astride a huge crocodile. The hero looked around, noting that the lake was incredibly large. He had been here for about an hour, and he had not been able to find a single ice stone. The warrior discontentedly hit the crocodile on the head and asked if by any chance it was leading him in circles on purpose. The monster howled and promised that they would be there soon. The water dweller could not understand why he was so unlucky. A terrible monster, namely the main character, broke into his house, separated him from his beloved, and forced him to look for ice stones. He hoped that he would be able to see his wife again, abandoned at the most crucial moment. The brunette turned around, noticing a turtle swimming by. They swam closer and looked into an underwater cave. Turtles were lying everywhere in it, and in the center was their leader. The hero freed his riding crocodile and demanded that he move away so as not to be responsible for its safety. The eye provided the guy with information about the enemy. Fierce monster, king of the horned turtles. Level 15. Combat power 50 stars. Talents ice control. Fang turned to the crocodile and with a sinister grin reminded him that if he dared to escape, he would find him even at the ends of the earth and make sushi out of him. The lizard shuddered and realized once again that he was a devil. The hero put out his hands, spreading a glow. First, he needed to get the royal core, and then he could go get the ice stone. The turtles raised their heads, feeling the vibration. Their king rose and looked at the guy with 2 heads, a bird's and a snake's. He was indignant that a level 11 person dared to disturb him. The elder released a beam of light, attacking the turtles. The snake's mouth opened, emitting a scream. The hero was carried back by the waves. The guy squinted, trying to understand what was happening. The turtles were drawn to their leader. The monster, emitting light, ordered his subjects to line up and attack. Fang thought that although he had met mammoths and gold-eating ants who also attacked in groups, they did not have a common tactic and did not combine their forces. The brunette frowned, realizing that these turtles behaved differently and were going to act together. Ice arrows were approaching from above. The hero was no longer sure that he could win. The attack did not pass through the shield. The Turtle King opened his mouth, gathering energy, and then fired an ice spear. The guy barely managed to dodge and slow down. He continued to run away, dodging attacks. Hellfire cannot be used underwater, and the effectiveness of the hero's other attacks was significantly reduced. This is the advantage of water-dwelling monsters. No matter how strong the young man is, they are quite difficult to deal with. The arrows pierced the hero's leg, and he fell. Fang hurried to hide behind the rocks. The monster froze, listening to the sounds. He turned his head and ordered to find a person. The turtles swam in different directions while the boy pulled the weapon out of his leg. If there was no way to lure them to the shore, then he needed to deal with the leader first. The warrior clenched his fist and summoned a shadow clone, which immediately materialized in front of him. The brunette nodded, and his copy quickly jumped out of hiding, attracting attention. The attacks immediately resumed. The hero looked out from behind a rock, realizing that he also needed to act. While the king was attacking the clone, the guy quickly moved behind him. He was not allowed to use any skills, otherwise they would be able to detect him. The arrow hit the figure. The hero flinched, feeling that the clone was destroyed. The brunette quickly approached the enemy from behind while he was wondering what had happened. The king turned around and saw the guy who was just swinging his arm to strike. Fang used the skill, and an explosion was heard. The snake's head quickly approached the boy to counterattack. The village chief dodged and used shadow fetters. Several hands emerged from the ground and grabbed the snake. The guy clenched his fist, and the enemy was crushed. The king of the horned turtles was destroyed. A special item was obtained, the royal core. The hero stood in front of the body of the defeated enemy, absorbing energy. He had reached level 12. The turtles were swimming nearby in confusion. The brunette summoned a clone and decided that it was high time to reap the benefits. The two of them rushed towards the remaining turtles. The procession of talent development was improved to be rank, Ice Control. Skill awakened, Ice Storm, a level 4 skill that releases ice arrows, forming a tornado of ice and snow covering an area of 10 li. It was with this attack that the guy defeated the remaining turtles. He stood under the energy shield, smiling, noting that he managed to obtain a rare deadly skill. The game was worth the candle. A green silhouette with yellow eyes appeared behind him. The hero turned around and saw a crocodile calling him behind the ice rocks. The aquatic dweller thought that he should be able to adapt. After all, this man had killed the king of the one-horned turtles with his own hands. It didn't seem like the lizard could compete with him. If he served him, perhaps he would let him go to his wife. The brunette sat astride the crocodile, and they swam forward. Someone was holding a tablet that displayed the main character. The person said that it was only the third day, and this man had already managed to obtain the third royal core. He was really strong. The blonde in white clothes smiled and said that it would be nice if she had an affair with such a courageous man. Her interlocutor frowned and objected that people from Zio-Kyan were born weak. They also did not have any innate abilities. She added that even if the hero reached the rank of prefect, he would not survive the Great War of 10,000 Worlds, much less meet the blonde. The interlocutor grinned and asked to let her dream a little. They were in a large hall where many girls were watching different players. On the screens, one could see a variety of outstanding warriors. The girl added that the resources of his village had increased significantly, which meant that the difficulty had increased proportionally. In this situation, it would be quite difficult to complete the task. She looked thoughtfully at the tablet and noted that the most difficult thing was the battle on the dragon slope and not getting the cores. They hoped that the hero would be able to surprise them. Large eagles soared above the plain, and Fang sat on one of them. He frowned, looking at the ranking of their village, and was surprised that Xuan gave up second place to Liu Yuan. The guy scratched the back of his head, wondering what happened that these two had grown so much in such a short time. Kaijai also joined the rankings, although he was not in the top 10 before. In the chat, there was an exchange of 10 newbie weapons for 1 primal energy stone. The brunette looked at the conversation in surprise, not understanding why primal energy stones were so popular. The elder smiled, realizing that these guys had risen up on this. You only need to sacrifice a newbie weapon to get 2 contribution points. 1 primal energy stone costs 10 contribution points, and Yuan and Kaijai sell primal energy stones for the price of 10 newbie weapons for each. By doing all this, they remain in the black by 10 contribution points, and then exchange them for primal energy stones and absorb them. That's why they managed to advance so quickly. The hero flew over the forest and reasoned that newbie weapons are the most common resource. In the district, you can find about 10,000 abandoned weapons, and this is by the most conservative estimates. Therefore, this method of exchange can help many people to quickly raise their level. The village is gradually developing. Looking at the current progress, we can say that they have a fairly high chance of defeating the Punisher. The brunette turned around at the scream. Yan was being pinned to the ground by a man, and his accomplices were rummaging through her things, regretfully noting that there was nothing valuable there. The girl exclaimed that she would give everything she had if only they would let her go. The attacker bared his teeth and asked if she really thought she would be freed. The archer burst into tears and threatened to let the village chief know about everything. The man chuckled and said that if he really wanted to help them, he would not only focus on raising his level. The interlocutor exclaimed that the hero was just an egoist and a hypocrite. Yan shuddered when blue clots of energy appeared in front of her face. Fang stood above them, threateningly stretching out his hand. He glared and said that they were unworthy of life. Such things cannot be avoided. In this cruel world, everyone is in constant motion, participating in a race that has no end. Some people follow the rules and move on, but there are those who are just waiting for an opportunity to cheat or harm others. The only thing the hero can do is become stronger to prevent such things from happening again in Dragon Abyss. Fang extended his hand and helped Yan down from the bird. He asked her to warn everyone to beware of such scum when they return to the village. The girl waved goodbye and thanked him. The hero hovered above the village and thought that after the Dragon Abyss leveled up, he would need to get more familiar with the powers of the village chief. It would be great if there was a function to issue an arrest warrant. Then no one would dare to commit atrocities on his territory. He threateningly clenched his fist and said that all people with such thoughts would live and beware. Using the beast control function allows you to save a lot of time on the road. The guy jumped from the eagle to the ground. Unfortunately, the level of all the wild beasts he encountered on his way was too low. None of them were suitable for the role of a spiritual pet. The hero thought that it would be nice if he found a spiritual beast in the next treasure chest. True Eye activated. The ravine was strewn with flowers. It was a demonic plant, man-eating Rafflesia. Level 14. Strength rating 24 stars. Traits: bloodthirsty, immortal, causes hallucinations. Explosiveness 15%. The guy took out his sword and bared his teeth, declaring that the flowers would be finished now. He jumped up and began to chop down the plants. Loud screams and calls for help were heard. The brunette frowned and gritted his teeth from such a volume. The hero jerked back, and the flowers released vines. And now huge toothy flowers were standing in front of him, calling on each other to kill the intruder. The young man jumped back, but the plants released their poison. Fang covered his face with his hand, finding himself in a pink mist. He hurried out of the cloud, realizing its toxicity. The warrior took the sword and smiled, noticing that his prey was recovering. Now it was clear why the flowers had the immortality characteristic. However, this was only a level 15 demonic plant. The flowers drooled from their mouths and muttered that they were in pain. They turned around and began to crawl away from the hero, exclaiming that this man was too strong and the poison did not work on him. The young man stopped and looked after them questioningly. You have successfully killed several rank 15 Rafflesia. 820 units of energy have been obtained. A second rank resource, Aoki Core, has been obtained, which is necessary for advancing huts to the 3rd level. The brunette cut another flower and muttered that they were smart, but too slow. A normal sword can cut off a flower that can regenerate, but if he uses Hellfire, the regeneration process will not start. The hero jumped over the next prey and declared that by killing them all, he will gain about 100,000 units of energy and more than 20 points. Fang stabbed the blade with a smile and exclaimed that his combat power has reached 87 stars. Such rapid improvement only spurred him on even more. The guy looked ahead, and behind him stretched a trail of killed plants. True Eye activated. In front of the warrior, a tree with beehives hanging on it spread out. Demonic Beast, Bloodthirsty Poison Bee. Level 15. Strength rating 26 stars. Traits: bloodthirsty, highly toxic, incredibly fast. Danger 15%. Bees flew out of the hive and headed towards the hero. The guy smirked and noted that there were too many of them. If they all attack, there will be problems. It will be difficult to defend. It seems like it's time to try out new skills. The hero raised his hand, and a blue whirlwind appeared around him. The sky was covered with clouds, from which ice spikes protruded. The brunette smiled and used the 4th level skill, Ice Storm. Arrows fell on the bees, piercing them through. You have successfully killed several poisonous bees of rank 15. 850 units of energy were received. Another insect was pierced by arrows. The hero's experience grew rapidly, and now he has reached level 13. Bees fell down. The tree and the entire area were covered with snow. Fang exhaled and smiled, saying that 3,000 bees instantly fell. No less was expected from a 4th level skill. The young man pointed his finger forward and said that now it was her turn. Demonic Plant, Witch of the Dry Tree. Level 16. Power rating 53 stars. Traits: control, aging, immortality. Danger 100%. A woman's face emerged from the bark, after which the tree turned into a nymph with thorns on its head. She smiled and said that it was a surprise. The woman spread her arms and said that after so many years, someone had finally decided to enter the Forbidden Zone. She asked to quickly saturate her with the taste of human blood. Carnivorous flowers crawled out of the ground, and another demonic animal burst out of the hive, the golden queen bee. Level 15. Power rating 47 stars. Traits: poisonous, aggressive, guardian. Danger 100%. Status under control. The bees, led by their queen, approached the hero. The guy grinned and muttered that they were just in time. The young man's body began to emit light, and he commanded to follow his orders. The bees he had shot down earlier rose from the snow, their eyes glowing red. The hero had already earned a lot of points on his way to level 14. The guardian grabbed a bee with his antennae and tore it in two. The queen bee rushed to attack, screaming that she would kill the guy. Small bees swarmed around her from all sides, preventing her from moving. The hero looked at the explosion above his head. You had successfully killed the rank 15 demonic beast, the golden queen bee. Golden royal jelly obtained. Pieces of the monster's body fell to the ground. The brunette smiled and said that the bunch of bloodthirsty poisonous bees he had killed would never have been able to resist the queen. So he cheated a little. Several more insects exploded. Fang used his beast control skill to activate the hellfire placed in their bodies and force them to fight on his side. The nymph frowned and asked again in surprise. She couldn't believe that he could master two polar skills, fire and ice. The young man armed himself with a sword and said that as soon as the poisonous bee reaches the target, he activates the hellfire, and it explodes. The warrior walked forward with a flaming sword and said that, although this method is rather controversial, because the elder risks injuring himself more than the enemy. However, the effect is impressive. Suddenly, the hero disappeared and appeared right above the witch. He struck and cut the thorns. The woman screamed and turned around, looking at the guy with hatred. The brunette continued to strike, cutting the vines surrounding the monster. She could not understand what kind of abilities were limiting her regeneration skills. The woman grabbed her head and thought that if this continued, she would be finished. The nymph decided to use one technique to survive. She spread her arms, and purple vines rose from the ground around her. The youth shuddered as they approached him and surrounded him. Fang gripped his sword, and suddenly everything around him changed color. His feet sank into the purple liquid, and the boy did not understand what was happening. The hero's hands dried up, and wrinkles appeared around his eyes. The elder frowned, realizing that he was aging at an incredible speed. He grabbed his face, blocking the flow of life energy that the woman was sucking out of him. The warrior frowned and used regeneration. The vapors still in his body did not allow him to fully heal, so half of his body remained old. The hero stretched out his hand, deciding to try to burn it all with hellfire, because wood element monsters are susceptible to flames. Suddenly, blue light gushed from his ears. Poisonous vapors and blue flames mixed in his blood. The brunette grabbed his head and fell to his knees. Gradually, the purple poison dissolved. Fang coughed up blood. Blue beams shattered the villainess's purple dome. The young man rose to his feet while the woman watched him in fear. She couldn't believe that he had gotten out and dispelled her technique so easily. The hero belched the rest of the flame and swung his fist, noting that he had almost been caught. The nymph sank to her knees. Fang looked at her questioningly, not understanding what was happening. The witch folded her arms and exclaimed that she had been ignorant and had dared to insult him. She begged for forgiveness and explained that she was just an unfortunate tree that had spent 180 years alone and had never offended anyone. They looked at each other. The nymph said that everyone who had come to her before wanted the royal core. She was ready to present it to the hero. The brunette thought that it seemed like he could do nothing about it. He wondered if all tree and flower demons were like this. The woman put her hand to her chest and said that the royal core was still there. She thought that the boy had already used 3 techniques and should not have much energy left, so this was the best time for a sneak attack. The witch sweated, thinking that she had to lull the man's vigilance to buy time to resurrect her children. The nymph extended her hand with a golden egg of a rank 5 fire phoenix as an apology. The hero looked at the outstretched gift with doubt. The interlocutor said that this was a descendant of the legendary sacred beast, the patron spirit of the south. It possessed incredible strength, and once it grew up, it would become an indispensable assistant. The witch shuddered when the elder asked if he looked like a fool. The vines rustled in the snow, and a monster of flowers formed above the young man's head. The brunette grinned and noted that the sounds behind him were so loud that he could not even pretend that he did not hear them. A flash of blue flame illuminated the area, and a wave ran through the forest. The severed toothy bud fell to the ground. The warrior pointed his sword at the witch and said that he expected that at level 16 she would have more special skills than other king rank monsters. It seemed he overestimated her. The woman wanted to say something about the fire demon king, but the hero had already beheaded her. You have successfully killed the LV 16 withered tree witch, obtained 1000 energy points, 4 reputation points, and a silver treasure chest. The hunt was successful, and the C rank talent, Synergy of the 6 Senses, was obtained. The talent has been upgraded to B rank. Due to the development of the Synergy of the 6 Senses talent, the Shadow Clone skill has also been upgraded. 2 clones can be created at the same time. Beast Control has also been upgraded to LV. 4. The ability to increase the combat power of pets by 60%. Fang looked at the golden egg with a smile and muttered that the pet is now available. The hero hovered above the ground, crossing his legs, and the trophy was in front of him. Fire Battle Pet Egg, a low-level battle pet, the Fire Phoenix, will hatch, possibly feeding with life force for faster incubation or purification. Red energy swirled around the trophy. Legend has it that this is the descendant of the sacred beast patron spirit of the south. Its potential is incredible, and its powers are beyond comprehension. Blue symbols appeared on the hero's face. Less than 100 stars is the combat power of a human level, 100 is the earthly level, and 1000 is the heavenly level. The guy cut his hand and commanded his 5th rank pet to wake up. The magic circle under the egg glowed. A chick hatched from the shell. The brunette poked his finger and muttered that it was just a tiny thing. The chick frowned and fluttered, and the spirit of a large phoenix appeared above it. Fang smiled, looking up, and admired. Combat Pet, Fire Phoenix, Level 1. Combat Power, 50 stars. Trait, Absolute Loyalty, Evolution. Talents, Flame Law, Space Control, Bloodline Talent, Divine Ancestral Blood. Skills, Golden Flame of the Fire of Heaven. The hero looked at the pet and noted that if he used the Spiritualism skill, its combat power would increase by 60%, which is a total of 80 stars. It would be a great help in the battle with the Punisher. The warrior stood up and shook himself, and the chick flew to his shoulder. The elder stroked the baby and gave it the name Little Lewin, using the synergy of the 6 senses, spiritualism. From now on, Little Lewin is the hero's battle pet, born of his spirit and blood. They have established a family bond. System alert, contact with the battle pet has been established. The chick happily circled around its owner, and Fang noted that its loyalty to him was unmatched in this world. The phoenix was vigorously flapping its wings and calling its owner. The 6 senses synergy skill allowed the brunette to understand what the little one was saying. This way there would be no communication barrier between them, which was incredibly convenient. The guy smiled and asked what was wrong. The phoenix said he was hungry. The warrior turned pale, and the pet repeated it again. A hungry child is the first problem a new daddy faces. The hero asked if the chick ate animal meat or human meat. He had killed a couple of bastards a few chapters ago. They might still be lying around somewhere. The hero and his new companion were riding a dragon, which burned down forests behind it. The guy muttered that Little Lewin was still too small, so they had to use another flying beast as a means of transportation. The chick kept repeating that it was very hungry. The brunette shoved a blue flame into its mouth and said that he had no idea what to feed it. At least it doesn't feed on humans like some other animals. The phoenix ruffled its feathers and declared that it was a sacred animal and that other animals were no match for it. The brunette agreed and looked away. The dragon flew up to the erupting volcano. Fang frowned, looking at the mountain of hellfire. Lava was flowing from the top, with one-eyed creatures peeking out. They were magma fire spirits. Level 16. Combat power rating 30 stars. Traits, spirits born of magma. Danger 16%. The hero frowned, and the phoenix happily stretched forward, exclaiming that it was delicious. The chick jumped down from the dragon, and the young man didn't have time to stop it. Little Lewin pierced several monsters in the blink of an eye, exclaiming how delicious it was. Notification, magma fire spirit killed, 910 energy gained. And one more. The phoenix sucked in the flames, absorbing the remaining spirits along the way. The hero stood on the dragon and watched his cute child feast on otherworldly creatures. The guy was happy that Little Lewin was killing the monsters, and he was receiving the energy. Fortunately, the chick was stronger than these spirits, so let him train. The brunette jumped down and landed on a stone. The magma fire spirit was killed, the spirit voucher was received. The warrior looked at the card in his hand with interest. Spirit voucher, rank 2 item. Use the card to get 1 prestige point. One person can use up to 10 cards. It turned out to be a wonderful thing. The flames raged behind the hero, and he examined the trophy. Upon reaching a certain number of prestige points, you can receive a title bestowed by the heavens, which can be exchanged for points. This is a great way to pump up your strength. For example, Xuan gets 10 points and becomes the chosen one among the newcomers. He can also get an additional 20 points to improve his stats. The hero extended his hand to the system window and noted that there were about 300 spirits here. After clearing the area, the guy would have at least 100 vouchers. He used several cards and increased his reputation to 87 points. The brunette smiled and decided to place the remaining vouchers in the exchange channel to help the people of the village improve and quickly reach level 10. The warrior turned his gaze to the side, where a happy chick was looking at him. Notification, your battle pet has reached level 2, combat power of 60 stars. The fire spirits rose into the air and began to gather in one place, forming a huge monster. The king of magma fire spirits emerged from the lava. Level 16. Combat power rating 52 stars. Features, spirit born of magma. Danger 100%. The enemy swung his fist, and a phoenix flew towards him. A flash of light lit up at the sight of their collision. The protagonist summoned a shield around himself and decided that the fire spirit king with such combat power was no match for Little Lewin, who had just reached level 2, so there was nothing to worry about. The brunette decided to look in the system window to see what the situation was in Dragon Abyss. Xuan, Lei Jiu, Kai Jai, Lu Zai, Wu Yang and some others had already reached level 10. It turns out that there were currently 9 people in their village who had managed to reach level 10. The title of Emperor of Novices was obtained after the battle with the turtles. The hero was also slowly upgrading the village headman's hut after he managed to get ice. The warrior thoughtfully looked to the side and calculated that there were now 95 level 1 huts in the village. Not bad, because very soon they would all be able to reach a new level. Fang opened an exchange channel while the battle was going on in front of him. He chuckled, noticing that someone else was making unequal deals. Notice, exchange 3 level 3 items for a level 3 machete. The chick fought the Fire Spirit King, dodging and attacking. The elder was thinking behind his shield. The player said in the dialogue that although these items were rank 3, in fact, due to contamination, the rank was lowered, so they can only be assigned rank 2. The brunette looked thoughtfully at the young man who wanted to get a level 3 machete. He saw 2 bracelets and bracers among the goods and decided that this was exactly what he needed. The hero happily agreed to the exchange. Having received the equipment, the young man used infinite extraction. 2 nameless bracelets appeared on his hands, the 3rd rank, affected by corrosion, plus 60 to strength, plus 20 to agility, plus 100% to resistance to darkness. Bracers were also affected by corrosion, but had plus 60 to defense and plus 50 to health in addition to resistance to darkness. Infinite extraction was successful. The guy looked at his new equipment and assumed that some information about the mission was hidden in these lost things of the Messenger of Light. A notification window appeared in front of him. The newcomer of the village reached level 10. The 10th newcomer to pass the test received a bronze treasure chest. 100 huts in Dragon Abyss village have been upgraded to level 1. Reminder, all village level up conditions have been met. This can be done in one click in the village headman's account. The hero turned to his pet and asked him to hurry. Little Luan used Golden Flame of Heaven and pierced the enemy through. The king crumbled into many small spirits. The monster followed the chick with his gaze and stuck his hand out of the lava to grab it. Fang shouted to the pet that there was danger behind him. He frowned and said that he would help the chick. Brunette caught the phoenix and used Ice Storm. Ice arrows pierced the monster. The king hissed and said that this was extremely curious. A person from a small world in such a short period of time was able to obtain the power of the Emperor of Beginners. A blue pillar of light appeared above the village. The hero moved to his hut, happy that there was a one-click move function. He immediately opened the system menu and first of all raised the village level. The space around him glowed blue. The light spread to all the houses. The level of the Dragon Abyss village increased from 0 to 1. All villagers received the blessing of heaven and 50 points. The players raised their heads and looked at the glow above the village. The hero smiled when he saw the notification that the village chief received the blessing of heaven and 100 points. Now it is allowed to upgrade the huts of the villagers to the 2nd level. When raising the level of the hut to the 2nd, you can get 100 points. The villagers excitedly talked and wanted to know from the chief what is needed to raise the level of the hut. A blue moon was shining in the sky. Blue Star, the village of eternal night, the Lake Autumn waterside. The man emerged from the water and showed the blonde a crystal. Dracula said that he finally received these ice stones. All that remains is to upgrade the chief's hut to the 2nd level, and then it will be possible to raise the village level to the 1st. John smiled and declared that their village was undoubtedly the strongest on this planet. They would take 1st place, there was no discussion about it. The pink-haired man left. At that moment, they received a worldwide notification that the 1st village on the planet Blue Star had been upgraded to level 1. The vampire stood naked, holding a stone in his hands and not understanding what the hell just happened. The protagonist was lying on the couch, reading something in the system window. Now the village chief's hut can be upgraded to level 3. To do this, the following resources are needed: 40 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 10 units of fur, 5 units of iron ore, 40 units of wood, 1 wood core. The guy grinned and muttered that he had everything he needed. The elder immediately upgraded his home. He was delighted to find a kitchen and a bed, after which he lay down in the bath. Level 3 village chief's hut, energy recovery speed is increased 4-fold. When a villager is asleep, 5 times. The young man exhaled and noted that after 3 days of fighting monsters, he realized how much he missed such relaxation. He looked at the countdown on the notification. There were only 4 days left until the end of the test. If he failed to reach level 3, then he would not receive a reward, and then he could not even think about dealing with the Punisher. It would be nice for him to have more ways to get points. A robot flew out of the notification and introduced himself as a support employee who was ready to answer any questions. He congratulated him on the chance to double his rewards. The hero looked at him and asked again. Rabbit turned to him and said that it was possible to double the difficulty of the test and get double the reward for winning. In this case, the village headman would receive 2,000 points, and the villagers 1,000. He had 10 minutes to think. The brunette rubbed his chin and thought that the initial conditions for increasing the level were identical. Guardian's Altar. Conditions, 2nd level village. Materials needed, unknown. The guy frowned and muttered that it was unclear what resources would be needed for construction. If it took a day or two, there wasn't much time left to upgrade the village to level 3. The brunette frowned and said that such an opportunity wasn't lying around. The villagers went outside and looked at the timer. Lei Yu said decisively that they all relied on their village elder and would do what he said. The blonde added that if it weren't for him, they would have died long ago. Everyone believed in the main character. Fang smiled and decided to accept the challenge. From now on, upon reaching each subsequent level of the Dragon Abyss village, the rewards received would be double. If the village wins the village competition, the reward would be doubled. The villagers smiled happily. New notifications appeared. The conditions for reaching level 2 have been changed. The population must be more than 1,000 people. The village elder's hut must be upgraded to level 3. The number of level 1 huts must exceed 400. The village must have more than 40 newbies who have reached level 10. Reminder, once the above conditions are met, the village will be eligible to build a guardian altar. The guy with the ponytail turned pale and muttered that they were finished. A man ran up to Liu Yuan and asked him to stop talking nonsense. The young man pointed to the first condition, which required more than 1,000 people, and reminded him that there were only 937 of them. The villagers panicked. They did not know what to do now. The hero frowned and announced that there was no reason to worry. He was working on a C-rank quest to open a map. After completing it, they would be able to go to the big world and recruit more people. The support robot reminded them that after completing this quest, they would be able to find the Temple of 1,000 Phenomena and from there use the portal to go to the selected newbie village and recruit residents for their village. The girls shed tears of relief, happy that there were 17 more villages in the first district where people from the Dragon Kingdom lived, who could be invited. If they invited them, the guests would have a chance for a better life and they would be able to complete the task. Fang looked at the system window and said that he would do everything to save them. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that the tasks were not easy, so they should distribute the work among everyone to speed up the success. The villagers supported his idea. New notifications. Resident surveillance system. Headman Fang opened the surveillance system for the wards and can find out the location of any of them at any time. Voice command system. Commands can be given to the villagers at any time. The robot smiled and said that these were 2 new control and management functions available after leveling up. The subjects carefully watched the video broadcast. The hero said that upgrading huts to the 1st and 2nd levels requires a lot of wood and stone. From now on, everyone below level 40 will be engaged in chopping wood and mining stones, and those who entered the top 10 will go to the western part of the Liliuo grassland to the Ant Mountain. There is iron ore there, and players from level 11 to 40 must reach level 10 as soon as possible. Fang said that the machinations of the stones of the primary energy that Liu Yuan and Kai Jai were doing were now their prerogative, and others were forbidden to interfere. The elder placed the 2nd level ice stones needed to upgrade the huts in the exchange channel so that anyone can exchange them. Notification: the village chief of Dragon Abyss placed 100 ice stones and received 2,000 contribution points. Brunette gritted his teeth and declared that they must reach level 2 within 2 days. The villagers loyally accepted the order. The hero took out a chest and said that this power should be enough to defeat the Fire King, but first he needed to upgrade his equipment. He pulled out more treasure chests and maps from his inventory. A blue light appeared inside the hut. The maps were converted successfully. 2 gold treasure chests were obtained. The chests were converted successfully. A white gold chest was obtained. The chest was opened. A rank 5 artifact was obtained. The Blue Knight Blade. Attack power plus 300, strength plus 100, attack speed plus 130%, armor piercing plus 100, critical hit plus 100%, dark forces plus 100%. Fang squeezed the handle and noted that this blade would be an excellent assistant to him. He threw the weapon over his shoulder and said with a smile that it was time to come to the Fire King. The chick happily supported his master's mood. Teleportation was used. Hellfire Mountain. Lava continued to flow from the mouth of the volcano. A flash appeared in the sky, and the hero landed. The guy looked down at the flower that was lying right on the lava. It was the Raging Fire Lotus. Rank 4. History: after the death of the phoenix, the blood and spirit are melted. History: a descendant of a divine beast, the blood of the patron spirit of the south flows in his body. Someone from the side waved his hand and called out to the hero. The brunette turned around and saw a child asking to look at him. Fang narrowed his eyes carefully and asked who he was. The red-haired boy looked at him in surprise. Race: human. Level: 18. Combat power: 99 stars. Stats: immortal body, immunity to magma. Warning: incredibly evil. The child walked carefree along the edge of the volcano and muttered that the chick was too fragile and died when he pinched it. He added that the clan members continued to blame him for failing to raise him and even wanted to execute the boy. This irritated him. The red-haired man smiled and said that this was the reason he killed them all. He turned to the hero and said that later the heavens told him that it was not good to wander like this, so they allowed him to stay here and gave him the name, the Fire King. The child instantly appeared in front of Fang. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The king noted that the warrior was very interesting, because he was able to obtain the power of the Emperor of Novices in such a short period of time. The brunette swung his sword, and the young man made several jumps back. The red-haired man apologized and muttered that he did not know that the hero was so timid. The boy squeezed the handle and asked what a person from the lesser Chiliocosm meant. He thought that the mummy was from the middle world, and perhaps this universe was divided into the big, middle, and small worlds. Fang assumed a fighting stance and mentally noted that the people from the middle world were much more powerful. The boy chuckled and said that there was no point in asking what he did not need to know. Fire appeared on his hand, and the king said that he wanted to get down to business. He raised his hands, and blue lizards burst out of the volcanoes. They were mutated glass dragons. Level 18. Combat power rating 37 stars. Attributes aggressive, bloodthirsty. The dragons rushed at the hero at the command of their master to kill. The elder swung his sword, and ice blades appeared around him. He muttered that the enemy was underestimating him. The boy attacked and charged his phoenix. Ice arrows pierced the dragons, and Little Loon tore them apart. Glass Dragon killed, 41 points of primary energy received, Fire Glass, reputation +3. A monster appeared above the hero's head, attacking with fire. Fang wondered what Fire Glass was doing. The warrior jumped to the monster's mouth. The bracelet on his hand glowed, and the boy delivered a slash with his blade. The Fire King smiled and applauded, watching his dragons fall dead. The boy folded his arms and summoned even more fire energy. He exclaimed that he wanted to see how strong the Emperor of level 15 novices was. The lava boiled, and tongues of flame burst out of the volcano. The hero gritted his teeth, holding the sword, and his pet looked around worriedly. Fang did not understand where and when this power appeared around. The Fire King summoned a huge fire golem. A reminder appeared that the target had become more dangerous. The main character's eyes widened in horror in the company of his beast, realizing that it was the same monster that extended its hand when Xiao Luan was dealing with the magma spirits. A notification appeared with the activation of the Eye of Truth. The brunette pulled out his blue sword and noted that the combat power was only 100 stars, and he should be able to handle it. A card of a red-haired guy who was an Emperor-level Fire King appeared. This guy leaned to the side when the huge monster swung its fist. The red-haired guy opened his mouth in glee and wished death to his enemy. Fiery layers of lava flew from the lava mountain in all directions, destroying the earth, and the Fire King noticed that the guy was still not dead and most likely had interesting skills. The red-haired guy stared ahead and covered his mouth, wanting to see how long Fang could hold out. The huge fire golem slammed its fist towards the guy who was holding it. The protagonist was trying to hold back the blow above his head in the onslaught. The ground began to crack and rocks began to fall under him. The protagonist flew back along with the lava flow from such a strong pressure. Then he touched the ground with his glowing hand. He did a few somersaults and landed on the ground. Then he raised his hands and jumped over the lava river, realizing that this giant was under the control of the Fire King, and he needed to stop him, and then the problem in the face of this giant would disappear by itself. Fang turned to his bird and said that it would be too dangerous here, so he had better go to a secluded place. The protagonist began to run forward along the mountain to attack and take control of the Fire King. He ran with his sword through the rocks and fire flying at him. Light traces from his sword flew into space. Cuts from the sword flew across the fire golem's hand. This monster was holding his wounded hand along with the red-haired guy, who was also wounded. Then the Fire King looked back in shock. He saw the protagonist flying from behind onto the golem. The monster managed to turn around and hit Fang, giving him a crushing blow. He flew into the lava river with a quick beam of fire. The monster saw a yellow sphere emerge from the lava river with Fang. The protagonist was protected by the yellow sphere, looking at the huge golem on the mountain, and told his bird that he was fine, so he told his little animal to quickly fly to safety. The protagonist smiled and stretched out his hand and emitted blue rays from it, noting that if the Fire King was wounded, the golem would automatically receive a similar wound, so it would be easy to deal with. He looked furiously through his bangs and wanted to put out shadow fetters. Purple threads stretched towards the red-haired guy, which were supposed to shackle him. These purple threads bound the red-haired guy and the golem began to crumble. This huge monster looked at itself and was completely enveloped in fire. The brunette immediately flew to attack with a sword, holding it in front of the Fire King's face. A powerful fiery explosion was heard throughout the entire space. The wounded red-haired guy looked up angrily and held his chest as he began to hate his enemy. This pink phoenix began to frantically look around and call for its owner. He saw the blue blade of its owner reaching out. The Fire King managed to put his hand in front of the sword and realized that the guy's body was able to withstand a blow from a rank 5 blade, and this was terrifying resilience. Then the Fire King swung his fist, but the brunette managed to duck and felt the difference in combat power of only a couple of stars, but it was very difficult for him to cope with it. The Fire King looked in a daze at the blue blade that flew past his neck. Then the red-haired guy kicked his enemy in the head, who spat out blood and realized that he had most likely missed something and needed to find out his enemy's weak spot. Then the Fire King managed to grab the tip of the blade in front of his face. The brunette looked forward in horror, holding out his hand. The Fire King held the main character's blade in his hands and said that he would also like to have such a cool weapon. They came face to face and bared their teeth angrily. The brunette crashed into the ground from such a blow, crushing it. He saw how the red-haired guy raised his hand with a smile and said that he had played enough and wanted to finish the fight. The sky began to be enveloped in pink light and black clouds. From there, a sharp sword with spikes flew in a bright stream. The Fire King abruptly grabbed this staff. Then he jumped into the air and began to quickly spin this weapon. The red-haired guy stuck his staff into the lava river, breaking the ground and welcoming the man into hell. The red-haired guy then quickly ran forward with a smirk. He struck again with his staff, and the protagonist flew back. The Fire King flew upside down as they fought in mid-air. The Fire King floated in the air, horrified to see blue beams flying towards him and the release of energy. These blue beams pierced the red-haired guy's body. The Fire King angrily held his chest and raised his leg. The main character stretched out his hand and swung his blade, noting that this 100-star power of an emperor-ranked being was weak. Fang slammed his blade onto the ground, and the red-haired guy managed to jump back. The battered Fire King looked at the enemy with a smirk and expressed his ignorance. Fiery magma beams flew out from the lava mountain. The red-haired guy swung his blade in mid-air, stating that the power of 100 stars was not earthly, and if the combat power reached 100 stars but still failed the martial arts test, then it could only be regarded as the peak of the human level. He added that a true Earth-ranked master must pass the martial arts test to have the heavenly path transform his body. The brunette stared at his enemy, trying to ponder his reasoning. The brunette extended his blade, looking up at his enemy, and guessed that the Fire King must have misunderstood him and thought that he meant the Earth level. The red-haired guy tried to stick his staff into Fang's protective sphere, who was glad that this was a great opportunity to learn more about the Earth level. The red-haired guy flew with his staff covered in yellow magma, and shouted that a true Earth level master could crush Fang with one hand, even if his combat power was only 100 stars. The Fire King faced the protagonist in a fierce confrontation, with blue rays flying around him. It was a fierce resistance between the two guys, with their color schemes flying around them. Fang noticed, so the Fire King was not an Earth-level master and there was a real gap between him and the Punisher. The red-haired guy said that he read all the enemy's movements like an open book and noted that he did not even think to get any information from him. The tip of the red blade tried to cut the blue light. The protagonist managed to dodge the red-haired guy's sharp staff, who said that, judging by the current situation of the Dragon Pool village, even if Fang builds a guardian altar and becomes an earthly master, he still will not save anyone. The red-haired guy waved his sharp staff and cut Fang, calling him a pathetic pile of trash, and did not understand why they needed the Punisher, because he could destroy the guy right now. The brunette from such a cut got down on one knee, leaning on his sword, and noted that the Fire King was very arrogant, and it was obvious that the difficulty of the task, where it was necessary to defeat the Punisher, would double for their village and they needed to figure it out as soon as possible. The brunette looked at the red-haired guy who stood in front of him and said that the master was going through a serious transformation, moving to the Earth level, but this did not mean that a human-level master could not defeat an earthly master. He also added that when the combat power reached 130 stars, then a human-level master could defeat an earthly master with a combat power of 100 stars. The Fire King looked at his sparkling blade and remembered how it was pierced by a blue beam, remembering the combat power of this man, because it was obvious to him that it had not yet reached 130 stars, but his attack was comparable to that of a half-Earth level master. The two of them were on a battlefield surrounded by a lava wall, and Fang wanted to stop this spectacle, and it was necessary to put all his strength into one blow and kill him. Fang looked up and saw a huge fire monster, realizing that he did not want to fall behind. The red-haired guy looked up with a smile and ordered his monster to kill the enemy. This fire monster swung his hand and released a fiery projectile. The main character flew away from the lava explosion to the side and understood that he had already seen these techniques and they would not work on him. Suddenly, the red-haired guy's sharp blade cut through the fiery lava. The Fire King was about to plunge his sword into the protagonist's body. The brunette immediately bared his teeth and released a blue aura from his face. The red-haired guy looked at him mockingly, pulling out his blade, and noted that the giant should not repeat all his movements because he could act alone. The Fire King inserted his staff into the main character's body and said that the monster had no brains, and he could just swing his fists left and right and smash everything here, and it was quite problematic to control him. The red-haired boy held the blade and extended his hand to the side and stated that after their long existence, the golem could understand him and therefore could sometimes hit the enemy without his direct control. The wounded brunette grabbed the tip of the blade in his body with his hand and realized that he had been let down by carelessness, and in this world you need to be constantly on guard. His legs began to buckle, and he realized that he still had a chance, and as soon as the red-haired boy pulled out the spear, his regeneration skill would immediately activate and heal the wound. The red-haired boy looked arrogantly at his enemy, whom he pierced with a spear, and noted that Fang did not want to listen to him at all. At this time, the huge golem was crushing the earth around. Suddenly, the protagonist's pink bird flew to his aid. His phoenix immediately flew straight into the face of the monster, who swung his fists. The phoenix immediately dug into the chin of the fire golem. The huge monster tried to swing his fists to repel the bird's attacks. At this time, the red-haired guy looked at what was happening with displeasure, stretching out his hands and called the monster a blockhead. He saw how the huge golem stretched out his hand to catch the flying animal. The fire monster held his fist. Then he opened it, and the exhausted bird began to fall down. Fang, at this time lying unconscious on the ground, and realized that he needed to recover right away because the wound was too serious and the regeneration skill would need more time to restore everything. So he reasoned at various points on how to deal with everything. As soon as the Fire King began to walk towards him, Fang was about to turn over and his hand began to glow. He stood up slightly and emitted blue streams of aura from himself. Then Fang tried to get up, stretching out his sword in a cloud of blue smoke. The Fire King shielded himself from the flying stream of smoke with his hand and noticed that his enemy was able to get up despite this body-burning energy and noticed his inhuman willpower. Fang, from under his bangs with a shabby face, opened his mouth. He immediately swung his sharp blade and declared that it would be barbaric to mock a pet right in front of its owner. He immediately released his sharp blade in a blue stream. This sword flew straight into the body of the red-haired guy. The Fire King grinned mockingly from under his bangs. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. The red-haired guy saw the main characters double in a daze. Then the Fire King looked at his legs, which began to fetter many hands. He saw himself standing in a purple puddle and hands reaching out from there, fettering his legs, and Fang noted that the guy did not want to listen to him, and this was called shadow paths. Fang's double, along with the protagonist himself and the trap, were holding the red-haired guy. They were all holding the red-haired guy back and a shining blade was about to fly into him. The Fire King looked dumbfounded at the shining blade, which began to cut him. The protagonist pierced the red-haired guy's body with his sharp blade. The Fire King began to crack and scream in horror. The protagonist stood next to a huge whirlwind of fire. A system notification appeared. The Fire King of level 19, Emperor rank, was killed. 300 units of primary energy, 9 reputation points and 300 responsibility points were obtained. The mission item, the Emperor's Core, Fire, was obtained. The protagonist held a sword in front of him. System notification. More than 100 reputation points and 100 stars of combat power were achieved. The title of Novice Emperor was obtained. The protagonist grinned contentedly. System notification. Strength, agility, energy, physical parameters improved by 80 points each. Fang noted that victory was theirs. Phoenix looked up in shock. A giant leg appeared in front of him. A splash of blue energy appeared in the leg. The protagonist pierced the giant's leg with his sword. A fire giant appeared in front of the protagonist, grabbing his leg. The brunette swung his weapon, emitting blue energy. He used the skill Blinding Hellfire. The protagonist cut the giant in half. The fire giant fell to the ground. System notification. Level 17 Fire Golem killed, 990 units of primary energy received. Lewin smiled happily, telling his master that he was so amazing and he was his god. Lewin looked at his master in surprise, asking what was wrong. Yellow energy began to emanate from the protagonist. A small smiling robot appeared. He noted that since his combat power had reached 100 stars, he was now qualified to take the martial arts test. The protagonist looked at his hand, wondering about the martial arts test, noting that the Fire King had not spoken much about it. The brunette looked at the little robot, asking how to participate. The little robot smiled widely, imagining the image of a human. The system told him to go to the Temple of Thousand Phenomena in the big world to undergo martial arts testing, and during the testing, the subject's body would be transformed by the power of the heavenly path and he would receive the title of Earthly Master. During the testing, the subject's performance would be assessed, and the higher the assessment, the greater the transformation power would become and the more benefits the subject would receive, adding that the support service advised future subjects to strengthen the base and become stronger. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully when the phoenix landed on his hand. Fang thought that, in other words, he should get as high a score as possible during the testing. Fang placed his palm on the phoenix's head when a golden aura began to emanate from it. The protagonist thought that in that case, he should first upgrade the village to level 2 and get as many points as possible, wondering what other ways there were to improve his strength. System alert. Regeneration successfully completed. A green beam was directed at the protagonist's head. System alert. A Kshuan villager upgraded his hut to level 2 and received the blessing of heaven. 100 points were obtained. The combat power of a Kshuan villager increased to 30 stars. 10 points were obtained. The protagonist looked at the system in surprise. He asked what this was, and when the villagers upgraded the level of their huts and became stronger, he would also receive a reward. The system smiled widely, presenting a window with little people. The little robot said that when the villagers entered a certain level at the human level combat power stage, the villagers would receive a certain number of points, and when the villager's combat power reached 30 stars, the villager would receive 10 points, when his power reached 50, he would receive 20 points, and so on. The protagonist grinned contentedly, saying that being a villager was indeed beneficial. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that there were currently 937 villagers, and if everyone's power increased to 30 stars, he would receive 9370 points. The brunette with a serious expression looked ahead, imagining images of people. He said that if he had hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of residents, the protagonist imagined himself standing on a green field with residents, noting that then he could become a god. The protagonist looked displeased at the robot that had destroyed his imagination. The system told him to come down to earth and not to cherish such unimaginable illusions. The protagonist with a sly grin imagined images of people. He said that he must contribute to the development of his residents if he wants to get a return as soon as possible. The protagonist imagined an image of a pink-haired girl and a blue-haired guy. He noted that this is why he donated 500 spirit vouchers that he managed to earn there. The protagonist imagined people carrying beams next to crystals. He noted that using a voucher, you can get prestige points, then he will get a title, which will bring points. The protagonist looked at the system window. He noted that he had also donated a huge amount of ice stones, and now the villagers could upgrade their huts, and by upgrading the hut, they could also get points and improve their abilities. The protagonist recalled standing in front of the Fire King. He noted that he had obtained the Fire King's core, and now he could upgrade the talent to rank B so that the Hellfire would become a dazzling Hellfire level 4. The protagonist looked at the system windows. Fire Fiend Polearm, level 4, attack power 100, fire element skill improvement by 50%. Wind Mark Blade, attack power 100, critical strike rate 100. Fang noted that he had also laid out all the resources that could be sold in the hope of getting something useful in return. Lewin happily stomped his paws on the protagonist's shoulder. Fang noted that he had allowed Lewin to eat that fire lotus, thinking that it would help him become stronger. Lewin stared at the protagonist. The protagonist noted that he was probably thinking too much about this. The protagonist held his hands out in front of him, emitting a blue aura. He said that now that almost all the beasts had been dealt with, even if he announced the collection of mutated beasts, it would not be enough in endless extraction. If he could not do it, his power would be greatly limited. The protagonist stood with a sword in his hands when a huge black monster appeared behind him. Fang said that no matter what, he needed to open the map as soon as possible to extract new beasts. The man with the hat on his head received a blow to the face. The boy with freckles hit the man, saying that the worthless humans were defeated. The man fell to the ground and began to roll on it. The man rose to his knees when fire emanated from his back. He rose to his feet, taking a huge boulder in his hands. The man used the law of force. He threw the huge stone towards the boy, telling him to die. The man looked ahead menacingly, saying that no one would stop their warriors of the Northern Bear State. System alerts appeared. The judge said that it had been 3 hours since Mr. Turgenev entered the Lost Village. The judge said that the further he went, the greater the chance of success. A white flash appeared in the sky. A white beam of light was directed towards Turgenev. System messages appeared. The villager said that he was the second strongest villager in their county and was almost as strong as Qin Feng. The man wrote that after he completed the task, they would be able to buy cheap primordial energy stones. At that moment, Turgenev was lying on the ground when a woman's foot stepped on his neck. System messages appeared. The girl wrote that they were very expensive in the village of Dragon Pool. The villager said that he did not want to buy stones at such a price, and when Village 44 was officially established, they would only trade with them. The girl wrote that God willing, everything will work out for Mr. Turgenev. The protagonist ran quickly along the ground. He wondered what Turgenev had accepted the elder's task, noting that he was quite strong and that it would not be so easy to deal with the spirit of resentment and the demon of hatred. The protagonist added that he thought that deals with energy stones could not be suspended for now. The protagonist dodged the unexpected attack. Clouds of smoke and dust appeared in front of him. Fang said that attacking like that was not manly. The protagonist's eyes began to shine with a blue light. He activated the Eye of Truth. A guy with a bow stood among the clouds of smoke. System notification. Human Guardian of the Forbidden Lands, mutation rank, level, 20 combat power score, 52 star traits, Guardian of the Forbidden Zone, not afraid of death, strong in ranged combat. A human from the small world was resurrected by the heavenly powers after he died in the last great battle of the 10,000 worlds, and then he became the #1 Guardian of the Forbidden Zone. The archer shot his arrow at the protagonist. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, stopping the arrow. He wondered what the last great battle of the 10,000 worlds was, and was it possible for something like this to happen on the blue star? The archer looked at the protagonist with a perplexed look, asking that the human from the small world actually blocked his light arrow with his bare hands. The protagonist shot a golden ray of energy from his finger. He thought that the more people he meets, the more questions he has. If he wants to know the answers, he will have to constantly improve and move forward. The ray of energy hit the archer's head. System alert. The level 20 Guardian of the Forbidden Lands was killed, 5,000 units of primary energy and 100 points of responsibility were received. The archer fell to the ground. The ground in front of him began to move. A stone man rose from the ground. Stone people began to appear from the ground. The protagonist watched intently, wondering what was happening, noting that he could smell the rich smell of blood. In front of the protagonist was an arena with a magic circle. The protagonist looked at the man, noting that it was a large field. The old man looked ahead with a serious look. He raised his hand, greeting the protagonist. A system notification appeared. Guardian of the Forbidden Lands, Imperial rank, level 20, combat power rating 109 stars, talents, B rank Gold Mystery, D rank Earth Mystery, D rank Light Control, D rank Wind Control, Dragon Tamer from the Middle World, died in one of the battles. The protagonist looked at the old man with bewilderment, asking if they knew each other. Fang thought that he had 109 stars, and this was a great opportunity to deal with him. However, the stone people worshipped the old man. The protagonist noted that if they all attacked this battle together, he would not be able to finish it quickly, and the strength of the main enemy had exceeded 100 stars. There were gold chains on the man's neck. The old man said that he had been watching him. The man crossed his legs, remembering the moments with the protagonist when he fought monsters. He said that from the very beginning, when he managed to sneak attack the giant rat, kill the mummy that was several times stronger than him, as well as the sovereign. Noting that the strength and abilities that he shows every time he gets into trouble are really impressive, and he is undoubtedly the strongest warrior in the last 1,000 years. And therefore he decided. The man raised his index finger, after which a magic circle appeared. The man spread his arms to the sides when a weapon appeared from the magic circle. The old man noted that he decided to destroy it. The protagonist looked at the man with a serious look. The gray-haired man rushed to attack the protagonist. Fang took a fighting stance. He held the weapon in front of him, enveloping it in a blue aura. The man held a spear in front of him, preparing to attack Fang. Cutting blows were visible in the eyes of the protagonist. The old man struck when the protagonist managed to dodge. The man turned his gaze to the side. He saw blue balls in front of him. He thought that it was like fire, but it was not him, and the cold penetrated to the very bones, and it was a way to burn everything in its path, and, apparently, it was a blinding hellfire. The man attacked the fiery blue ball. The old man looked ahead with a grin, said that it was impressive, and he not only dodged his attacks, but also managed to sneak up unnoticed. The protagonist dealt a slashing blow to the old man's body. His body began to split into two parts. The man fell to the ground. The protagonist stood next to the old man's body, who was bleeding. The protagonist noted that he talked too much, so it was not difficult and there was no notification from the system, so apparently he would be resurrected. The man's hand began to move. He began to rise to his feet, saying that with age he had lost his fighting skills, and therefore did not even notice his blade. The old man was kneeling, clutching the back of his head with his hand. He said that if he were really alive, he would show him what a real battle is. The brunette bared his teeth in displeasure, swinging his blade. He told him to stop chatting, and if he didn't kill him the first time, he would do it 10 more times. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment when rays of light appeared. The old man grinned slightly, holding out golden spheres in front of him. He offered the protagonist to be friends. The brunette looked at the old man in bewilderment when his eyes sparkled in his soul. Fang asked that he wanted to bribe him with a couple of dragon blood fruits. The protagonist looked at the dragon blood fruits in surprise, holding them in his hands. System notification. Dragon blood fruit energy successfully absorbed, increased true dragon blood concentration, awakening the power of dragon blood. The old man said that the dragon blood fruit can awaken the blood talent, and the more he eats, the higher the concentration of true dragon blood will be in the body, and when it reaches 3%, then people are likely to awaken hereditary skills, and young people need to eat more, noting that he has a lot of them there. The old man looked at the guy with a relaxed expression, saying that if he has any questions, he can ask. The brunette ate the dragon blood fruit, looking at the old man. They sat opposite each other. Fang asked what he knew about the martial arts test. The man said that it is a gift from the heavenly path and those who participate in this test can receive the highest blessing and transform. The white-haired man held his hand out in front of him. He said that when evaluating, the results are divided into 5 levels: low, middle, high, special and divine levels. The man introduced a crowd of people in one night. The man said that even though there were 5 of them, 99.9% of people were low level and only 0.1% of people could be classified as middle class. There was a small stage on the ground. The protagonist asked what about high level. The old man said that it was 1/1000,000,000. The old man imagined the images of fighters with magic weapons. The man said that back then, 1 billion people came from the middle world with him, but only a few managed to reach the high level, noting that not all geniuses who received the title of Emperor of Novices managed to reach the high level at the stage of evaluation of novices. The protagonist looked at the man in shock, then asked what to say about the special level. The gray-haired man looked at the guy with a serious look, saying that young people are ambitious. The man imagined the guy on the top of the mountain, from whom golden rays emanated. He said that the special level is 1 in 100 billion, and even in the big world, it is extremely difficult to meet such a person, and no one has ever met a legendary god-level master, adding that he once met a high-level master who participated in a martial arts test, and he was at level 20, and his combat power was estimated at 280 stars, and it was a pity that it did not end well. The brunette stared at the old man. The man said that therefore, he thinks that at least level 20 and a combat power of 300 stars are needed to obtain a special level assessment. The protagonist chewed on the dragon blood fruit, looking at the system notification. He thought that he was still far from 300 stars, but fortunately, he still had time to work on it, adding that the concentration had reached 2.93%, 1 or 2 more fruits and perhaps he could awaken the skill. Fang looked at the man with a serious expression, asking what the great battle of the 10,000 worlds was. The white-haired man imagined the black hands of monsters with glittering eyes reaching out to the planets. He noted that the great battle of the 10,000 worlds is a battle that occurs every 1,000 years in the world they live in, and anyone who wants to comes there with the goal of destroying a large, medium or small world, a monster, a ghost, an evil spirit or even humans. All living things will be forced to fight, and if they win, they can become a deity. The man imagined people fighting monsters. He noted that if he loses, he will be destroyed and no one will even know that he ever existed at all, and some races, of course, manage to survive, but they are forced to drag out their miserable existence. The old man imagined girls tied with purple threads. He noted that the heavenly path was cruel to the losers and cursed them, and in this dangerous world, those cursed by the heavens themselves could not survive. The old man looked at the boy, holding his hand out in front of him. He noted that this was all he knew, and if he could break the seal and go to the big world, he might be able to meet the defeated races. The protagonist bit into the dragon blood fruit. A smiling little robot appeared. The system said that it congratulated him and the dragon blood concentration had reached 3.01%, blood talent development. Blood talent up to D rank, strength 100, agility 100, physical attributes 100, energy 100. A blue energy ball appeared around the protagonist. The old man watched the scene intently. He thought that he might be able to destroy it. The old man turned to the portal and thought that 1,000 years had already passed, and he had no strength left to suppress it. He said that if the hero did not do this, then his village of newcomers would have to go through hell. The golden dragon spirit wrapped around Fang. The combat power rating rose to 130 stars. The robot assistant reported that it was not possible to awaken the blood talent and suggested trying again. The brunette fell to his knees in defeat and muttered that it had not worked. The guardian leaned over to him and handed him more dragon fruit. The man said that if the young man could no longer eat, then he should just save it for the future. Gradually accumulating in the body, it would naturally awaken the power of the dragon's soul and the hereditary blood talent. The hero was delighted with the unexpected wealth. Fang looked at the interlocutor carefully and said that he did not really believe that he would do all this for free. The elder asked what was needed from him. The old man showed the fiery baby and explained that it was a golden spirit that could enhance the power of weapons. The man hoped that the hero would be able to free it. The brunette shuddered in surprise. The bones and fangs around the magic circle were glowing. The guardian pointed in that direction and exclaimed that the water dragon must be killed. He turned to the youth and noted that he seemed to have no intention of waiting any longer. If the warrior did not release him now, it would be too late and the old man would no longer be able to restrain the monster. Fang looked at the golden spirit. The secret meaning of controlling B-rank metal, condensed by special means for 100 years, could be fused with a weapon to enhance its power. The hero stretched out his hand and used infinite extraction. Blue light erupted from the guardian's chest. The skills of D-rank wind control, B-rank earth control, D-rank light control, B-rank metal control have been acquired. Control of all 5 elements, B rank, has been reached. The fusion process is underway. The integration of the 5 talents has been successfully completed, and the A rank talent, the secret mystery of the 5 elements, has been obtained. The boy clenched his fist in joy and exclaimed that he had finally obtained an A rank combat talent, which would allow his strength to grow. The young man froze in shock as he looked at the guardian in front of him. The man smiled, and his whitened body crumbled to dust. He only asked the boy not to worry. Fang resolutely stepped towards the magic circle and declared that he would kill the dragon for himself, for all the villagers, and for those who had suppressed and restrained him for 1,000 years. The warrior stood in the center of the circle, and the light of the 5 elements burst out from the ground. The rays struck high into the sky, and the phoenix looked up with interest. The magic circle beneath the hero's feet lit up, and the ground cracked. The boy jumped back, dodging the blue tail. He landed and carefully looked up. A huge dragon, entwined with a golden chain, was hovering above him. Demon Water Dragon Puppet. Level 20. Combat Power Rating 143 stars. Boundary Lower Rank. Talents B rank Fire Manipulation, B rank Wind Manipulation. The monster narrowed its eyes as it saw the guardian's frozen body. It howled, remembering how all those people around it had imprisoned it here for 1,000 years. The dragon roared, declaring that all living things in this world would be buried with it. Final task: kill the water dragon puppet, sacrifice it to the heavens. The lizard swung its clawed paw and sent down slashing gusts of wind. Little Loon put up a fire shield in front of its master, but it was of no use. The chick was too strong for that yet. The hero thrust his sword forward, repelling the monster's attack. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Hellish flames swirled around the blade, allowing him to fight back. The dragon opened its mouth and was surprised that a normal human could block its claw. The demon offered the boy to try its strongest move. The lizard threw back its head and a bright disk of light appeared above it. Fang frowned, noticing how the enemy was attracting fire. All the energy seemed to flow towards the dragon. The boy watched tensely as the 2 energies intertwined around the demon, and its combat power continued to grow up to 200 stars. The brunette looked up worriedly and said that this is what the guardian of the Forbidden Zone spoke of. Earth-level masters are able to use the power of the earth and heaven for their own purposes. The dragon turned and attacked with fire projectiles. The boy exclaimed that 200 stars would be enough to destroy the entire world. He would not be able to bear it. The warrior quickly dodged the attacks along with his pet. The boy kicked off and said that the true essence of C-rank speed, C-rank wind, and the boots of the god of winds were 100% faster. The hero continued to dodge, exclaiming that with the synergy of all these elements, his strength was comparable to a B-rank speed true essence skill, so the dragon could never be defeated. The lizard roared and called the warrior an arrogant child. The monster turned around and struck again with its claw. The youth dodged and counterattacked, cutting the enemy's flesh. Fang landed and thought that it was just a puppet, a living corpse, so such injuries were not scary to him. The village elder narrowed his eyes and thought about how to kill a corpse. The dragon opened its mouth and used the sky-devouring flames technique. A large explosion was visible from several kilometers away. The boy quickly ran away, reflecting the attack. The demon took the form of a ring, and everything around him was burning. The hero watched this from a cliff, thinking that the temperature was so high that perhaps the 4th level Hellfire might not be able to handle something like this. The brunette took a fighting stance and decided that there was a countermeasure for every measure, and he had to try. He used the secret mystery of the 5 elements. The youth's skin turned white, and snowflakes were reflected in his eyes. The guy exhaled and used the 5-fold ice storm. A magic symbol glowed under the hero's feet, and ice arrows flew out of the clouds next to him. The dragon flame and Fang ice collided, and there was smoke everywhere. The dragon continued to look at the youth with a predatory look, and he decided to try something else since the enemy was indifferent to everything. He got closer to the lizard, who was already ready to attack, and exclaimed that now he would finally know death. The demon slammed its mouth shut and, shuddering in surprise, swallowed the prey. The hero stopped in the monster's throat, bracing himself with his hands and feet. The boy bared his teeth and noticed that the surface was cold and hard, but still not as much as the scales. Blue sparks emanated from the boy's fingers. He attacked the dragon from the inside with ice storm. The monster howled in pain. The brunette gritted his teeth, the icy blades touched him too. The dragon hit the rock, and the hero inside staggered. The enraged demon spewed flames, and the small phoenix watched in fear from the side. The boy fell down, then grabbed a cut from the inside of the monster and tore the flesh with his bare hands to get out. He walked along the lizard, striking, and then jumped to the ground. Fang grinned and said that it was unlikely that the dragon would survive with a completely torn body. The demon stuck out his tongue, then collapsed to the ground in front of the hero. Killed the level 20 water Dragon puppet, received 100,000 primary energy, 10 reputation points, and 1,000 responsibility points. Completed the C-rank advanced quest seal of the 5 elements, received a double reward of 1,000 points and a dark gold chest. The guy wiped the blood from his lips, and the wounds on his body quickly healed. He had won. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the sky split into pieces and crumbled, revealing new expanses. The village chief of Dragon Abyss completed the Seal of the Five Elements mission, and the seal restricting the village was removed. Dragon Abyss is now directly connected to the big world. The brunette smiled and said that they now have much more opportunities, and from now on they will be able to travel around the big world and get much more resources. Suddenly, a bright light began to emanate from the dragon's body. The hero watched in surprise as the golden energy separated from the demon and turned into a small ball. Dragon Soul Essence, the remnant of the water dragon's soul, a fourth-tier miracle of heaven and earth. The artifact approached the youth and entered his forehead. Dragon Soul power acquired. You have absorbed enough to awaken. The dragon soul has been successfully awakened. Energy plus 300, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, physical stats plus 50. Heritage skill, Dragon's Majesty acquired. The hero's eyes widened, reflecting the silhouette of the monster. He spread his arms, and a golden spirit of a flying lizard appeared above him. Dragon's Majesty, a spiritual skill that produces incorporeal spiritual power, repels all living things, can suppress the will, and is aggressive. Fang smiled and stretched out his hands. 1450 points, 2 chests of dark gold, an awakened dragon soul, a legacy skill. All this allowed him to develop his combat power to 155 stars. He used infinite extraction and obtained a C rank Wind True Essence skill, which was automatically upgraded to B rank. Awakening a new talent, Air Glider. Get a pair of wings and soar high in the sky. 2 blue mechanical wings appeared behind the hero. He rose above the ground and noted with satisfaction that it was much more effective and practical than his boots. The guy summoned 2 chests and decided to deal with them. A chick flew up to him and happily exclaimed that his owner could now fly with him. The brunette thoughtfully looked at the pet and wondered why the fruits had no effect on him. Perhaps everything works differently for animals. The hero himself was absorbed by that miracle of the heavens and earth of the fourth order, and the dragon soul immediately awakened, as did the legacy skill. A support robot appeared in front of him and congratulated him on completing the quest to open the map for the Dragon Abyss village. Now the elder has a connection with the large Chiliocosm and receives its map as a reward. Villages that have not completed the quest to open the map will not receive it. The hero smiled happily and unrolled the scroll, which had many dots on it. The red ones are the villages of newbies, the blue ones are the temples of 1,000 phenomena. The villages of newbies located next to each temple form a district. On this map, there are at least 10,000 temples, and there are the same number of districts, where each has 1,000,000 people. In total, 10 billion. It is assumed that after the end of the trial of newbies, all the villages will join the large Chiliocosm. Then the competition for resources will intensify. For the Dragon Abyss village, this is a truly unique opportunity. The brunette touched his chin and muttered that with this map he could quickly win the village competition, fulfilling the condition of 1,000 residents. He smiled and decided to open the chests now. He received a rank 5 item, dragon armor, as well as a rank 6 item, 3-dimensional space. Fang exclaimed that his old armor was already pretty worn out, so it was high time to update it. Dragon armor, defense plus 500, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, physical characteristics plus 100, fire resistance plus 100%, water resistance plus 100%, metal and wind resistance also plus 100%. The hero had a new suit, thanks to which his combat power increased to 158 stars. Little Loon flapped his wings in admiration and declared that his master was the most handsome killer in the world. Fang took out a knife and turned to the second reward. 3-dimensional space, a place suitable for growing spiritual plants or keeping and nurturing living beings, can be used to store items. Affiliation is secured by a blood elf. The young man made a small cut on his finger and dripped blood onto the sphere. The ball immediately lit up with a bright light, so that the hero even had to squint. Affiliation successfully established. You can move objects or move yourself with the power of thought. At that moment, the brunette disappeared, leaving behind a bright spark and a bewildered chick. The guy took a step and looked around. The capacity of this place was amazing. He walked further and transferred the dragon bones into the space. Fang opened the system window and said that he originally planned to place the trophy in the exchange channel and wait for a profitable offer. But 3-dimensional space is a great solution to the problem of lack of space. The young man looked at the map and frowned, noticing that in order to get to the nearest temple, he had to pass through the Forest of Sorrows, the Chess Valley, and the Heavenly Lake. There were only 3 days left until the end of the competition. The warrior moved back, and the 3-dimensional space was drawn to the point of connection with the real world. Little Loon flew up to his master and asked where he had just disappeared to. The chick babbled that he always sensed his master, but at that moment he did not feel his presence. The brunette turned to his pet and said with a smile that they were going to the big world. He hugged the phoenix and quickly flew forward. Flying over the forest, the guy studied new plants, fragrant birch, yew tree, Ebony tree, purple sandalwood. The hero looked down and noted that there were 0 and 1 rank trees everywhere, and there were many more materials than in their lands. First, he needs to check out the situation in the Chest Valley and then deal with the residents. Fang swung and destroyed several monsters. The young man stood among the corpses and muttered that in half an hour he had only encountered 6 monsters, 2 level 11, 3 -12, and 1 -21. Although there were not many of them, individuals of level 20 and above could be killed twice, receiving 3 points for each. This was a great discovery. The brunette opened the system window and looked at the statistics of his village. Dragon Abyss, level 1. Headman's Hut, level 3. Population, 937 people. Administrative buildings, 0. Number of level 1 newbie huts, 471. Number of level 2 newbie huts, 91. The young man smiled contentedly and noted that everyone was working incredibly quickly, and there were only 9 level 2 huts and 8 level 10 newbies left. The hero wrote in the chat that all residents of level 8 and above can go to the Chest Valley to get wood. There are enough good quality materials here, and monsters of ranks 11-12 still appeared on the outskirts, but it is better not to go deeper. Everyone was happy to have the opportunity to leave the village. Suddenly, an explosion was heard behind the hero. He turned around and quickly ran there, thinking that Dragon Abyss is the nearest village that has a connection with the outside world. There should be no people from other villages here. The hero assumed that this is the race that lost the great battle of 10,000 worlds. If so, he should find out more about everything. The elf cowered in fear, and a huge blue monster stood above her. Fang called out to her and grabbed her before the enemy pounced on her. He landed and ordered the phoenix to deal with the beast. Little Loon quickly rushed to the monster on the order of the master, killed a level 23 electric ferret, received 26 points of primary energy. Then the phoenix dealt with several more individuals. The flames swirled into a funnel above the heads of the players. The girl sat on the ground and watched in shock. A man with broken knees came out of the forest and asked if the hero was the same master who came here 3 days ago. The hero turned to the elf, and the blonde exclaimed with relief that Kai-yun was alive. The guy asked Fang if he was one of the contenders. The brunette asked how he knew this language. The interlocutor with a spear came closer, and behind him lay several people of his tribe and the corpses of animals. The blonde replied that 4 days ago the heavenly path told him that a contender of 1,000 worlds would soon descend, who would speak their language. The village elder wondered what it was and what it was for. The girl stood up and apologized, explaining that he was the first challenger to come down to them in 1,000 years, so they were a little confused. The 2 elves knelt down and greeted their great savior. The hero looked at them and learned with his eye that Yun and Yu were the descendants of the race that lost the great battle of 10,000 worlds, abandoned by the heavenly path. Their predecessors came from the middle world. The young man raised his hands in confusion and said that he was not a savior and did not know that they were in danger. It was just a coincidence. He was surprised that the descendants of those from the middle world had so little power. The girl grabbed his hand and pointed to the side, saying that there was no mistake. The phoenix chick was sitting on a pile of defeated monsters. Yu said that he had such a strong spirit pet and the hero saved them from the monsters, which made him the savior of the clan. The young man looked at the support robot that had appeared, who said that he had activated a D-rank mission called Rescue the Fallen Clan. Mission reward, absolute loyalty to the Kai clan. The brunette nodded and suggested that they first decide what to do with these carcasses. The brother and sister looked at him resolutely and asked the great master to leave it to them. Fang sighed and said that they could just call him by his name. The blonde shuddered and exclaimed that this was absolutely out of the question since he had saved them. In that case, the hero asked to call him boss. This idea was accepted. A clawed paw appeared next to the ferret's body. The electric beast with a horn frowned and growled that the humans had killed his subordinates. He raised his head and declared that they would pay for this with their lives. His roar spread through the forest like a wave, and other monsters flocked to the leader. The beast narrowed its yellow eyes and ordered revenge. The Kai clan settlement. The guard exclaimed that Yun and Yu had returned. The 2 women were delighted, wanting to know how much good Kai Zhuang had brought. The bucket of apples fell from the hands of the grandmother. She ran out to meet the boys and asked why only the 2 of them had returned. The girl looked at her sadly and told her that they had been attacked by electric ferrets on the way, and no one else had survived. She turned to the protagonist, who had used 3-dimensional space to transfer the bodies of the dead, or rather, those whose bodies had been taken. The residents rushed to those who had not returned alive in horror and cried. Yun and Yu were from one of the clans of the Middle World, which had been defeated in the Great Battle of 10,000 Worlds. Millions of survivors were scattered across the world as punishment, unable to awaken talents or skills or open treasure chests, and the highest level they could reach was 15. Thousands of years later, there were just over 300 people left in the Kai clan. The man clutched his spear and apologized for their emotions over the death of their loved ones. He looked at the hero and thanked him for bringing back the bodies of their family members. It was Elder Kai Shan. Yun came closer and introduced Boss Fang, the new challenger of the 1,000 worlds and their savior, to his grandfather. The young man begged the elder to ask the hero for help. The man exhaled. Something was bothering him here. The elder extended his hand and suggested that they talk elsewhere. The brunette and the interlocutor were standing under a tree. The old man looked down and said that it was a lie that their clan could be saved by the appearance of a new challenger. The hero and his pet looked at him questioningly. The man explained that a newly appointed elder receives a special scripture upon taking office, which states that not every candidate is capable of this. Shan folded his arms and said that the savior must be the village elder who has the status of emperor of newcomers. As far as he knew, one person in a billion is capable of fulfilling these two conditions in just 7 days. He apologized for disturbing him. The young man smiled and opened the system window, which contained information about his village. If this was all, then the guy fits these criteria. The elder shed tears and muttered that their clan had waited for such a rare chance. The man begged his majesty to help. The interlocutors shuddered and turned at the noise. Electric caresses were rapidly approaching the settlement. Yun hugged his sister and thrust out his spear. A large pack of beasts ran towards them. The elder turned to his subjects and ordered them not to panic, but to take up arms and line up. The hero pushed off the ground and flew up on his wings. Shan raised his head in surprise. Fang rose into the sky and looked at the leader of the monsters. The guy's eyes sparkled, and he ordered his pet to deal with them. The brunette looked down at the enemy and used Ice Storm. The arrows pierced the beasts, killing them with one blow. Notifications about primary energy points gained popped up. Phoenix descended and stood between the ferrets and the clan members. Little Loon spread his wings and roasted the enemies. Another level 23 electric weasel was killed. 26 primary energy points were gained. The leader of the pack shot lightning at the hero, but he parried the attack and the strike hit the ground. The youth frowned and rushed towards the enemy, dodging the discharges along the way. The opponents simultaneously used skills, and their forces collided in the center. Fang broke through the lightning and grabbed the monster by the horn. The hero forcefully knocked the beast over and slammed it into the rock. The warrior took out his sword and swung. The Emperor rank Electric Weasel King was killed. 24,000 primary energy points, 5 reputation points, and a golden chest were gained. Infinite Extraction was successful. The B rank talent True Essence of Thunder and Lightning was acquired. The 4th tier skill, Crazy Thunderclap, was awakened. The hero crouched down next to the fallen monsters, and the clan members ran up to him from behind. The boy thought that he could only extract from those whose level exceeded 20. He had already done everything he could, and so these corpses were of no use to him. The elder knelt down in front of him and handed him a scroll, calling him Lord. All the representatives of the long-eared clan were sitting in front of Fang. They exclaimed that they had been waiting for this for so long. The young man looked at the scroll questioningly. Shan smiled and explained that this was a contract bestowed by heaven between the Lord and his subordinates. Only a drop of his blood was needed. He added that their clan were humble servants, absolutely loyal to him and ready to follow him to the ends of the earth. They were ready to fight side by side with the hero and bring victory to the next great battle of 10,000 worlds. The brunette touched his chin and thought that with such a contract, they would be even more loyal to him than the residents of Dragon Abyss. This was only a plus for him. He agreed and dripped blood onto the symbol. The scroll glowed, and a support robot appeared in front of the young man, who announced that the contract was concluded. 327 people from the Kai clan became his loyal followers and automatically received the status of residents of the Dragon Abyss village. The 1,000-year punishment of the Kai clan was cancelled. The level limit was lifted, the awakening of talents was activated. People joyfully jumped, exclaiming that their talents were awakening. The elder shed tears, looking at the system window. Player functions were now available to them. The guy frowned in irritation, tired of receiving notifications every second that the strength of a subordinate had reached 30 stars and 10 points were awarded. He grumbled that he could just transfer the points to his account and not pester him with reminders. The phoenix flew up to its owner and said that it would soon level up too and that it wanted to sleep. The brunette picked up the chick and it began to snore. Fang shook the pet, but it didn't respond, so the hero asked if it was okay. The warrior looked at the support robot, who explained that the spirit beast was currently leveling up, so it needed to be provided with a safe environment. Fang decided that a 3-dimensional space would best suit this description and placed the pet there. Reminder, your subordinates have received the status of Dragon Abyss villagers. Choose the location of the new rookie huts. The guy looked at the system window and decided that it would be inappropriate to change the residence of those who had been here for many years, so new huts were built in the same place. The clan members looked at the updated village with admiration. Construction complete. You have completed the quest to save the fallen clan. Receive 300 points and the right to build a teleportation array. Dragon Abyss Village has fulfilled all the requirements to advance to level 2, and the ability to build a guardian altar has been unlocked. The brunette frowned and thought that the previously obtained level 5 dragon bones could be useful. Teleport allows you to instantly move within 1,000 miles. For construction, you need 30 units of stone, 5 units of iron ore, 2 units of processed wood, 1 unit of animal bones. Guardian altar. For construction, you need 100 units of stone, 20 units of iron ore, 100 units of wood, 10 units of royal rank animal bones. The village chief built a teleportation array, which is located in Dragon Abyss Village, as well as another one, which is located in Kai Village. The village chief built a guardian altar, which is located in Dragon Abyss. The robot reported that now all the conditions are met, and the village can advance to the second level with just one click. The hero closed his eyes in displeasure, continuing to receive notifications about the increase in the strength of his subordinates. The brunette grabbed the robot in irritation and asked it to stop spamming. The support worker stated that Fang received 400 points for building a teleportation array, 500 for building a guardian altar, 400 for moving the village to level 2, 34 for the residents of your village reaching a combat power of 30 stars. The young man shuddered, hearing that he received a total of 47 points. He turned away from the robot, which said that the player received plus 1,000 to agility, plus 1,000 to strength, plus 1,000 to physical characteristics, and plus 17 to energy. Combat power 196 stars. The hero was one step away from the earthly level. With such strength, the martial arts test should not be a problem. First, he decided to see what changed after the village moved to the second level. Now it was possible to create up to 5 teleportation arrays, and the upper limit of the permissible number of people increased to 5,000 people. The price of primary energy stones was halved, and the speed of leveling up residents increased by the same amount. Permission was also received to master the professions of a blacksmith, pharmacist, and tailor. Tailor, the ability to transform level 0 wood into processed level 1 wood, level 0 fur into high-quality fur. It is necessary to master the talent of wood management. Blacksmith, the ability to transform level 0 iron ore into refined level 1 iron. It is necessary to master the talent of gold management. Pharmacist, the ability to grow medicinal herbs, for which it is necessary to master the talent of wood management. The hero dreamily closed his eyes, imagining that with his 5 elements he could master all 3 professions. He crossed his arms and noted that they were just related to the requirements for upgrading the hut to level 4. Required resources: 50 units of stone, 10 units of processed wood, 10 units of refined iron, 10 units of high-quality fur, 1 unit of fireproof glass. The guy thought that there were already conditions for getting a level 3 village. The competition is still ongoing, so he can't relax. He opened the conditions for moving his village to level 3 and published it for residents. Population: 18 people. The village chief must have the title of Emperor of Novices. The village chief's hut must be upgraded to level 4. The number of level 1 novice huts, more than 1,000, level 2 more than 200, level 3 more than 30. Number of people who have reached level 10, more than 100 people. Number of public buildings, more than 3. Note, these conditions are valid only for the Dragon Abyss village. The difficulty is doubled. People in the chat perked up, puzzled by so many conditions. They noticed that their population already met the requirement, which meant that the village chief had lured someone to their side. They still had 3.5 days left, so they needed to step it up. The hero waved his hand at the village chief Shan and said that he was leaving. The man was too absorbed in studying the interface and did not react. The brunette turned around and saw that the entire clan was looking at the system windows and rejoicing at such an invention. The guy exhaled and thought that it was more important for them to familiarize themselves with the system now. Fang flew back, continuing to receive notifications about the increase in the strength of his subjects. Today is day 4. In most villages the inhabitants have only reached level 4-5. Nothing good will come of it at this rate. The sooner the hero gets to other villages, the more likely it is that he will be able to save them. No matter how rich his village is, he will not be able to help when their allotted time runs out. The young man flew over the forest, looking at the system window, and thought that he still needs to put in a lot of effort to reach 300 stars. If he couldn't get the highest score in the martial arts test, then winning the great battle was out of the question. A man appeared next to Fang and grinned. He swung his swords, but the hero parried the attack. The brunette frowned, looking at the attacker. The hooded man folded his arms and noted that he had good reflexes. The intruder stretched out his arms and sent sand towards the elder. The youth frowned, and lightning sparked around his sword. The hero asked who he was to dare to provoke him. He cut the sand disk, and something exploded on the ground. The man grinned, preparing for another attack, and exclaimed that he was just lucky. Fang raised an eyebrow and declared that he had no time for games. He summoned a clone and attacked the man from both sides. The blue-haired man frowned and turned around in surprise. The guy delivered a slashing blow across his entire body, successfully killed an Earth-level guardian, received 1 million energy points and 327 points. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He looked questioningly at the robot and asked what kind of joke this was and why they were giving 1,000,000 points for this guy. The assistant replied that this was a guardian, a descendant of one of the clans that participated but lost in the Great Battle. The challenger and the guardian are rivals who can receive excellent rewards for killing each other. The stronger the opponent, the greater the reward for the winner. The brunette enthusiastically touched his head and muttered that if he could kill a few more of them, he would not have to worry about the martial arts test. The young man looked at the robot, who warned him that he needed to be vigilant because the guardians were incredibly dangerous. The next second, the hero was blown away by someone else's attack. The red-haired man looked at the corpse of his ally and muttered that Kengu had already reached the half-earth level, and that man had dealt with him in just an instant. Fang caught the spear with his bare hands and frowned. He broke the weapon and chuckled, noting that luck does not come alone. The second guardian raised his hands and exclaimed that there was no heavenly power at most the half-earth level. The man rose above the ground and declared that the hero was just an ant shaking a tree, and he should not overestimate himself. He intertwined his fingers and used the inherited technique, Thousand Jump. A rope with stones appeared around him. The ropes wrapped around the youth's legs. The first is a 100-fold pulling force. The second is a 100-fold increase. The third is a heavy body. Fang, who was tied up by the ropes, raised his head and saw a boulder falling on him. The boulder landed with a crash. The youth crouched to the ground, catching the boulder. He gritted his teeth and noted with displeasure that the enemy's combat power had suddenly increased to 341 stars. His arms and legs were busy, which meant that the boy could not use Hellfire and Ice Storm. The elder frowned, and the pendant on his neck flashed. Two clones appeared in front of the hero and ran forward. He watched as the enemy fought off the attacks and thought that the shadow clones only had half of his strength, so they would not last long. He needed to quickly think of a way to get rid of him. The guardian cut one clone, then turned around and kicked the second one in the stomach. The copy flew into a tree and dissipated. The enemy pushed off and began to run towards the brunette. The young man sweated and frowned. Suddenly, the voice of the spiritual beast was heard, asking for permission to leave. The pendant flashed, and a small red-haired girl flew out towards the enemy. She put out her hands to use her shield and deflect the man's blow. The hero looked at her in surprise. The little girl frowned and said that there was no time to explain. Little Lewin asked her master to quickly grab the tail. The brunette asked again in confusion, then raised his eyebrows and said that his hands were tied. Phoenix demanded to use her teeth and hurried the master, exclaiming that she would not last long. Fang frowned and watched as the guardian attacked the girl's shield. The young man bit the tail with his teeth, and at that moment they dissolved into space. The hero and the phoenix found themselves in the air and flew down. Little Loon said that she could not teleport over long distances, so they needed to hide quickly. The guy grabbed her, and they disappeared again. An explosion was heard nearby, and a small pearl sparkled in the grass near the tree. The guardian landed on the grass and looked around in search of the fugitives. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and realized that he could no longer sense the hero's presence. The man ran on, hoping to lure the boy out to continue the fight. A magical deer was walking in the thicket. The red-haired man moved to a tree and frowned. He thought that the girl couldn't have moved them so far that he couldn't sense the warrior's aura. Surely the challenger would use some kind of heavenly path artifact to hide. The guardian sat in the shadows to wait and watch. Meanwhile, the hero found himself in three-dimensional space. The guy looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she really was Little Lewin. Phoenix proudly covered her eyes and said that who else in this world could have such beautiful eyes and shining feathers. The robot flew up to the hero and said that the flaming red lotus could help the battle pet acquire the form of a human. The brunette smiled tensely and muttered that all this time he thought the phoenix was a boy. He thoughtfully touched his chin and looked away. The warrior remembered how they washed themselves and declared that from now on he would not bathe with his pet. The little girl asked the reason in surprise, since her feathers also needed care. The hero demanded that she listen to what was said. Fang sat down and thought about the recent skirmish. One was half-earth level, and the other was earthly. Fortunately, these two came across him. If they were other people, they would already be dead. The guy reached out to the dragon fruits and other artifacts, deciding that he needed to increase his combat power before returning. The endless extraction was successful. The dragon blood concentration reached 10.3%. Blood talent was upgraded to C rank and transformed. Attack power, agility, physical characteristics, and energy increased by 200. The inherited skill Dragon's Majesty was improved by 10 times. The youth chewed on a dragon fruit and looked at the system window. The technique of controlling a battle pet can increase their strength by 60%. Loon's combat power is currently 180 stars. Fang's level, 17. Reputation, 120. Combat power rating, 299 stars. The brunette furrowed his brows, thinking that with two 150-star shadow clones, he should be able to deal with the guardian. The youth clenched his fist resolutely and declared that they would fight. The little girl readily supported his mood. A glow appeared in the grass, and the hero and his pet were immediately attacked. The boy noted with a grin that they were expected. He jumped up, dodging the attack. The brunette shuddered and looked in that direction. Behind the red-haired boy, there were other guardians with their hands clasped above their heads. They were all saying something. The guardian moved his hands, gathering energy for the attack. The hero thought that such efforts to defeat him were a bit too much. The enemy's wards fed him with their power. A large sphere formed above the man's head, and he used his inherited talent, Annihilation. The energy ball flew towards the young man. An explosion was heard, and a shockwave swept through the entire forest. Annihilation is a collective technique of the Fang clan. Several clan members must work together in order for the divine spirit of the earth to fill their bodies. Passing through the bodies of the vessels, the divine energy is completely purified. Then, an earth-level master collects the divine energy contained in the bodies of others, forming a spiritual ball in which the energy increases tenfold. The red-haired man smiled. Although the power received is incredibly destructive, there is one drawback. The user of this technique loses all his strength and the ability to move for 10 seconds after using it. If you do not defeat the enemy with one blow, it will be very expensive. The man thought that there was no need to worry because the one who received such a blow would not survive. The timer showed 9 seconds. Flashing lightning burst out of the sphere. 8. 2 clones rushed to attack. 7. Lewin breathed fire using golden flame. 6. You killed the guardian, received 37 points and 110,000 energy points. The hero ran between the people, attacking them with a blade. You killed the guardian, received 41 points and 132,000 energy points, then another 42 points and 136 energy points. 5. The red-haired man clenched his teeth and thought in fear that this was impossible. 4. Fang swung, approaching the guardian. The enemy tried to flinch, wondering how the young man could survive the destruction. He needed to run. 3. 2. The hero bared his teeth and declared that now the enemy would look at him differently. 1. A strong blow shook the earth. Something suddenly went underground. The guy looked down questioningly, watching something crawl under the surface. The guy looked at the pet and asked to search those that were dead. The hero spread his wings and moved in pursuit. The guardian, like a mole, crawled further. The young man noted that even with wings he could not keep up with him. The brunette followed where the enemy ran. The man slipped into the Exceeding Moon village. He jumped on the teleporter and clutched a blue stone in his hand. The guardian turned around while part of his body was already evaporating and said that sooner or later their army would crush the hero's village. The brunette frowned and hit the portal, but the enemy had already disappeared. Fang exhaled in irritation and muttered that a bunch of points were almost in his pocket. The support robot flew up and reported that the portal was in good condition. He offered to use one transmission card to establish a connection. The guy clicked on the image and thought that the people from the Fang clan were also using the portal. If they accidentally met, they would simply slaughter every single person in Dragon Abyss village. The hero frowned and asked the robot if people from the enemy clan would be able to enter his village if he used this card. He was told that there was nothing to worry about. Those who are not residents of the village cannot enter it through the portal. The young man confidently pressed the button. Announcement for the residents of Dragon Abyss Village. The village elder has established a connection between the portals in Dragon Abyss Village and Exceeding Moon Village. The brunette smiled and wrote a message to his subjects. Exceeding Moon is an abandoned ancient city that the guy has not yet explored. He warned them not to move here yet because it is not yet known how dangerous it is. In the chat, they obediently replied that they will not teleport there for now. You asked when the master will be at the Temple of Thousand Phenomena. The hero replied that he will arrive soon, and in the meantime they must work hard to improve the village to level 3. Everyone readily accepted the order and wished the boss a good journey. Heavenly Lake. A long rope ladder descended from the clouds. Lewin, sitting on the owner's head, frowned attentively. The hero flew up. That guardian said that the temple is located above this lake. Those candidates who cannot fly must use this ladder to climb. If you fail and fall, you can only rely on your luck. The young man flew to a majestic large building. A monster appeared from the clouds, a mutated flying serpent, the guardian spirit of the first palace. Level 30. Combat power 100 stars. He looked at the hero and demanded to show how strong he was. The guy looked at the phoenix. The girl sucked in air and exhaled golden flame. After passing the test of the guardian spirit, you can go to the first level. From now on, you can freely move within the first palace. The guardian will not interfere. Fang approached the gate. There are 9 palaces in total, each of which is guarded by a spirit. The first palace, or the Palace of Nature's Secrets. Enter to receive various missions. The boy opened the doors and looked forward in shock. Reminder, you have entered the Palace of Nature's Secrets. You can accept various missions. Killing is prohibited. The first one to enter the first palace will receive 5 reputation points. The protagonist saw a line of other applicants in the hall. They turned to look at him. They all had the same title as Fang. There are 12 people from the big world, 4 from the middle world, and 1 from the small world. It seems that people from the big world enter the Temple of Thousand Phenomena through a portal. The young man came closer and looked at the green-haired centaur girl. As soon as you enter these doors, you will instantly find yourself in the only true Temple of Thousand Phenomena. The brunette looked in the other direction, at the old man in the robe and the man with scars. The other players talked among themselves, surprised that the young man from the small world also looked very young. The man with the sword chuckled and said that with the innate talents and potential of the people from the small world, he must have been incredibly lucky. The old man noted that he was able to obtain the title of Emperor of Newbies, which was quite good. The blonde crossed her arms and said that the young man was quite interesting. She turned around and thought that although the hero was from the small world and the weakest among them, he was quite handsome and to her taste. The woman licked her lips and decided that she would get him for her harem when she became Empress of the big world. Fang's body trembled under her gaze. The man in the robe presented the skull as collateral. The robot said that he was getting the opportunity to complete a B-rank mission, as well as a token. Starkey shuddered in surprise and stepped aside. The others glanced at him sideways and said enviously that as a reward for a mission of such a rank, you can get a purple chest. The brunette sweated and frowned. He had just learned that some kind of collateral was needed to get the token, but he didn't have anything suitable. It was quite awkward. The young man looked at a monk passing by, who was upset about receiving a D-rank mission. The thing in his hands looked familiar to the hero. Someone had received another B-rank token. The girl turned around in annoyance and exclaimed that it was a pity she didn't get it. The centaur jumped up happily. An old man in a robe approached her and asked what she had provided as collateral. The girl replied that it was the core of hatred obtained after killing the demon of hatred. The old man looked at her and said that he had also done this task, but he had failed to obtain the core. The interlocutor explained that the difficulty of her task had been doubled, so the demon was stronger than usual. She crossed her arms, lifting her chest, and winked, saying that it was too easy anyway. It was the protagonist's turn. He walked up to the interested gaze of another contender. People were watching with interest and discussing what else a person from the small world could get besides an E-rank token. The brunette extended his hand. He remembered that what he saw in that person's hand were the bracers that he had once managed to exchange. With the artifacts he had received from the demon of hatred, the light-bearing bracers and rings, he would have three things as collateral. The robot patiently watched as the young man moved his trophies from the subspace. A small dome formed around the hero. The other contenders stared at him in shock. The collateral was successfully deposited. The opportunity to complete a C-rank mission was obtained, as well as a token. The collateral was successfully deposited. The opportunity to complete a D-rank mission was obtained, as well as a token. The collateral was successfully deposited. The opportunity to complete a C-rank mission was obtained, as well as a token. Fang caught 3 tablets under surprised glances. He turned around, satisfied with the result, and walked past the opponents who had stepped aside. When the young man came out, they exclaimed that he had received 3 missions, including a C rank. At the very least, a mythical chest as a reward. No one understood how a person from the small world could get this. He definitely had a place reserved for him in the upcoming great battle of 10,000 worlds. The man with the sword furrowed his brows and asked them not to overestimate the young man, because a C-rank mission was not that easy to complete. The blonde chuckled and said that he was simply jealous that the hero was more attractive than him and even received a higher rank token. She added that now, because of the man, other people from the big world would also have to feel ashamed. Fang went outside and summoned his wings. The guy muttered that the missions would probably be a series of quests. If there was a time limit, it would be a bit problematic. He frowned and took off. The brunette turned around and looked at the flash in the clouds. The young man stared at it questioningly, not understanding what it was. A robot flew up to him and said that when the sun sets, the temple quietly retreats from worldly temptations. With the first rays of the sun, it will reappear. Tomorrow at dawn, everything will return to its place. The hero scratched his head and muttered that a temple operating on the sun's mode is interesting. At the same time, the Kang clan. 2 guards stood at the entrance to the back. The voice asked if the mysterious young man was definitely one of the candidates. The second answered in the affirmative and added that when he killed his partner, his body was enveloped in a white glow. This phenomenon can only be observed when the challenger kills a guardian. The guards were sitting at the table. They were discussing that the test of newcomers was not over yet, so where could such a strong candidate come from? Someone exclaimed that people from the small world were deprived of talents and abilities. The red-haired man frowned and declared that he swears on his life that all this is absolutely true. Kang Song, the elder's assistant, had no reason to lie about this. Old man Feng's eye frowned and told the elder that even after their collective technique, the hero still had enough strength to fight. This man was at least an Earth-level master. The blonde man named Yan Zai turned around and exclaimed that such a young and strong small world native must have even greater strength hidden in his body. They couldn't leave it like this. Song frowned and thought that when they were fighting, he didn't feel like the enemy was using the power of heaven and earth. But if the young man wasn't an Earth level master, then how could he be so strong? The elder placed his hands on the table and said that there were more and more new challengers, and as guards, they should kill as many as possible to obtain generous rewards. He added that they should be careful with the protagonist. Since the boy appeared near Exceeding Moon, they would use this abandoned city as a starting point for their search. The old man stood up from the table and said that no matter how powerful the challenger was, he could not stop the entire Kang clan. Perhaps they could find out where he was getting his strength from and deal with him in one fell swoop. Elder Xu and Kyong turned around and ordered all the challengers to be killed so that their clan's strength would rise to a new level. They should be able to participate in the next great battle. The man clenched his fist and announced that an army of 3,000 would be sent to Exceeding Moon tomorrow morning. The people present enthusiastically supported him. At the exit, Song was met by his son, Ming, who asked why he should wait until the morning if they could attack at night. The man sighed and looked at the moon. The red-haired man said that the young man had not been there, so he did not know anything. A mysterious monster lives in the heavenly lake. Every time at nightfall, it summons ghosts that did not die a natural death on these lands, and they kill all living things in their path. An Exceeding Moon is the closest city to this lake, which is why it has become abandoned. Even Earth-level masters do not dare to approach that place at night. The street was lively. A pink-haired girl was calling men into the establishment. She turned around when she saw the protagonist and immediately grabbed his hand, complimenting him. The girl asked if the young man would like to have a snack and rest in the arms of a beauty. Activation of the Eye of Truth. There were slugs floating in the plate, a dead man selling remains of bodies on the streets, and a beautiful girl turned out to be a monster. She smiled and asked what the hero saw there. Fang recoiled and said that at first glance one could tell that this was not a human being. The interlocutor smiled, then bowed her head, and her skin turned gray. The ghosts on the street glanced sideways at them, whispering that the guest knew everything. The monsters screamed that he needed to be eaten. A spear of bones burst from the girl's mouth. The hero took a fighting stance, and tongues of hellish flame began to rise from his body. The blue fire engulfed him entirely, and the young man easily parried the blow. The bone began to smoke, but other spears were already moving to attack. Fang deftly dodged. He grabbed a couple of vertebrae and set them on fire so that the flames quickly spread to the ghosts entirely. And now the entire city is engulfed in hellish flames, from which the monsters are trying to escape, rushing to attack. The brunette frowned and muttered that hellfire is like a poultice to a dead person. Song walked through the forest with his son and told him that the spirits that live in Exceeding Moon are between life and death and do not have their own essence. In reality, only grains of their souls exist that detain them here, so physical attacks will have no effect. Attacking them in the usual way is like cutting clouds. There is no point. One spirit is not a threat, but when they gather in groups, it is a completely different matter. The hero stepped back and watched as the ghosts merged into one. Now they had become dangerous even for Earth-level masters. The monsters bared their teeth, and a ghostly howl was heard, spreading in waves throughout the area. Fang put up a shield, but it could not withstand it, and the hero's soul flew out of his body. This howl can damage the soul and split the consciousness, and when the spirit of the attacked person separates, monsters fly in to try to absorb it. That is why no one dares to touch them. Even though these spirits are only level 30, their combat power does not reach 150 stars. The monsters were reflected in the eyes of the young man. He used acoustic defense. The elder raised his hand, above which a ball lightning was formed. The hero frowned and used the skill Furious Thunder. A strong discharge struck the enemies from the clouds. A level 30 spirit was killed, 130 justice points and 12,000 points of primary energy were received. You have reached level 7 of the Executor of Justice, 80 points were received. Another spirit was killed, the level of the Executor of Justice increased to 8. Another plus 80 points. The monsters squealed, receiving continuous electric shocks. The death of spirits is as miserable as their life. They do not even have the opportunity to be reborn. The young man stepped forward as lightning surrounded his body. He used Furious Thunder a few more times. Fang looked at the stone in his hand and wished for the purifying power of thunder and lightning to free them. You have reached level 18. Combat power rating, 320 stars. The hero crouched down and turned pale. Dark energy rose behind him. Green smoke approached and enveloped the young man. The warrior jumped out to escape and suddenly landed in the office. He stood in a suit and looked around. The boy was surprised to see his reflection in the mirror. Xuan approached him and said that the director was looking for the hero. He passed by the girl and lightly patted her on the head, reminding her that the report should be on his desk in half an hour. The hero was sitting on the sofa in the director's office. Yu was sitting at the table and saying that the boy had been working hard lately, so they decided to promote him to administrator. She asked him if he was satisfied with 100,000 yuan per month, 30 days of paid vacation per year, and bonuses at the end. The young man said that he was satisfied. He was transported to a bar where his colleagues were noisily celebrating his promotion. The brunette looked ahead absent-mindedly and thought that something was missing. The guy was sitting on the couch while everyone was having fun, wondering what was going on. Fang was inside the sphere and was sinking to the bottom of the lake. Lewin looked at her owner and asked him to wake up quickly. Green smoke was still surrounding the young man, so he did not hear her. The young man suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in the middle of the road at a crosswalk. A blonde from the temple was walking down the street, leading a man on a leash. The city, the street, the people. The hero walked with his hands in his pockets and thought that all this seemed unreal. His friends were not really his. His family also seemed alien. He felt only boundless emptiness. In the reflection on the house was a young man in armor and with a sword. Fang thought that he had suspected before that he had some problems with his head, but who could he tell about it? The guy thoughtfully touched his chin. Suddenly, the people around him screamed and looked up. The hero turned around and saw several dragons in the sky. Passers-by wondered what kind of alien creatures they were. Fang had déjà vu. The dragon riders who shouted that they would exterminate people seemed familiar to him. Charges of sand and earth flew at the city. People ran away in panic from falling cars and explosions. The hero was thrown to the side of the building. He got to his feet and thought that he needed to kill them. The voice whispered that they were his opponents. The brunette ran away in a panic, thinking how he could defeat them at all. After all, the invaders were not people at all. The projectile came very close to the hero. The young man covered himself and closed his eyes, but nothing happened. A little girl put a shield right in front of him and screamed that the master had to wake up. Lewin started crying and screamed for him to save her. The shield cracked and she disappeared. The young man rushed to where the reality rift was. He gripped the hilt of his sword and was running through the city in armor and attacking dragons. Several flashes lit up the city. The warrior frowned and found himself standing in an apartment in front of a window. His phone was ringing, and the guy was still wondering where he was. The hero listed the names of his acquaintances and squinted. It seemed that he had managed to get out of the first illusion, and now he was in the second. A rifle gleamed in the window. The elder guessed that whoever was controlling what was happening could make people or things from his memory attack him. Then his ultimate goal was the death of the young man. He was at gunpoint. That is, the next attempt should be soon. The sniper fired, and the sound of breaking glass was heard. The door was kicked down and the special forces burst into the apartment. The room was filled with smoke. The soldier radioed that the target had been destroyed and they were awaiting the next order. Something flashed. The hero stood and smiled, noticing that it was something new. He was surprised that someone had tried to renounce the heavenly forces and decided to kill him with a modern weapon. The man turned pale and asked for ground support because the target was unharmed. Dark energy began to emanate from the guy, and shadow fetters reached out to the enemies. The brunette thought that he had already planned to test the effectiveness of his forces against modern weapons. The soldiers rushed to run, but he got them and began to strangle them. One man tried to shoot back, but the bullets could not penetrate the hero. He looked down and saw that someone had thrown a grenade. The warrior looked at the one who pulled the pin. An explosion was heard from the apartment. You have to try to block such power with your energy. The young man stood unharmed. There were combat vehicles near the house. The soldiers demanded that he drop his weapons and not resist. Otherwise, they would shoot to kill. Snipers held his apartment at gunpoint and waited for the order. The hero stood with his back to them and thought that there must be some kind of armor. Wings appeared on his back, and he leaned back, falling down towards the tanks. The young man destroyed the tank, flying into it. The military vehicles turned the barrel in his direction. The tanks pointed their guns straight at the guy. The next second, shots rang out. The young man activated the shield, blocking the attacks, and touched the barrel under his feet. He pulled the gun out by the roots. Holding the pipe above his head, he looked inside and thought that he had never really understood the armored vehicles that existed on the blue star, and therefore this illusion could not be detailed. He threw the barrel to the side. The guy raised his finger to the sky. The clouds above him began to swirl. The young man used an ice storm. The next second, ice spears fell on the city. The soldiers, freezing, cursed loudly. The young man looked around and said that this illusion was already unstable, and a little more time and he would be free. He noticed fighters flying overhead. The planes dropped bombs and missiles. The shells flew towards the city at incredible speed and exploded. The young man rose up on the wings, holding the handle of the blade. He landed on the glass of one of the fighters. The pilot ordered an attack with all of them. The fighters fired homing missiles. They were struck by lightning, detonating right in the air. Blue energy enveloped the fighters. The pilots lost control and began to quickly descend. The young man said that before he was an ordinary person, But now, the planes fell and exploded. The young man finished the phrase by saying that even armored vehicles did not pose any threat to him, because the combat power of 300 stars is more than enough to conquer the small Thousang realms. He is afraid to even think about what will happen with 1,000 or even 10,000 stars. His hands began to dissolve in the air. The young man asked if it was really possible to ignore the established world order, relying only on the strength and desire of one person. He frowned slightly and added that it was probably not the best time for such thoughts, since the energy supporting the illusion was already running out, and very soon it would all disappear. He took a step forward, looked ahead and said that he was sorry, since he would never see the nuclear bomb appear, but he was not sure that in his state he could survive a collision with something so powerful. He found himself in the middle of the liquid for a while. He caught the tiny girl in his arms and said that she had done a great job, but he would handle the rest himself. The opponents swirled around him in a whirlwind because of his ability. The young man created a powerful whirlpool. The monsters began to pull themselves into it. They headed straight for the guy with a frightened expression on their faces. He collected the charge above his head and said that now it was their turn. The blue-haired girl looked up. She smiled slightly. The hero threw the giant charge to the bottom. The dead alligator swam into the water. The girl spread her arms out to the sides and said with a smile that she expected nothing less from the one who was able to get out of her illusion. After all, he was able to fry a king-rank monster like that, and if he was angry at her for her little prank, then she could apologize. The system reported that he was a level 35 Emperor rank dark magic caster. The attack was heading straight for her. She added that she used to be a dark envoy to the Lord of Justice, and that she felt the aura of a judge from him. She jumped up, saying that he was extremely impatient. The young man spread his arms out to the sides, controlling the water spikes. The projectiles went straight to his opponent. The girl dodged them, running away. She looked back and said that he must have gotten something mixed up, because even if he doesn't like other people's homes, when he first comes to visit and creates chaos, it really gets on his nerves. Suddenly, she noticed that he was in front of her face. The fog dissipated above the water surface. The next second, a thick layer of water splashed out of the lake, flew into the rock. He pushed away from her with explosive force. The next second, she was tied with purple ribbons. She dodged the attack and tore a stake. She clenched her teeth, looking at the enemy. The next second, a powerful explosion thundered in the thickness of the water. She clenched one eye, saying that he was really tired of living. She rose higher and insulted the hero. Suddenly, blue swords appeared above her head. They pierced her body. The girl fell dead to the ground. The young man said that her illusions were quite an interesting phenomenon, but he did not need any of it. He began to heal. The system announced the murder of a level 35 dark spellcaster, for which the young man received 1 million energy points, 15 reputation points, a core of darkness, 3 gold treasure chests, 5,000 justice points, and a special item of a dark seal. Early on his cheek tightened. The young man thought that the opponent must have felt the power of the judge circulating in his body and decided to get it. He began to sink to the bottom, thinking that this is why, using the ability and spirits, she imprisoned him in an illusion and tried to wear him out, and, ultimately, would have absorbed him. Dead monsters floated in the thickness of the water next to their mistress. The young man thought that this illusion helped him understand what he really wanted, because he was the most ordinary person, living every day according to the same scenario. The system announced the successful extraction and receipt of 10 points, the talent of the Dark Law, and the awakening of the 5th level skill, Dark Dispersion. The young man thought that the appearance of this world changed everything, because now he has the power to protect everyone dear to him, and in addition, he has the opportunity to gain even greater power. He put his hand in front of himself and decided who he wanted to become. He confidently pulled it into his hand. He frowned and said that he wanted to be a truly outstanding being. The blue crystals emitted a dim light. The young man looked at them. He noticed a bright light in the distance and paid attention to it. Entering the room, he found a golden object. Dark energy swirled around it. The system reported that this was a 2-pole dragon and phoenix furnace. The hero said that this was the same aura as that sorceress, which meant that this was her abode. He took one of the greens with a smile, delighted with the 5th level furnace, and said that this was the sorceress, it turns out, a very rich alchemist. He took one pill. The hero looked at the object in his hand with horror. He turned over all the shelves with bottles. Sitting in the middle of the pills, he said that none of this is good, because all this is unsuitable and the pills are level 0. He touched the system window and said that there were more than 1,000 pills, but they were all not recommended for use, because these were the sorceresses who had never managed to turn their hobby into something more. But nevertheless, 1,000 contribution points are not lying around on the road. He took one of the pills in his hands and thought about it. Suddenly, it began to emit a bright light. The system reported that the infinite extraction was successfully performed, as a result of which he successfully extracted impurities and toxins, transforming the pill into a 1st level pill. The hero realized with eyes shining with joy that everything worked. He threw the pill into his mouth. I spread them out in my hands to the sides. He closed his eyes. The system reported that the absorption of the pill was successful, adding 11 points to physical characteristics and 7 to energy, after which it added that one person can take about 8 or 10 pills of this kind, and then immunity to the medicine will be developed. The hero said that this is an excellent result, because 18 points to the initial characteristics means that this pill is even better than a second level spiritual herb. He used his ability to raise all the vials of pills in the air and said that endless extraction turns waste into treasures, and after consumption reaches the upper limit, he will distribute them to the villagers in accordance with their strength and contribution to the development of the village. In this way, he will not only increase his reputation, but also stimulate the villagers to try even harder. The hero sat in the middle of the room, saying that there is still a little time before dawn, and for now he can deal with the tasks. The debris hovered in the air above his palm. He placed his hands on his knees and looked in front of him. The system informed him that he could activate the S token to obtain a mission of a similar level called the God Village, and that this mission was divided into 5 stages, the difficulty of which would gradually increase. The first stage, difficulty D, would require going to the area and destroying all the spirits, and the reward for completing it would be 500 spirit stones, but would also be given a time limit of 24 hours. And the second stage would be a C difficulty quest in which he would have to purify the heavenly lake by killing the mysterious owner here, and as a reward for doing so, he would receive a darkness core as well as a time limit of 24 hours. He folded his hands with a smile and said that it was actually by chance that he had completed the first 2 stages. The system opened 2 windows with a super synthesis card and a protective shield. Then it informed him that the second stage of the Divine Village mission had been successfully completed, and everyone would receive about 1,000 points, 1 super synthesis card, 1 divine luck card, a land ownership card. The hero took the card in his hand and said that the rewards for this mission are really generous. He remembered the battle with the guys in the hoods and said that initially he was worried that these bandits could attack the dragon pool, but now, with the cube Che card on the ground, he can break their connection with the portal in the city, and if they no longer want to visit the city, then they will have to go on their own feet. Then he raised his head, imagined how his allies mocked the bandits, and laughingly said that when they arrive in the city, he will use a protective dome to protect the villagers, and they will make such a journey and will be left with nothing. The robot smiled and handed him the card and congratulated him on completing the second stage of the mission, as a reward for which he received control of the fusion of abilities. The hero was confused, but looked at the card and asked what it was. The robot flew up to him, winked and replied that it was a rather valuable artifact with special effects. He took out a nut and said that he could give an example. He imagined his battle with a fire-breathing dragon. The robot then picked up a card of baked pig intestines. The robot threw the card at the enemy and hit him in the chest. Then he raised the blurred substance over his head, terrifying the enemy. The dragon spent its life force and foamed at the mouth. The robot said with a smile that this meant that whatever skills or artifacts were used, they would hit the target right away, regardless of its level or skills. The hero looked back at him and asked him to put everything aside for a while he looked at the rest. The elf contacted him and asked if he was free now. She shrugged her shoulders and looked away. It is said that her awakened a rank skill, temporary position, can cover a radius of 5 meters in a non-combat state, and it has already been 2 days inside, while only 1 day outside. The hero frowned slightly when he heard the words that her grandfather said that her talent is quite rare and it can be useful to him. The young man confirmed this and asked him to wait a little. He opened the teleport page and smiled. The hero pressed the teleport setup button. Suddenly, a teleportation device appeared in front of his face. The young man frowned slightly, thought that he needed to pass the martial arts test if he wanted to get to the god level. He needed more time. The girl folded her hands on her stomach and looked at the guy sadly. The hero thought that her ability could help him become faster. She remembered her grandfather telling her that although they followed the master, they were different from the inhabitants of the dragon pool. The girl raised her eyebrows nervously, looked at her grandfather. The man said that she was smart, beautiful, and talented, and if she became a concubine, the Lord would always remember her. The girl tried to persuade her grandfather that the Lord was not that kind of person. The old man closed his eyes and said that he understood her, but as an elder he had to think about the future of the clan. The girl looked down sadly. The man frowned and said that the Lord was a talented young man with a great future. If he had feelings for her, it would be a real blessing. The girl tried to answer with a trembling voice. Suddenly she came out of her memories, hearing her own name. The young man crossed his arms, looked at her and asked her to use the teleporter to get to the heavenly lake, where he would be waiting for her. Used the teleporter and was transported to the indicated place. She ran to the guy with a smile, spreading her arms to the sides. She extended her hand to him and smiled softly. The next second, they evaporated to another dimension. He looked at his ally and said that this place was safe so she could activate her ability, her skill. The golden hoops and watch swirled in the air. The girl concentrated, using her ability. She enveloped a small space using the primary report. The young man sat down on the ground, threw her a vial and thanked her for her work, saying that he was going to start practicing so she could take it because it would help her a lot. The girl was puzzled and thanked him. The young man sank into consciousness and decided that for a successful extraction he needed at least an hour. A nose with a force field of half an hour should be enough. He began to use the extraction of various essences from plants. The girl with a smile began to work on the vials. She picked up the brush, looked up and decided that she wanted to stay next to the master, but later the young man opened his eyes, holding the plant. The system reported that the extraction was successful. The young man's level was 18, reputation 145, and combat power 380 stars. He exhaled heavily, looked at the plate and said that 380 was still not enough, but there are limits to the absorption of spiritual herbs. If they cannot be exchanged for something else, then this type of obtaining points is no longer useful. He looked at the plate with the description of the alchemist and said that he once read a novel that also began, but he thinks he should try it. The robot flew up to him. The system congratulated him for studying water alchemy, so now the young man can recognize the simplest spiritual plants, control fire at the initial level, and he also automatically became an initial level alchemist. The young man was confused reading all this and said that he gets one skill point at a time, assuming that it takes 20 minutes to make one pill. Then it will take him 33 hours to reach the intermediate level. With the girl's skill, the time will be reduced to 17 hours. He remembered his opponent and his words that sooner or later they will crush their village. The hero held out the card and thought that he should take a risk, because maybe it will work, then use the permission to merge abilities. The system absorbed his card and gave the right to merge abilities, and then asked him to wait. A slot machine opened in front of him, which said that the fusion of shadow spray and shadow clone skills was taking place. Dark streams of energy began to burst out of him. The young man did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the machine's roller stopped. The device reported that the fusion was successfully completed, as a result of which the skill of the owner of the shadow stream was acquired, and the lost skills will no longer return. The system opened a window with a description that began to twitch and blur. It reported that the owner of the shadow flow gives the ability to create 2 clones identical to the owner, and that the clones take over all the combat power and all the abilities of the owner, reproduce them as background accompaniment, and any detection skills are unable to distinguish clones from the owner. The young man grabbed his head in horror and asked if this was a joke. He used purple hands, took some artifacts and said that he needed to try something. He acquired an alchemical furnace and said that he would use this skill to create clones, because 3 people would be easier to do things. He patted his hands on himself. Suddenly, 2 clones appeared next to him, who followed his instructions. The girl looked around in shock and noticed the 3 gentlemen. She noticed that they were doing some kind of work and thought that it looked like some kind of bug. The men were sitting at their devices. Energy began to form around them. Spiritual fruits and plants fell into the furnace. The system reported that they were unable to refine the first level pill and then received 3 unusable pills. The young man looked at the unusable pills with a wide smile and thought that this was great because with the help of clones, the process goes 3 times faster, and moreover, whether it is a 1st rank furnace or a 5th rank furnace, the effect is the same. He and his clones lifted the pills, thinking that they would continue in the same spirit, and in 5.5 hours it would be over. He squeezed the pill in his hand, finishing the endless extraction, and said that with this skill in clones, he would have no problem leveling up his alchemy in the future, but the only drawback was time. A squad of hooded men gathered together. The men discussed the fact that they did not understand whether it was worth gathering so many people for one Ismailovo city challenger, because he could crush him with one finger. The assembled people spoke loudly about how the elders had suffered greatly in the skirmish with him, so they had to be careful. They didn't understand how strong a person had to be to defeat an elder, an earth level master. They sketched out a silhouette of a person in the steps of the earth level. One of them said that masters who had reached the combat power of 100 stars but had not passed the martial arts test were called half-earth level masters, because the half-earth level was divided into 3 steps, which were awarded based on the fact of defeating the spiritual beasts guarding the first 3 temples. Then they introduced 2 elders, saying that only those who had reached the 4th temple and passed the martial arts test could be called earth level masters, and that the earth level was also divided into steps, and one of the earth level masters was of the 4th degree, but the clan elder. The old man folded his hands behind his back and asked if everyone was gathered. The subordinate bowed to him and said that all 9 districts had sent people, so there were 3,100 people in total, after which he said that the unfriendly clan had never attacked them from the southern direction, so they must stay in this place, so only he can lead the troops that will go in this direction. The elder looked back at the woman, who said that he could be sure because she would justify his trust. The elder waved his hand at her, interrupting her words about how they were not weaklings and would definitely repay the clan. The elder said that they were short-sighted and only knew how to wait for the right moment for their deeds, and now their contender, their priority. He looked at his subordinates and ordered them to move out. The squad climbed the teleporter. They took the blue crystals and put them together. The guys took up arms. One of the guys said that he heard that the reward for killing the challenger is incredibly generous. Another bandit said that he does not even know how many Earth-level masters will soon be in their clan. The next second, the teleportation array began to collapse. The system gave several errors. The elder was surprised by what happened. A giant wild wolf opened its mouth. The young man rose above his head and cut him into 2 parts. The guy was going down next to the rope ladder. The system said that he must pass the test of the guardian spirit to move on to the 2nd level, and from now on he can freely enter the palace on the 2nd level, because no animals will hinder him. The hero confidently frowned, thinking that after a night of working on pills he can no longer improve his characteristics. But he remembered how the clones worked without him, and decided that although the skill he had received was rather strange, it could be useful, and the girl really had exceptional talent, so he hoped that this skill would be even more useful in the future. The elf quickly worked between the system windows. The young man added that in addition to helping with slopes and alchemy in 3-dimensional space, she also dealt with other issues that arose, which allowed him to concentrate on work. He stepped onto the ground and found himself at the 2nd level temple. The people present there looked back at him. The robot smiled widely and said that the number of applicants had reached the maximum, so they could begin the universal duels. The man with tied hair crossed his arms and asked what this meant. The robot rose high above them and said that there was a large portal under their feet that would take them to any corner of the world, and each use of it must be accompanied by the use of 1 universal stone. He raised a purple pebble above his head and asked with a smile how to obtain a precious universal stone. He pointed at the guys and winked, ordering them to fight and take the stones from their opponents. The guys looked in surprise at the purple stones that fell into their hands, because each contender could get 3 universal stones for free. The main character also looked in surprise at the purple stones when they explained that if they win the fight, they get all the stones of their defeated opponent, and the contender who gets the most stones will be declared the winner and will receive a secret prize from the organizers. The brunette, perplexed, held the stones in his hands and realized that he needed 16 universal stones, and therefore, if each opponent had 3 stones, he would have to fight 3 players. The guy with pink hair threw the stones with a smile and asked if he did not want to participate in the competition, then could he just give these stones and leave. A small round robot was hovering in the air at this time and answered in agreement. This guy mockingly looked at the system robot, who was about to introduce a nuance. This guy with pink hair was horrified when he saw sharp knives in front of him, because the robot said that in this case he should die. Then this player with pink hair looked around with anger, because he thought that in one moment his body seemed to be struck by countless sharp swords, and he did not even have time to react. Fang stood in the distance and looked at the indignant guy, who realized that this system robot was a very strong unit. A system window popped up in front of all the players, where they were asked if they wanted to participate, and the system robot asked the guys to confirm their intentions. The brunette looked closely at this notification and realized that he had not yet fought with other contenders, and this was a great opportunity to see their level, and even more so this mysterious prize attracted him very much, and he wanted to fight for it. All the guys immediately wanted to participate and pressed the consent button. The system background appeared and began reading personal data, where a card of players and their skills appeared. It was the customer support service that had to match the guys with an opponent based on their characteristics. It was a multicolored mosaic with a pillar from which multicolored rays emanated. The protagonist looked at his opponent under the multicolored mosaic on the ceiling. The guys stood opposite each other and looked at the system robot, who said that the first battle of their Universal Stone competition would soon begin. Fang stared at the smiling robot, who introduced him as Fang from the small Chiliocosm, the Blue Star. While all the spectators rejoiced, the robot introduced the opponent in the left corner named Harry from the Vaucluse Star Realm in the Central Thousand Realms. The spectators in the stadium all rejoiced, raising their hands, and Fang did not understand who they were. The robot held a microphone and waved his arms, noting that, in fairness, of all their personal information, only their level was displayed, and therefore their opponent did not know about the abilities, skills, and even the combat power of the enemy. Then the system robot pointed to the viewers who had logged into their gadgets, because they had 10 seconds before the start of the fight to place bets. And also at the same time, viewers who did not place a bet now were automatically deprived of the right to be a spectator of the next fight. The brunette stood on the battlefield and looked back at the robot, who decided to remind them that gambling is associated with certain risks and you need to invest wisely, although Fang realized that this was all perceived as a game. The brunette looked discontentedly through his bangs at the viewers. The system robot spread his arms and shouted that the bets were accepted. The girl with blue hair dropped her gadget from her hand. The robot extended his hand and shouted that in this battle there are no rules and restrictions, so in a fight all means are good and the winner takes everything. The protagonist looked furiously at his enemy, who was also determined. Harry immediately ran to attack with his fists at the protagonist. Fang bared his teeth and managed to put his hand out before the blow. Harry's fist crashed right into Fang's arm. Our hero punched the ground as Harry managed to jump back. Harry flew head down and bared his teeth furiously because he knew that he hit with a force of 30 tons, but this was only enough to deform Fang's arm for a moment. Harry managed to land on his feet and got into a fighting stance. Suddenly, mechanical weapon installations began to appear. The guy understood that his opponent was from the small Chiliocosm, but he still managed to feel some tension. Harry stood in a fighting stance and weapons appeared on his shoulders, because for him none of this mattered, and he could suppress his enemy with the power of fire and victory would be his. These blue missiles flew straight towards Fang from all sides. The protagonist swung his blade, and all the missiles flew apart. A huge fiery explosion occurred at the site of the battle. Earth fragments lay on the battlefield, and a cloud of dust rose. The robot looked at the battlefield in confusion and lost the guys. Suddenly, an energy shot came from Harry's mechanical hand, which our hero managed to block. Fang managed to carefully look to the side. He managed to raise his hand and put the blade in front of his face. He stuck his blue blade into the enemy's mechanical hand. Harry watched in amazement as Fang pierced his hand with a sword. As a result, the mechanical man lost his hand as Fang tore it out. Garak ran to attack again, putting out his mechanical tentacles from his back. Fang squeezed his blade tightly. He swung his ball again and cut all the metal tentacles into pieces. The brunette stared at his enemy, looking at the scattered parts of the mechanical tentacle. Then Fang began to back away as the other tentacles tried to catch him. All the spectators looked at what was happening in bewilderment. They saw how a bunch of iron tentacles tried to grab the protagonist. Harry stared at his enemy as iron tentacles extended from his body, and he noted that Fang's speed and defense were impressive. However, if he was truly invulnerable, he would have no need to dodge. The main character angrily flew into the attack, trying to fight off the tentacles, and declared that his skills were enough to defeat the enemy. Fang dropped his blue blade to the ground. Then he bloodthirstily held the iron tentacles to the sides. Suddenly, a red heart appeared from the mechanical part. One of the tentacles grabbed Fang's leg. While he held the tentacles with his hands, the other mechanical parts held his legs. All the guys from the stands looked at what was happening in amazement. This tentacle tightly squeezed our hero's leg. While he was being held down by the tentacles, his purple hands appeared from the ground, trying to help him, because he realized that he could use talent, earth control, and shadow fetters to fix the position of his legs, but if this continued, Harry would simply break his legs. The brunette looked at the mechanical tentacle he was holding back with sweat and anger. Then he looked sideways with a smirk and noted a worthy opponent. Harry suddenly exclaimed when his opponent addressed him. He saw the protagonist break the tentacles while the others held him back, and he noticed that fire suppressed steel, so he was going to test that theory. He immediately raised his hands up and summoned a huge blue energy wall because he was going to see if his fire could melt a steel monster like Harry. He immediately sent a blue stream towards Harry, pinning him to the ground. From such an onslaught, the guy fell to one knee in a cloud of smoke. Harry grinned at his metal arm, which began to melt, and he realized that since awakening his S-rank talent, no one could compete with him, and he did not understand where Fang came from. Harry saw a purple hand reaching out to him. That purple hand grabbed his metal hand. It immediately lifted him into the air in front of the mosaic ceiling. Then that purple hand briskly stabbed him into the ground. This Harry was lying on the ground with his hand cut off. Then this purple hand started spinning him in the air and he was screaming, flying apart. The main character swung his hand, going to finish the fight. He immediately hit Harry's head with his hand, who was baring his teeth. From such a blow, the robot guy spat blood from his mouth. While Fang was about to land, Harry plopped down on the ground. Our hero landed smoothly on the ground in blue streams of air. Fang arrogantly pointed his finger at his opponent for the robot and said that his enemy was no longer able to move, so the victory was his, but the robot was going to check it out. This robot looked at the defeated guy and asked him if he could fight. Harry, at this time, felt real bad luck, because it was not easy to open the curtain that leads to the big world, but he came across a very strong opponent. A battered Harry lay on the ground and thought about how his universal stone allowed him to go to different villages, get rewards from the residents, but if he died now, then what he received would not compensate for what he lost. The protagonist quickly raised his head up. He looked at the black silhouettes, the spectators, from whom blue flames emanated, and the atmosphere changed for him. The robot stared intently at Harry's raised iron hand. The guy began to wave his fingers and admitted his defeat. The robot looked maliciously at the defeated fighter while Fang stood in the distance, and the robot said that this guy from the 33rd district admitted defeat and Fang became the winner. Our hero looked at the crowd in bewilderment when he heard from the robot that the restriction was lifted, and the robot asked everyone to place a bet because the winner would receive a reward. Fang spread his legs wide, looking at how huge worm monsters began to appear from under the ground. He saw those spirits with bloodthirsty mouths about to devour Harry's body. Those monsters started to take over Harry's body, who was screaming. That robot guy was baring his teeth hard when those monsters were trying to drag him away. He was screaming in horror when those monsters started to devour him. Those worm monsters were trying to devour Harry's body when he was supposed to die. From all sides, those spirits with bloodthirsty mouths were devoured by Harry's body. The protagonist watched in a daze. Then Fang looked back at the robot and asked him if he had deliberately kept silent about what would happen to the loser. The robot smiled maliciously and said that the world was not a toy, and any battle is a fight to the death, so he asked that player not to slander the customer service. The robot smiled and pointed in the direction with Fang when they saw the fighting crowd. When our hero asked about these people, the robot answered that they were people who lost their battles, and Harry would also become one of these spectators. This robot gave the purple stones into Fang's hands and said that these were the stones of the losing side, which now belonged to him, and he had the right to choose whether he wanted to continue the battle or not. Our player closed his eyes and frowned slightly, realizing that he had 6 stones and was missing more, but his people were still waiting, but he could not retreat. The robot began to joyfully rejoice along with confetti when our player was going to continue the battle, and he imagined this as a spectator. Multicolored spotlights began to fly across the spectator field, and the robot marked for the spectators whose bet played in the last round, who collected the required number of soul fragments, could take part in this competition. The guys from the stands began to joyfully raise their hands. Then this same spectator sadly began to lower his eyes. A purple spotlight shone on the crowd and spotted player Sal from the Tenzing clan. The purple spotlight was on a guy sitting idly in front of the screen because he had to choose his skin. Sal looked at the status window and tried to choose one of 3 skins because he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He remembered standing in front of a burning village where the corpses of his guys lay, because he was from the Tenzing clan, from whom the heavens turned away and his family did not live, but survived in the misty forest waiting for a new emperor. However, everything dear to him was destroyed 8 days after the arrival of that pretender. He remembered being little and looking at his father, who tearfully held his dead wife, seeing the trace of the killer. It was a black armband with a yellow pattern, so now Sal must take revenge. He remembered flying to the battlefield and cutting down thorny plants with his sword, because he needed to end the hatred of the heavens towards their clan, and rushing to the Temple of 1,000 Apparitions, because he felt much better from the thought that he would soon take revenge, and then in a duel with a challenger he lost. He remembered sitting defeated in front of a swordsman in this same arena. It was a white-haired guy with glasses who stuck his blade in and recognized a familiar clan. At that moment, Sal looked up in surprise. He noticed the same hieroglyph on the collar as the one who killed his mother. This brunette was furiously screaming for revenge at that moment when the spirits were trying to shackle his body. At that moment, he was trying to reach his enemy with glasses when his body was captured by the hands of the spirits. At that moment, the guy with glasses arrogantly looked at his defeated enemy and called them that bunch of scum that was then the Sal clan. Then this killer turned away arrogantly when Sal's body was swallowed by the spirits, and he was still going to destroy this guy at any cost. Now Sal wanted to start the fight and prove his candidacy. The robot looked at Sal's transforming form with a bewildered black aura. This guy began to bare his teeth furiously, and his body began to mutate. This guy transformed into a monster with blue legs and tentacles. This Sal transformed into an aquatic monster with a mouth and claws, because he wanted to become a monster and take revenge. This monster began to mutate even more in the black streams of aura. Then he jumped from the stands onto the battlefield and looked more like a predator. The main character stood in his fiery aura and looked at that monster, realizing that this contestant was already eager to start the fight. This predator opened his mouth wide and tried to absorb the body, Fang. When the robot gave the command to begin the fight, a powerful stream of fire pressed the monster to the ground. Sal extended his hand in a cloud of smoke, trying to get up from behind the rocks. Then, this predator flew to attack our hero again. A powerful stream of blue energy spread across the battlefield. The robot winked at the audience and extended his hand to the crushing duel of 2 players, asking the audience if they were curious why their contestant started the battle without bets. The protagonist was shackled in the predator's funnel, with purple shadow fetters stretching from him, and the robot noted that he wanted to introduce them to Sal's chosen appearance, a predator that was a clone of a mysterious beast bred from a space crack. The protagonist stood in a fighting pose and looked in confusion at the spinning funnel created by the predator and tried to get rid of it with shadow fetters, but noticed that Sal had a comparable B-rank speed talent and a rank strength. Those purple hands were trying to hold back the predator that was trying to escape, and Fang noticed that its sharp claws and teeth were easily tearing apart metals and stones. Those purple magical hands were trying to hold back the predator that was trying to escape, and he realized that its skin only looked smooth and soft, but in fact, its body was invulnerable. Sal, in the form of a predator, crossed his arms in front of him and had another terrifying ability. He slightly crouched and began to scream furiously, raising sound waves. The monster's blood, like a flammable liquid, immediately exploded upon contact with the target. This monster stood in a fighting stance around a cloud of smoke as its blood droplets fell down. They were brown balls when the monster clasped his hands, because defensive abilities below rank 4 would have no effect on this phenomenon. Those huge drops of blood flew straight towards Fang. The protagonist immediately flew to the side when the purple energy explosions occurred, and he realized that his enemy was very fast, strong, and invulnerable. In a word, a killing machine. One of the purple aura blasts hit our hero's body directly, and the robot noticed that after whichever contestant chose this body, its combat power had increased to 400 stars. The robot winked at the spectators, who were watching the bloodthirsty fight in awe, and asked them if Fang could win this time. The robot with the microphone immediately lowered its hand and offered people to place their bets. This huge predator flew from the air straight at our guy, who was on one knee. In an energy flow, the predator landed on the ground, crushing it. It was trying to crush our hero into the ground. Fang bared his teeth and tried to hold back the onslaught of this monster, wanting to summon the blade of the Dark Knight. Suddenly, a blue blade began to appear from the sky, while the monster was trying to absorb the hero. This blue beam was about to pierce the monster, but ricocheted off to the side as a yellow beam. This blue blade crashed into the stone and broke in half. Fang looked away in a daze and was perplexed. He immediately looked at his enemy furiously and declared that this was his best weapon and began to glow with an aura. A blue energy beam began to appear right in front of Fang's face. While the predator was trying to pin Fang to the ground, an air vortex began to appear around. Sparkling blue streams spread throughout the battlefield. The main character stood in the memories of his opponent from the last fight. Then he began to look around and heard the calls of those very spirits. He stood on fragments of memories of his opponent, who wanted revenge. The brunette looked ahead indifferently, standing surrounded by Sal's memories. Fang calmly looked at the fragments of memories and realized that Sal was trying to make him feel emotional. The main character looked at this guy, who was sad, his head down. Our hero looked at the killed monster and Sal sitting next to him and apologized to him. The protagonist began to glow with blue flames and extended his hand, stating that what had happened to his enemy was a terrible event and he did not wish it on anyone. Fang extended his hand and surrounded the guy with blue flames, explaining that he also had people he had to save. Now the main character stood on the battlefield in front of a wounded monster around a cloud of smoke. This exhausted predator was sitting on the ground and trying to look at Fang. The brunette approached the monster and put his hand to his face, intending to finish him off. He held his hand on the monster's head and made him a promise that he would kill all of his enemies. Black stripes began to cover the silhouette of our hero, and he allowed Sal to rest. Fang watched as the dead silhouette of the guy thinned out into blue smoke. Then Fang looked up at the robot, who explained that all the strength of the spirit was exhausted and Sal could no longer be resurrected. The robot looked exclaimingly at our hero, who was scratching his neck. This robot of the system happily held these stones in his hands and noted that Fang became the winner again, so he won twice and received a reward in the form of 6 stones. Fang extended his hand and a star stone fell into it. The robot poured 6 stones into the hands of our hero and noted that his last attack was an ordinary thunderstorm and asked how he managed to break through Sal's defense. The brunette stared intently through his bangs at the robot. Then he began to walk forward. He turned away from the robot and crouched behind his broken sword, explaining that he simply used a little trick during physical contact and let the power of lightning run through his veins, which got there with the blood from the wounds. He remembered how tightly he squeezed the monster's hand, and it sparkled. Then blue beams of energy began to grow in space, and he explained that when thunder and lightning reach a certain level, then you only need to release a small discharge so that it goes over the entire area. He also explained that since the predator's blood was easily flammable, it only needed to use lightning to make it explode from the inside. At that moment, this monster threw its head back and emitted blue streams and sparks all over. Fang looked at the robot from the shadows and explained that the more blood there was, the stronger the explosion. The robot spread its arms in shock, looking at Fang, and was curious that he had such terrifying strength and inhuman methods, wondering if he was really from the small Chiliocos. Fang stretched out his hand and looked up arrogantly, wanting to continue the fight. This robot happily shot confetti again, noting to the audience that Fang wanted to continue the match. At that moment, all the spectators were fighting among themselves, and the robot announced whose bet played in the last round, and those who collected enough soul fragments were given the opportunity to participate in the upcoming battle. The audience gaped at the hero's strength, wondering who would be sane enough to go up against Fang. The audience in the stands looked at each other and wanted to wait for their fate, since no one wanted to fight, because they realized that there would still be plenty of opportunities, and none of them wanted to be the losing side. The robot looked at the indignant crowd with bewilderment and did not understand what was happening. The robot immediately looked at our player, who put his hands on his belt in bewilderment, because the robot noted if there are no people willing to become the player's opponent, then they could not continue. The brunette looked at the robot, which began to glitch. The brunette looked at the robot's glitch with bewilderment, evaporating. Then it was a technological corridor from the future. The girl stood in front of the system door and received permission. The door is immediately opened in front of the assistant, while the lady was engaged in lovemaking. The blonde hugged the girl in the mask, who complimented her assistant. The brunette in the tech suit named Sasha looked at the mistress with displeasure. The blonde in the mask immediately got out of bed and went to her assistant, who called her herself. The Punisher in her robe looked at the girl and wanted to help her unwind. The brunette looked at her mistress with bewilderment and did not quite understand what they could be talking about. The girls stood opposite each other when the mistress called the system window and said that since Sasha could not continue the battle, she had an excellent offer. The girls looked at the system window and saw the puzzled protagonist when Sasha noted that the Punisher had no right to interfere during the assessment of newcomers. This naked girl tiptoed to the assistant. She immediately hugged her and whispered in her ear that Sasha was really so beautiful that it was even hard for her to restrain herself, and she was not going to interfere, she just suggested. The girl in the mask leaned against the assistant's ear and explained that in the world of murder, risk and opportunity are synonymous. The girl in the robe walked forward when her assistant evaporated. She covered herself with a robe, looking forward, and asked the assistant to take her word for it, because she was sure that the guy would make the right choice. Another girl came up to the Punisher from behind and hugged her, wondering if Fang would be able to kill the alien body that she brought back from the Great Void, and it seemed to her that she had seen this player somewhere before. The girl hugged the Punisher from behind and said that she had never seen the girl interfere in the affairs of the big world and tried to understand what happened this time. The lady in the mask stared at the brunette in the status window because he reminded her of an old friend. Now our hero was looking forward with sweat on his brow, having heard about the game of hunters. The system robot raised his hand and imagined a magical city, declaring that all spectators would receive the same appearance and Fang would enter the sacred ruins for 1 hour. The robot began to angrily wave his hands and imagine how these spectators tried to surround our hero and hunt him. The robot explained that all spectators would be hunters, and Fang would be the prey, so the hunters would have to catch the prey, and as a reward they would receive resurrection. The robot looked askance with a smirk and explained that the prey must avoid attack and capture, and if after 1 hour the prey remained unharmed and whole, then it wins. He imagined a destroyed building in ruins where there were spirits with swords and explained that if the prey killed all the hunters, then for the role change he could get 500,000 points. The brunette looked up in surprise. Then Fang raised his hand and refused to give up when the robot stated that he could refuse it if he wanted. The guy grinned maliciously, flexing his fingers, and wanted to start the game. It was a destroyed multi-story building under the cover of fog. The protagonist carefully walked on the ground. He walked forward and carefully listened to extraneous sounds with his ear. A notification that the B-rank 6 senses synergy was activated. As he walked along the empty street, fighters with weapons flew towards him from the air. The supposedly unsuspecting brunette stopped when spears flew at him. He immediately waved his hand and began to fight back with sparking attacks using the level 3 skill energy release. He squatted down as the remaining spirit silhouettes flew towards him. He then began to walk forward, looking back at the severed spirit heads, and noticed that the combat power of only 200 stars was weak. He looked back at the severed limbs of the spirits and explained that after death, these guys immediately disappeared and there was no time to extract them. Then a glowing core appeared in the sky, emitting energy. The protagonist stood under a protective blue barrier. One of the cloaked fighters raised a gun. Its barrel was pointed at the sky, where fireworks were exploding. In the reflection of the brunette's eyes, the murder of that same fighter was visible with splashes of blood. These fighters with skull masks ran forward. Suddenly, they froze and raised their heads to the exploding fireworks. The fighter with the skull hid from cover and looked back at the explosions. The fighters with the scythe began to look around and try to spot their prey. They immediately ran along the empty highway closer to the landfill and wanted to split into 3 teams when 2 went around, so they needed to move quickly and could not let their prey escape. They immediately flew forward while their black cloak fluttered, because they used the tactic of attacking in waves. The fighter with the skull and sledgehammer ran forward, realizing that there were many hunters, while there was only one prey and the chance of winning for the hunters was much higher, so the heavenly law should not allow such unfair games at all. The guys ran after each other. These warriors with skulls tried to surround the buildings by running on the roofs, and assumed that now Fang would demonstrate even greater power than in previous battles. The fighters in cloaks walked along the road and suddenly stopped. They looked up and saw the protagonist, who was floating in a cloud of discharges and dust. The brunette looked at them mockingly in his aura and said that the guys were still late. It was a whole crowd of puzzled hunters. They looked back at the explosion that occurred on the roof of the building. Then they noticed Fang running away under the blue rays. The hunters pointed at the running prey and tried to catch him. The skull hunter frowned slightly and used crystal sight because he noticed that their prey had the ability to create clones, so he was going to use his Eye of Truth. It was a magical technological eye. He saw 3 clones of the main character nimbly jumping on the walls, dodging attacks, and he believed that it was a person with the combat power of 420 stars, but his Eye of Truth did not reveal anything suspicious, and the first appearance should be the real hero. These hunters were immediately going to climb the collapsing bridge. The skull hunters looked ahead in confusion, realizing that their prey had disappeared. They immediately began to point fingers at each other dissatisfiedly and realized that they had agreed that a certain team would take care of their role, but they failed to do so and tried to blame each other. The other hunters looked around in confusion and assumed that their prey had the ability to move in space, but they had not noticed any distortions yet. The 2 hunters with skulls looked around in confusion after hearing a strange sound. These hunters looked at each other in confusion. The hunters stood in a small group with a puzzled look and tried to explain what was happening. One of the hunters near the wall noticed that they were chasing Fang and there were some strange sounds, as if someone was singing. He extended his index finger with a smile and imagined yellow notes with words of love and happiness, explaining that they sang about love, separation, and the bitterness of loss. The hunters looked at their comrade in confusion, who crossed his arms and hummed. At this time, the protagonist extended his index finger and tried to count the hunters who were sorting things out. He stood on the roof under the thick clouds and extended his index finger. He stood on the roof and his doubles began to appear on other buildings as he wanted to start the show. He stood in the company of his doubles and raised his hand under the notes of the song. His real form along with the doubles had certain roles in the form of earth, gold, and furious thunder. All the hunters began to look around in confusion. They all began to fall into the hole after the earthquake. While the rest of the hunters fell into the abyss, one of the fighters managed to grab his sword and realized that it was a trap. Suddenly, another hunter stepped on his face. This fighter was going to jump up while everyone else fell down. Suddenly, sharp bundles began to crawl out of the ground, causing the hunters to fall. All the hunters began to receive sharp metal tentacles piercing their bodies. One of the hunters managed to sit on the protruding stake, looking at how his comrades fell into the traps. He understood that it was movement in space and control over the earth, metal, thunderstorm, which he demonstrated during the duel and was surprised by such a number of abilities. This warrior with a skull, in amazement, opened his mouth under the lightning skill. Our hero stretched out his fingers and lightning discharges were thinning from them. This hunter managed to grab onto an iron stake, which began to spark. All the hunters who touched the iron bars received an electric shock. While the bulk of the hunters began to fall, one of the hunters sat under a protective barrier. This hunter in the protective barrier began to deftly jump in this hole because he was glad that his defense talent could neutralize this attack. He also realized that this challenger was really unusual because first he gathered everyone in a bunch and only then attacked. This fighter managed to grab a rocky ledge with his hand as he was going to get out. He pulled his hands up and tried to get out of the hole. At this time, a spiked grate with a blue flame appeared above the hole. This entire spiked grate covered the hole with a blue flame. The protagonist watched the fiery flame and dust cloud from the roof. He imagined himself standing on the battlefield, surrounded by hunters with weapons, and realized that there were too many hunters, and he was alone, and if he killed them one by one, he would definitely not be able to complete the task of destroying them. The protagonist understood that if they attacked in a large company, then he would definitely have a hard time, and therefore there was only one way out: to gather them into small groups and kill them. He imagined himself jumping above the earth cloud and maliciously rejoicing at the spikes and lightning. His plan was to use the talent for earth control to create a huge hole, then place metal pins there using the talent for metal control, and only then create the appearance of untouched earth. Afterwards, he imagined himself happily running away while the hunters who had fallen into the pit were chasing him, because his plan was that when the hunters reached their target, he needed to activate the Shadow Flow Master's skill, so all that was left was to lure these hunters into the prepared trap and kill them in one fell swoop. The brunette looked at what was happening arrogantly and wanted to move on to the next step. He watched the cloud of smoke and his double on the roof. Then he ran away from a whole bunch of hunters, because he understood that his clone was leading the hunters to a place where there would be a closed space. These hunters were running along the ground, and the main character was going to wait until they all fell into the trap. All the hunters were standing in a bunch because they were surrounded by a wall of fire, because it was a command to form this wall around the hunters. The concrete and foundations of the buildings began to crumble. The huge concrete blocks began to break and fall, because this was the use of the gold control art of the 5 elements talent, because it was necessary to weaken the frame of the building and as a result it would collapse. The huge concrete blocks began to fall on the hunters who were surrounded by blue flames. After the stones fell, a huge cloud of dust and smoke rose. The stone boulders pinned the body of the hunters because in this area, ice arrows that were flying would already be waiting in the air. These ice arrows flew straight at the trapped hunters because they were destined to deal with those who still managed to escape from under the rubble. These ice arrows pierced the body of the hunter, causing him to wave his arms and instantly die. Fang was engulfed in his blue flames, while fiery molten metal grew under the concrete. He was going to use fire to heat the target area to extreme temperatures, melting the soil and turning it into lava. The surviving hunters at this time tried to attack the protagonist from all sides, who was standing on a stone, because he wanted to become bait himself, luring the hunters into hell. Fang began to step forward near the corpse when the other hunters fell into the lava. He pretended to be standing in the passage, and he suddenly felt bad because he needed to demonstrate his weakness when it would be necessary and the hunters would climb out themselves. A bunch of red eyes from the darkness looked at the brunette. The other hunters looked warily at Fang sitting in the passage, and the death count was already almost 200. The brunette sat in the passage and with a smile looked at the group of hunters. Suddenly, iron rods and rock fragments emerged from the ground, killing the hunters. The main character raised his hand with a smile and declared that it was a great ending. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound behind Fang. The brunette saw the same armored girl in front of him, who clapped him for his impressive fight. The system robot began to angrily shout at Jiayu, and that she should not dare touch the challenger without permission. The Punisher stretched out her hand, looking at the robot. The masked girl was all beaming and greeted Fang. The brunette looked at her in bewilderment and asked who she was. The armored girl crossed her arms and replied that her name was Jiayu, and she was the Punisher of Heaven, and it was she who offered 500,000 points as a reward for winning this game. Fang stared at her and noted that he should probably thank her, but the Punisher replied that he shouldn't do that because it wasn't all done out of the kindness of her heart. The blonde continued to cross her arms, looking at the tense hero, and said that the heavens have rules and the Punisher couldn't interfere with the affairs of the challenger during the rookie test. But the holy ruins are an exception and Fang entered here voluntarily, and this territory is not controlled by the heavens. The protagonist stood in front of the girl in the ruins and noticed, and assumed that all this was just to lure him here, and this reward of 500,000 points was like a fairy tale. The girl answered doubtfully. The brunette looked at her angrily and replied that he didn't really like talking to people who only have an intrigue that benefits them. Fang immediately froze when the girl flew at him with a fist. Jiayu swung her golden fist with fury. Fiery explosions began to occur, destroying everything around. Fang managed to group himself in the air and flew back. Fang jumped back sharply from the ruins in the airflow. He immediately swung his fist and flew to attack the fiery explosions. Jiayu stood around the light beams and said that it was so weak that Fang did not leave a scratch on her, and it was funny. She immediately directed yellow light beams at him, and he spat out blood. The protagonist stretched out his leg, but the blonde managed to duck. The protagonist looked down in shock. The Punisher stretched out her hand and grabbed the protagonist's leg and noticed that there were flaws everywhere. She immediately swung her hand and slammed the hero's body into the ground. She began to throw him in all directions into the ground and noted that Fang used to be so handsome and powerful, but now he was useless and helpless. Exhausted, Fang looked at her through his bangs and felt that he was in pain and everything was so fast, and it was impossible to concentrate and do anything. Then the Punisher threw Fang's body into the sky. She immediately jumped into the air and was going to press the hovering body and was going to kill him here. The brunette twisted his face and bared his teeth. The girl immediately kicked, and Fang flew down. The guy from such a blow flew high under the moonlight. Fang managed to open his mechanical wings in the air. He imagined how he was in outer space above various planets, wanting to use the talent of the 5 elements. He directed multicolored streams of light towards the girl. Suddenly, huge light spheres began to grow. The brunette stood in a cloud of smoke with a drooping look and wings because he understood that he extracted the 5 elements from the sacred ruins to create a sphere of destructive power that is not inferior to a nuclear bomb. He looked at the growing cloud of smoke and dust, hoping that it would work. He quickly soared into the sky, seeing beams of light emitting from the Punisher. Jiayu adjusted her hand and looked up mockingly, noting that if this was his best move, it only slightly stained her armor. The brunette extended his hand and realized that the elemental power was ineffective, so he summoned Lewin. It was a little girl who emitted fire from herself because she should release the golden flames, and the hero should use the shadow fetters. While the purple whips tied the girl's body, a stream of fire from Lewin flew towards her. This fire girl flew forward furiously. Then, her eyes widened in confusion. Jiayu extended her hand and caught the fire girl. She clutched the crying girl in her arms and addressed her, noting that because of that incident, she became a pathetic heavenly Punisher and everyone mocked and ridiculed her. And she also knew that Lewin could not die, and so she endured these humiliations for thousands of years and watched each new challenger, waiting for him to appear to kill her again. The brunette immediately screamed furiously, wanting to call on the furious thunder. It immediately flew from the air with thunderclaps at the Punisher. Lewin in a fast beam of light broke out of Jiayu's hands. Lewin in the form of a beam of light immediately flew into the hands of the owner, and he realized that it was an attack of thunder, and it worked. In the reflection of his eyes, the silhouette of the Punisher was visible, and he assumed that the elemental talents did not hurt her, but had a certain effect. He immediately clasped his hands, causing streams of light to emanate, because he wanted to use the talent of the earth. Suddenly, the girl's feet began to get stuck in the ground. The girl stood on the ruins, surrounded by a wall of fire. A tongue of flame burst out into space. This fire tried to envelop Jiayu, who said that using the same technique on her as on these weak players whose strength was estimated at 200 stars would be very weak, and he must not have known that for those who were at the beginner stage, the conditions were different. The protagonist raised his hands and carried an ice attack like a storm. The fire Punisher, being chained, looked up at the whirlwind. This Punisher began to scream, being completely absorbed in the ground. She managed to release a liquid attack, stopping the ice flow. At this time, a powerful explosion occurred in space, near which the flows were enveloped. Jiayu, who was encased in the ground, looked up mockingly and realized that the guy was still trying. Fang swung his hand and was about to release ice crystals under the skill of Ice Storm. These ice crystals along with blocks of ice enveloped everything around. The blonde was encased in ice when the crystals flew at her. The brunette swung his hand with an ice funnel and noted that none of this mattered as long as he could immobilize the Punisher. He immediately struck her in the face. Fang dealt numerous blows to the girl's face because she was trapped and was now trying to see what she could do. Then the Punisher managed to tilt her head to reflect the blow of the helmet. Suddenly, a stream of light spread from this helmet, which threw Fang back along with Lewin. Numerous explosions occurred near the ground. The main character plopped down on the ground near a rocky ledge. The blonde threw her head back and started screaming that magma and ice would be a futile and stupid decision, although she was completely shackled. The entire space began to be covered in ice and stones. The brunette angrily looked forward and bared his teeth at the flying stones. A huge layer of earth began to float into the sky. It was a huge ball of earth and ice that flew into the sky. The blonde was shackled in this ball, and she was all glowing because she liked the surprised expression on Fang's face and wanted to show him her power. Then this huge ball began to quickly fly down. The wounded character at this time was trying to heal himself. When this layer of earth flew at him, I realized that he had little energy and the regeneration rate was too low. He sighed heavily and bared his teeth, being covered in shadow, because if he did not do anything, he would die. This huge ball of stones and ice crashed into the ground. The blonde was released and was all beaming, puzzled. Behind the blonde, the entire space began to distort. Fang's distorted silhouette looked at the blonde in the sky, who noticed that his spiritual pet with fire and space control skills was. This blonde began to strike the guy's body with a smile. He immediately crashed into the ground again in a stream of light. He already looked exhausted and wounded, trying to heal himself with a spiritual pet because it was she who saved him from this block. Then the Punisher flew at the exhausted guy with both legs and wanted to tease him. She immediately dug her feet into the ground, but the brunette managed to duck when the girl hoped that their battle would be much more lively. Fang managed to duck and run near the blonde. The girl managed to grab a huge block of stone. She raised a huge piece of stone over her head and replied that it was all because he couldn't heal himself during the battle, and if she continued to interfere with him, his bird wouldn't help. This huge boulder flew after the fleeing guy. Fang managed to bend down on one knee. He quickly tore to the side and began to run away quickly. Fang frowned through his bangs and understood that Lewin had teleported him to save him, but this boulder had damaged her heart and lungs. He bared his teeth while the Punisher threw stones in a fighting pose, because these games of the hunter really provoke her, although Fang understood that if he did not find a safe place where he could heal, then everything would be bad. Then he began to go down the mountain. He looked up when discharges of energy beams began to appear in the sky. The blonde ran forward enthusiastically and understood that this trick was already boring for her. The brunette soared into the sky and directed an attack of blue energy heaps. Glowing blue dragons flew at Jiayu, and she said that if he continued to resist, his death would only be more painful and asked him to surrender. A powerful energy explosion occurred. The entire space was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and Jiayu looked around. The blonde immediately grabbed the protagonist's hand and was about to hit him. The energy explosion scattered throughout the entire space. The Punisher swung her fist and held Fang's severed arm. The protagonist lay near a rocky ledge in a cloud of smoke after the blow. Jiayu began to walk forward and threw out her hand, noting that using a clone to fool her was quite ironic. The wounded clone of the protagonist was about to get up when an angry girl walked towards him and assured him that her anger would now fall on him. Fang managed to dodge the blow and punch Jiayu himself. At this time, a black sphere was visible on the empty field. The protagonist was sitting in this dome at this time and trying to heal. The noise from the shot of the electromagnetic cannon was intended to drown out the melody from the use of the shadow flow, and the clone confused the Punisher and led him away from the protagonist. Lewin sat on his palm and emitted a green aura because he managed to grab his pet and use the talent with the earth to be able to heal a little. Fang watched as the little girl lifted the huge flask with a smile because he asked her to eat it faster to quickly replenish her energy. They both opened their mouths and began to absorb the particles. The protagonist looked up and realized that the clones were killed. He sat cross-legged and began to glow because he asked Lewin to teleport him up. Fang immediately soared into the sky and was about to attack the girl from the air. The blonde noticed this and looked back. They immediately began a fierce battle in the air, irradiating with their colored auras. The blonde stretched out her energy beams to press the protagonist to herself because she noticed that he recovered so quickly, but assured him that he would not even be able to touch her, but still made these pathetic attempts because he thought he had a chance to win. Fang, with an evil grin, tried to attack the blonde from behind. This helmet immediately flew off the girl to the ground. The blonde, covering herself with her long curls, looked at Fang with a smile and realized that he had knocked off her mask and wanted to find her weak spot. Jiayu mockingly looked forward with her mechanical eyes and said that it was not her weak spot. Her eye was immediately covered with a white veil. Then, an energy circle formed around Fang. The brunette looked at the energy circle surrounding him in bewilderment. He immediately found himself in outer space, where his body was divided into various systems in the form of a skeleton, muscles, and body. Jiayu, with a malicious grin, attacked the hero with her foot. From such a blow, Fang flew far away with a powerful beam. He broke through the window of the building and flew into it. Then he plopped down on the ground in a room similar to a warehouse. He sighed angrily, lying around the shards of glass, and felt that his body and soul seemed to be separated. And this was not like the effect of a zombie attack, and this time this separation seemed much more real. Lewin sat on his shoulder and looked back in horror as Jiayu was about to climb up to them. The Punisher touched her face with her hand and noted that she was really excited by this action because her fist met his flesh, and she truly reveled in the feeling of victory every time. And this little skill of hers was more of an extreme measure. It was like red blood cells that mutated. The girl began to explain since he had experienced it. She decided to tell him that her eyes had magical powers, and what was blocked by her gaze automatically stopped all functioning. These were the same mutated cells that were about to split, and the girl assured that if he tried to move, his body and soul would be torn apart in an instant. Jiayu was about to land next to the protagonist, who was radiating green light. She spread 2 fingers in front of her eye and imagined how they were on film, and then fought, and simply put, her eye was like a camera. If you freeze, then everything will go smoothly. But if you move, then the pictures will be blurry. The brunette looked at her angrily through his bangs and now understood why her eyes reminded him so much of a camera shutter. The blonde arrogantly raised her head, looking at Fang, who was asking Lewin to help find her weak spot at that time. Jiayu looked closely, getting ready to take a picture with her magic eye. Then her eye closed. She put out her elbow and was going to attack the guy, who managed to run back. Jiayu swung her fist, getting ready to attack the guy and assured that the blind spots would not be affected. Fang broke through the wall with stone fragments from such a blow. Worried Lewin saw how her master spat out blood. The girl frowned angrily with her eye with the shutter. She estimated that Fang had flown about 100 meters. From that wasteland, the guy managed to teleport to another place within the ability's range. Jiayu was flying towards him with a shining fist in the aura streams. She looked at him intently. A powerful, crushing explosion occurred. Explosions with aura streams began to occur around various buildings, and there was a countdown. The Punisher hovered in her aura streams and mockingly looked at the wounded guy and assured that these were several consecutive soul breaks, and his endurance and ability to endure pain really impressed her. The blonde immediately ran forward with a grin, because she was incredibly curious since she wanted to bring him to the limit and decided to tear off his skin very carefully. Fang fell to the ground from the sky. He fell down and looked back at his hands in surprise, noting that this feeling was gone. He immediately opened his mechanical wings, looking at the Agono in the distance, and felt that this was the limit of Jiayu's skill, after which he used teleport to move closer. Suddenly, Jiayu used teleport and with her huge eyes appeared behind the brunette. Her leg began to distort, as if in cuts. Fang covered his eyes with his hands and was about to land on the ground. He began to rejoice with a smile along with Lewin, because his guess was correct, and if he stayed 20 kilometers away from Jiayu, she would not be able to use this ability. He soared into the sky again with the help of Blue Aura and was about to counterattack together with Lewin's spiritual pet. The girl with her huge eye locked the main character in the target. A splash of white light flashed past the blue stream. The blonde bared her teeth angrily, seeing the distorted silhouette of the guy. The brunette immediately struck her in the stomach. Jiayu immediately flew back, and the protagonist was going to finish her off with a kick. Then the blonde swung her leg, but Fang managed to duck. The brunette spread his legs wide, looking at the girl's attack, when Lewin noted that this was the boundary of the holy ruins and they could not teleport further. The girl wanted to use the breaking style and struck multiple blows with her fists. Then it was the technique of the king's fist, and she released a whole barrage of fire fists towards Fang. These fire fists flew past the protagonist, who was about to leave. Lewin put her hands on her waist and stood in front of the brunette. She stared ahead and was going to use teleportation. Suddenly, her eyes bulged from a punch from behind. The brunette hugged the little girl to his chest and felt punches from behind. 2 fists from different sides hit the brunette's face. Another fist from the side forced him to spit out blood from the blow. A bunch of light fists attacked the protagonist, who bared his teeth. A bunch of glowing fists flew at him from all sides, and he received a blow to the face, because now he realized that when using the skill, Lewin concentrates on a certain point in space in order to move there. However, this attack of the Punisher greatly distorted the space, and Phoenix failed to concentrate on a specific point. These were cracked than armor, and in a few seconds the armor of the heavenly dragon will be completely destroyed, and he will die. The guy hugged the girl to his chest and took the light blows on himself, although he had another idea in reserve. A bunch of fire fists flew in all directions and Lewin flew to the epicenter, a huge open palm stretched in space. The blonde immediately grabbed Lewin and assumed that they had no more moves left, because she had already seen it. Suddenly, a large stream of fire enveloped Jiayu's head. She immediately grabbed her face and began to scream in pain with anger that she wanted to kill Lewin. Jiayu tried to swing her fists and held her wounded face. She continued to emit flying fists, but the brunette deftly ran towards her, because while he dodged, he would be able to reach the Punisher, then reduce the killing power of the golden flame, increasing speed. Fang squatted, dodging the flying fists, and realized that he needed to blind the Punisher before she used her ability, because after that, Jiayu would not be able to fully control her attack with fists. The blonde continued to release fists, but the protagonist ran forward. The wounded girl bared her teeth and saw a fist flying towards her. Their 2 black silhouettes collided in a furious airflow. Jiayu grabbed the guy's hand and began to rip it off. She pulled her hand in confusion as she began to be captured by purple bonds. She bared her teeth as she was bound by purple ropes. She frowned furiously with a battered face as she was in despair. Her body was bound by purple whips, and she noticed that these were stupid abilities that she only wanted to laugh at. She immediately began to break free from them and threw the brunette into the ground, as if that was his entire attack. Jiayu, with a battered and angry look, tried to pull the purple ropes and noted that he used childish techniques and they were useless to her. Then she bared her teeth furiously, raising her hands as she tore the bonds. She raised her hands and began to scream furiously throughout the space. Fang at this time ran away and noticed that the girl's armor was gone. He looked at the crushing explosion and the beam coming from it. He looked in surprise at the girl from whom the energy discharges were coming, and she explained that each piece of armor on her body weighed 10 tons. She raised her hands with a malicious grin and said that the armor only existed to contain her true destructive power. She smiled sarcastically, baring her teeth through her bangs, and wanted to show everything she was capable of. The brunette began to back away, seeing Jiayu's fluttering curls. The blonde hit the protagonist in the chin. They fought fiercely in the thick clouds. The blonde tried to catch the protagonist with her light energy, who managed to crouch. Then he managed to raise his hand and dodge the energy beam. He grabbed Lewin, out of breath, and realized that after Jiayu took off her armor, her speed had increased incredibly and she was moving almost at the speed of Lewin's teleportation. The little girl was flying towards the angry owner, as he did not want her to continue and use the 3-dimensional space. Suddenly, a blonde woman with a smirk flew towards him with a fist. She delivered a crushing blow, causing him to leave an oblong mark on the ground. He flew up into the sky and spun. The blonde stood in a fighting pose, looking up with her fists. She immediately soared in the sky in a beam of light. Jiayu flew in the air, about to deliver a punch, because she knew that Fang could hardly fight at all now, since he did not have the ability to teleport. The blonde swung her fist, and Fang fell down. The blonde in a stream of light flew towards Fang under the light of the moon. The protagonist was flying upside down. He noted that there was very little left. The protagonist called the Shadow Fetters, telling them to pick up the object. Shadow Puds appeared under the golden plate. They grabbed the plate with their hands. The Shadow Fetters began to pick up the object. The Punisher with a bloodthirsty grin approached the protagonist, swinging her fist. Red drops of blood appeared in space. The protagonist thought that they should act faster. The Shadow Fetters threw the golden plate towards the protagonist. Fang grabbed the object in his hand. He put it in front of his chest when the Punisher hit the object. The protagonist fell down, letting go of the plate from his hands, after which he fell to the ground. The protagonist with a battered look lay on the ground, looking up. He noted that even with her armor it was hard to resist her power, and if he hid in three-dimensional space now, then hiding did not mean disappearing at all, so the Punisher would find a way to find him, and if he broke into the space itself, then Lewin and you, adding that they needed to think of another way out, and he could, since she kept saying that she wanted to kill him. But in fact, she continued to play cat and mouse with him, and no matter what her goal was, they needed to find her weak spot, they needed to cool down and think. White hair fluttered in the wind. You appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that she had come to stop her. A yellow barrier appeared around the elf. She used the skill static time. The Punisher threw a gold plate towards the guys. The elf held her hands in front of her as the plate approached her. She looked ahead in bewilderment, not understanding how this was possible, because she had definitely slowed down the flow of time. A golden object was visible in the girl's eyes. She noted that she could not dodge it. The plate flew through the girl's hair, cutting it. The object crashed into the ground, causing clouds of smoke and dust to rise. The Punisher, with a serious expression on her face, looked ahead, saying that the ability to control time was really good. It was just a pity that the level was too low and the difference in their strength was huge, and therefore these abilities did not work on her at all. The protagonist stood up on his feet. The Punisher told the dragon ancestor to think of something else, since she liked to see how hard he tried. The protagonist stood on his feet, leaning against you. The girl apologized to the protagonist, noting that she wanted to help the master so much, but the master was now injured because of her. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that she was constantly talking about some dragon ancestor, and perhaps she confused him with him because of his blood talent, and maybe he would be the key to defeating her. You supported the wounded protagonist. Fang told the girl that he had a skill card and it would allow her to use the wings of the wind, and then she would use her skill to interact with the slopes. Wings began to appear on the girl's back when his clone appeared behind the protagonist. Fang said that they needed to stop her. The protagonist closed his eyes, clutching his chest with his hand. He said that he only needed them to buy a minute of time, but her safety was a priority and she should not get caught by her. The Punisher began to move forward. A golden aura began to emanate from her. The blonde apologized to the guys for interrupting their idol, noting that it was time to end this and now was the time to kill them, adding that they would go to hell and tell everyone how good she was. The guys stood ready for battle. Fang said that he would make an explosion, and they should go, after which a huge explosion occurred, raising clouds of smoke. You and the protagonist's clone rushed towards the Punisher. You soared upward on her wings. The protagonist sat near the wall, healing himself. The elf held her hand out in front of her as symbols began to appear. The protagonist stuffed fruits into his mouth. The protagonist's clone dodged the blonde's attack. The protagonist's eyes widened, gritting his teeth. The elf looked in surprise at the blonde who appeared behind her. The Punisher attacked with a golden pillar of clone energy. You held her hand out in front of her, emitting a golden aura. The Punisher grabbed the girl by the face. She smiled bloodthirstily, saying that she caught her. The blonde threw the girl down, causing her to roll on the ground. The blonde was floating in the air. She told you that if she told where the protagonist was, she would spare her this torment. An object crashed into the blonde's face. The protagonist said that he was there. The girl flew to the side when splashes of yellow liquid appeared. The protagonist picked up a wing fragment, saying that they were broken and now they couldn't fly. A block appeared on the protagonist's hand. He said that this was the second form of the wind wings. Sparks began to emanate from the block. Fang used the transformation. The protagonist knelt down on one knee, looking menacingly ahead. The blonde rose to her feet, massaging her shoulder. She asked what it was this time. Energy began to emanate from the block. The protagonist noted that the wind wings were an extremely powerful thing, but it was powerfully released in the first form. Fang rushed with an attack on the Punisher. He noted that in the second form, this power could be fully released and it could be used to hit with a force not inferior to the Punisher. The protagonist attacked the girl in the face. The Punisher began to slide her feet on the ground. The protagonist pressed the girl against the wall, which collapsed. The protagonist looked at the energy from the block, noting that the power of the wings was weakening. The blonde covered her face with her hands, saying that this was different and it was a pity that it was still not enough. The Punisher kicked the protagonist aside. The blonde hit the protagonist with her hand. The protagonist fell to the ground. He thought that his ribs were broken, and his energy had only been restored by half, and no matter how many dragon blood fruits he ate, he would not be able to defeat her. The blonde stood next to the protagonist. She swung her leg. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the shadow fetters put a silver object in front of him. The Punisher smiled maliciously. She turned away from the brunette and walked away. The girl began to gather golden energy in her fist, saying that out of respect for him, she would give him a quick death. The girl smiled maliciously, swinging her fist. You suddenly appeared, spreading her arms to the side. You stood in front of the protagonist, preparing to take the blow. The elf apologized to the master. Tears flowed from her eyes. The elf said that she wanted to protect him, but it turned out that because of her, he only suffered even more. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. The Punisher's hand passed through her body. Yu said that her life was in exchange for the life of the master. The Punisher pulled out her hand when Yu began to fall backwards. The girl fell to her knees, pressing her hands to her chest. The protagonist looked at what was happening in horror. He opened his mouth wide, calling the girl by name. A golden vortex of energy appeared in front of the Punisher. She smiled maliciously, saying that her efforts were not in vain and his was the dragon spirit. The protagonist's hair grew and claws appeared on his hands. He bared his teeth in fury as a powerful aura emanated from him. The protagonist with a dragon's gaze looked ahead. The protagonist was hovering in the air when a golden dragon appeared behind him. The Punisher smiled bloodthirstily. She thought that it was terrifying, an aura of greatness and almost like that of the dragon ancestor. But all this was a bluff and the real dragon ancestor had not yet awakened. The girl moved her leg to the side, noting that she would wait. The blonde stood in a fighting pose. The protagonist swung his fist. The Punisher noted that she would return to the abode of the immortals. The guys rushed to attack each other, emitting a powerful aura. A girl appeared between the guys from the system window. The brunette waved her hand towards the protagonist. The blonde looked at what was happening in bewilderment when the protagonist evaporated. The brunette looked at the Punisher, saying that she would personally contact the challenger in an attempt to kill him by creating sacred ruins that would isolate him from the eyes of heaven. She would definitely report this to the heavenly path. The cartel spread her arms to the side, saying that whatever, and she had already done everything she wanted. The Punisher smiled maliciously, thinking that she knew for sure that he was the ancestor of the dragon, and as soon as the newbie period ended, she would definitely kill him and next time he would not be so lucky. A golden dragon appeared in the sky on the arena. The protagonist punched the ground. The ground collapsed into pieces. The protagonist sighed heavily. His foot stood on the collapsed ground. The protagonist stood motionless, breathing heavily. The ground began to reflect moving stones. The stones rose into the air. The protagonist held Yu in his arms, standing opposite the brown-haired woman. The system said that the village chief Fang finished the hunter game, receiving 500,000 points, and as compensation for missing the heavenly path, he is entitled to unlimited purchase of universal stones. The system hovered in the sky, saying that also a rank 7 artifact is a divine weapon. Items appeared in the air and began to be attracted to the protagonist. The system said that there was also level 6 dragon armor. System notifications. Divine weapon, attack power 2000, power 500, increase in the power of the 5 elements 100, increase in the power of wind, thunder, light and darkness 100, additional skill, heavenly destruction. Dragon armor, defense 2000, resistance to the 5 elements 100%, resistance to wind and thunder 100%, additional skill, rotating heavenly guard. The protagonist looked up, asking who she was. The system stared at the guy. She hovered in the air, saying that the demigod who came from the abodes of immortals, demoted in rank and cannot say anything more. The protagonist held Yu in his arms with her eyes closed. He said that he would return this debt to her and make her pay for everything she did. Fang looked at the elf in surprise. The elf dissolved in the protagonist's arms. The system said that the people from the abandoned clans belong to the world, murders, and there is still a chance to extract before she finally dies. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the sparks floating in the sky. Fang said that he does not want to extract the dead. The protagonist put his hand to the magic circle. System notification. He activated the universal teleport and must choose a place to move. The residents looked at the sky in surprise where the protagonist appeared. System notification. The village headman Fang entered area number 618. The residents looked at the system windows in surprise. System notification. The village headman Fang sent out an offer to all residents of village number 618. Those who accept the invitation will automatically become residents of the Dragon Pool village. The guy asked that this was not a dream, noting that he became a resident of the Dragon Pool village. The villager said that they can now level up by doing simple work. This is real happiness. System notification. Village Chief Fang entered area number 34 and 77. A bright light appeared above the city. System notification. The population of Dragon Pool Village has reached 15,495, and it fully meets the requirements for upgrading the village to level 3. Dragon Pool Village meets all the requirements, asking if he wants to upgrade to level 3. Dragon Pool Village has reached level 3. Related improvements will be made in the next 2 days, and all villagers received 400 points as a reward. The village chief received 800 points. The bright sun shone above the city. System notification. She congratulated the village of Dragon Pool from District 1 with the status of one village of level 3, and it takes first place in the competition and receives the highest award of villagers by 1,000 points. The village chief 2,000 points. The villager shouted that these are the city walls and if they improve them, they will no longer have to fear enemies. The protagonist looked at the system window. He said that one management of 16 villages and departments, and thus all former compatriots were saved. The protagonist looked at the small robot, telling him to distribute the points. He said 10,000 points to strength, 10,000 points to speed, 10,000 to physical characteristics, 10,000 to energy. The protagonist put on the dragon armor. The system window with the characteristics of the protagonist appeared. Level 18. Level 8 Justice Bringer, Reputation 180, Strength 105,475, Agility 105,372, Physical Characteristics 102,758, Strength Rating 12 stars. The villagers smiled happily. Teiyu Village. The villager said that only 14 points and this time the reward is really worth it. The girl said that she is falling more and more in love with their elder. The guy said that they just have to follow him and that way they won't go wrong. The red-haired girl said that the chief said that he wants to save all his compatriots, and he succeeded. The protagonist walked among the villagers, thinking that he needs to tell the elder about Eula. The villagers turned their attention to the side. The guy was lying near the magic circle. He said that things are bad and the city walls are still not built and the Fang clan army is about to break through. The villager said that Yun and the others have already gone to help. The villager noted that there were only a couple of them, asking that they were going to confront an entire army. The guy said to contact the elder quickly. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead in bewilderment. The villager wondered what they should do because there were earth-level masters in the Fang clan, and Yun was like going to his own death. The protagonist thought about Yun. He suddenly jerked to the side, thinking that this was Yu's younger brother and that he could not be allowed to die. The protagonist rushed forward, leaving behind a huge mark in the ground. The girl noted that something flew by. The villager said that it was probably the elder. There were battles on the field. The fighters were standing near the cart. The man asked the elder why he was there. The elder clenched his fist, saying that he had just learned that the Yuan clan had held a defense meeting and their clan had not been notified of it. The green-haired man looked at the fighters. The fighter said that their clan was weak, so everyone looked down on them, and if he was able to destroy the challenger this time, their clan's strength and prestige would increase greatly. The clan leader held his hand out in front of him as the fighters charged into battle. The elder said for them to move forward and they would kill them all. The fighters held their weapons in their hands. They ran across the field, about to attack the other guys. Yun held his weapon in his hand, heading towards the fighters. The fighters ran with blades in their hands at Yun. They approached the guy, swinging their weapons. The elf swung his leg in front of the fighters, after which he grinned contentedly, clenching his hands into fists. The fighter attacked Yun in the face. The elf was thrown aside by the blow. The fighter put his hand in front of himself, collecting energy in it. The sand began to suck people into itself. The man said that this was quicksand, and this was the ability of their clan, and they needed to use the power of fire. The brunette put his hand in front of himself, creating sand snakes. The sand snakes began to wrap themselves around the warriors' necks. The fighter said that they would kill them and be able to get a lot of points. The guys fought the fighters when dragons soared in the sky, sending out pillars of fire. The guy said that they needed reinforcements. Purple threads threw the fighters into the air. The guy did not understand what was happening there. The protagonist jumped from side to side, freeing people from the sands with his shadow fetters. The guy noted that it was the elder Fang. The protagonist turned his attention to the side, noting that Lei was there. He created a blue crystal in his hand, after which he threw it towards Lei, but he dodged the crystal. The crystal hit the fighter's body, after which Lei looked away in horror. The protagonist fought with the fighters, asking Lei where Yun was. Fang punched the huge fighter's fist. Lei noted that he immediately rushed into the very heat and did not know if he was alive at all. Fang said that he should tell everyone to immediately stop and get out of there, and he would sort it out completely. Lei attacked the fighter, noting that the enemy army numbered about 3,000 people and he was one. The fighters were lying on the ground. Shadow fetters attacked the fighters and took the guys. The fighter swung at the protagonist. Fang waved his fingers, freezing him. Fang released the fighter from his hands, calling Luan. The protagonist thought it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fang bounced off the fighter's head. Blue flames engulfed the enemies while the protagonist was in the air. Fang told Luan to fly up and find Yun. Luan soared into the air, emitting fiery flames. Phoenix rose into the air, surveying the area. There were guys fighting on the field. A powerful aura emanated from the guy. The fighter sat on a huge elephant, heading towards the guys. Phoenix watched everything from the air. Phoenix flew to the protagonist, telling the owner that she found him. The village chief told her to take him to him. Yun with the rest of the elves was surrounded by fighters. He noted that with each attack he was getting stronger and he would not last long. The fighter said that he would see how long he could resist. The protagonist appeared next to Yun, attacking the man. The elf looked at the elder happily, saying that he knew he would come to save them. The elf smiled widely when Yu's appearance was visible behind him. Yu said that she would give her life in exchange for his and together they would definitely defeat them. The protagonist stood with his back to the guys, telling Lewin to send the people back to Taeyu. Lewin teleported the villagers to the village. The protagonist stood in front of his opponents. The elder looked menacingly at the protagonist, saying that this is the elder of the challenger's village and he must be killed. The fighters ran with weapons in their hands. They pointed their weapons at the protagonist. The protagonist was flexing his fists when a golden dragon was visible behind him. Fang said that all their people were gone and now it was time for them to sort things out there. A huge golden dragon appeared in the air. The fighters looked up in horror. The elder looked ahead in horror. He widened his eyes, noting that it was a terrible, oppressive aura, and he couldn't even move. A huge beast was lying on the ground. The tribe leader noted that even their trump card, a beast with a combat power of 600 stars, was trembling with fear. The tribe leader's eyes widened. The protagonist opened his mouth when a dragon was visible behind him. The dragon released a powerful pillar of energy. He used a skill to release the dragon. The fighters looked at what was happening in fear. The enemies fled from the powerful attack. The pillar of energy was heading towards the elder. He told them to use combination skills to defend themselves. The elder looked ahead in horror. The pillar of energy caught up with the man. The dragon fired projectiles from the fighter's energy. The attack caught up with the enemy. There was a sign on the ground. System notification. He killed the Kang clan lord, obtained the Kang clan land token. The protagonist picked up the token. System notification. So far, he has killed 3486 human level guardians, obtained 156,870 points and 4,252,920,000 energy points. So far, he has killed 267 Earth level guardians, obtained 105,528 points and 312,390,000 energy points. The protagonist looked at the token, noting that in the future it will be possible to establish a portal between Taeyu and Kang so that all the villagers can collect war spoils. System notification. He has reached level 20. The protagonist looked at the system window with a cold gaze, after which he teleported back to the village. The villagers happily greeted the protagonist. The man said that this was a rank 5 weapon from the chest, asking to accept it. The guy said that this was a high-quality hide that he had tanned himself, and it could now be used to upgrade the level of the huts. The girl said that she heard that he was collecting flowers and herbs, and all of these were collected by people from her clan. The protagonist looked at the gifts with confusion. Not far from the protagonist, there was a man with a staff. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that perhaps Elder Kai-shan had already guessed about you. The men in cloaks bowed to the elders. The elder asked that the Kang clan was completely wiped out and that this was some kind of joke, noting that the elder of the Kang clan was a 9th level Earth level master. The green-haired man looked at the elders with a serious look. He said that this was absolutely true and this challenger named Fang used some skill to kill their people with one hit. The elders looked at the man with bewilderment. The man said that challengers and guardians always oppose each other, and he had to be dealt with before he reached the peak of his strength, and now he was afraid that all the guardians would be buried by his hands. The brown-haired man looked away, saying that if this was true, then he thought that the strength of that person was already comparable to a master of the first stage of the heavenly level. The head of the clan, Ihan, the first stage of the heavenly level. The bald man with glasses lowered his head, said that this could not be, and only 5 days had passed, and even a person from the big world could not do something like this. The head of the Fei clan, Fei Tian, the first stage of the heavenly level. The man with the fan looked ahead, saying that nothing is impossible and one should not underestimate the challengers, and he had a hunch that this person was even stronger than they thought. The head of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yun, the first stage of the heavenly level. The headmen sat on chairs. Xiao said that first level of the heavenly realm and 9th level of the earthly realm would require a lot of effort to win, and there were about 3,000 of them. Han looked ahead in confusion. He said that this man was at least a 3rd level heavenly realm master. Han looked at Tian in horror, saying that only Yuan had 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Han looked at the man awkwardly. The long-haired guy was sitting in a chair, his eyes closed. The chief said that this challenger's strength was beyond their imagination, and it was unreasonable to fight alone, and they needed to join forces. The chief of the Yuan clan, Yuan Kong, 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Yuan smiled maliciously. He stood up from his chair, walking to the side. Yuan said that they were cowards, and how could they be afraid of some small challenger? Xiao blocked Han's path. Yuan said that the Yuan clan never unites with the weaker, and he will not participate in this. Xiao stared ahead, saying that everything is fine and for the Yuan clan to look down on everyone else is fine. Xiao narrowed his gaze, noting that in the end, they are the ones who have the support of that creature. Fighters were visible on the wall. The villagers were smiling happily near the fire. The protagonist sat on the sofa, telling the elder that you wanted to protect him, that is why she died. The elder said that as a warrior of the Kai clan, she had the honor of dying for her lord. The old man rummaged through the box, saying that he was the city for her and that he should not blame himself. The protagonist looked away, upset. He thought that he knew, and not only you, all the members of the Kai clan were ready to die for him, adding that initially he planned to take them to himself only to increase the number of the village. But they are really incredibly loyal people who consider him their lord, and now he is responsible for them. The protagonist sat on the sofa with his head down. He thought that back then with the Punisher, he could only dodge and constantly suffer damage, and he is so weak, I do not understand how he can protect them. The brunette looked at the elder in surprise. The elder asked the owner if he knew about the dragon's ancestor. The old man handed over a book with the records of an ancient deity. Shan said that in the Kai clan there is an ancient book that is passed down from generation to generation, and he remembered it when the master told him about the Punisher. The man with long hair was floating in space. Shan said that the golden dragon and the fire-breathing dragon were recorded in the book, the deeds of the ancestral gods that existed many years ago. It was written that in an instant, 10,000 planets turned into a bird, and the golden dragon, the progenitor dragon, appeared, breathing out flames, changing the state of things with its own power and driving away all evil spirits. There were hieroglyphs on the page of the book. It was written that the clan dragon was waiting, and it would dominate the sky and earth, and bring disaster, thunder, but the dragon, demonic forces, and evil spirits would be defeated. The protagonist looked at the book. Shan said that he guessed that Ju might have been demoted to the position of Punisher due to the fall of the dragon, the progenitor, and the fragments of the true spirit were scattered, but there was still a possibility of its revival. The man imagined an image of a man with armor on his face. The old man said that the master had similar skills to the ancestor dragon, so she mistook him for his reincarnation. The elder imagined the hand holding the world. He said that he was afraid of revenge, so he used the identity of the Punisher to control the entire world. The elder imagined the hand destroying the world, saying that as soon as a strong rookie appeared, he would deal with him. The protagonist sat opposite the elder, looking at the book. Shan said that this was impossible to predict. The protagonist looked at the elder with a serious look, thinking that in the sacred ruins, his combat power was about 800,1000 stars, and Sasha said that during the rookie evaluation period, the Punisher's strength is reduced to 1/10. The protagonist imagined the steps of the heavenly level with a serious look. He thought that his strength was about 8,000 to 1,000 stars. The protagonist imagined the image of Jayu. He thought that she was at least a 4th level heavenly master, and if he did not reach the same level in 2 days, the Dragon Pool village would be destroyed. The protagonist and Shan were sitting by the fireplace. The protagonist wondered what he should do to ensure that everyone survived this disaster. The brunette turned his attention to the door. A guy ran into the room, saying that the enemy army was approaching the village. Clouds of smoke and dust were visible on the field, after which black silhouettes of people appeared there. The enemy army was approaching the walls of the village. The guys on the wall looked down in bewilderment. Zio raised his hand. The white-haired guy crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he was the headman of the Zio clan, Zio Yun, asking that the headman of the Dragon Pool village named Fang was there. A black silhouette of a man was visible on the wall. The protagonist looked at the guy with a menacing look, asking what they needed there. The protagonist stood on the wall, looking at the army. Zio said that he had killed the elder of the Kang clan, and as his friend, he had come to take revenge. Zio raised his fan to his face, saying that he was aware of how strong he was, but they were no slouch either, and he alone could not cope with his army of 10,000. The protagonist looked at the guy with irritation. Zio said that if they did start a war, then neither side would get by without losses, and therefore he had one suggestion. Fang thought that there were too many unnecessary words. Zio raised his hand with a smirk, looking at the protagonist. He proposed a battle of one of his 3 men, and if he won, he would take his men and forget about the place, going home. Zio thought that the city walls had already been rebuilt, and therefore a direct attack would be inappropriate, and this was the best strategy to lure him out. Zio smirked maliciously, thinking that even if they lost, in 3 battles he would be able to study his fighting style, and then help him lead a team battle more effectively. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him, telling them not to waste time and for the 3 of them to step forward. Zio folded his up, saying whatever. 3 fighters stepped forward. Zio told Hang Zing and Gu to step forward. Hang held a firearm in his hands and smirked maliciously. Zing looked ahead with a serious look, adjusting her hair. Gu clenched his hand into a fist, putting on brass knuckles. The 3 guys rushed to attack. The protagonist jumped off the wall. Zing created a magic circle when Gu opened his mouth wide. Zing shot a fiery column of energy towards the protagonist. The protagonist jumped up, noticing Gu's fist. Fang kicked the fighter's fist. The protagonist jumped away from the guy, throwing him aside. Hang aimed his sniper rifle, thinking that he was caught. Hang fired his weapon. The protagonist jumped up, dodging the attack. Fang smirked maliciously. Hang held his weapon out in front of him when the shadow fetters began to approach the guy. Hang did not understand what it was. Gu swung his fist when the protagonist hit him in the fist. Cracks began to appear on the guy's arm from the impact. The The protagonist threw the fighter away from himself. Zing created magic circles around herself. She thought that this idiot from the Yi clan long-range attacks would be blocked. The three guys knelt down in front of the clan elders. Han said that the surviving members of the Kang clan mentioned something useful. Han, with a thoughtful expression on his face, imagined the image of the protagonist. He said that Fang was known to have at least 3 skills: elemental control, flight, and dragon attack. Han spread his arms out to the sides, saying that they had been deemed worthy to defeat him, and he had high hopes for them. Fang held his weapon in his hand. Han told the boy that his skill would greatly limit his ability to fly. Zing stared at the village chief. Han said that her skill was very similar to his elemental control skill, which strengthened each other, and although she couldn't kill him, she could definitely delay him. Gu looked at the village chief with a wide smile. Han said that when Han and Zing restricted his movement, he should deliver one fatal blow. The boys stared at the village chief. Han said that the dragon attack was the most dangerous now because they didn't know what to counter it with. The chief added that any strategy was useless in the face of absolute strength, and they had to surpass him in strength, then any of his skills would be useless. The guy held out his hand with the pills, saying that they would instantly double their strength, and they should eat them before the fight. The brown-haired man looked at the girl with a smile, saying that the clans would not forget their efforts, and once everything was done, they would become the youngest chiefs. The guys looked at the clan chief with a satisfied grin. Gu punched the ground with his fist when Zing aimed a fireball at the protagonist. The guys thought that the pill had started to work. Fang aimed his sniper rifle. In the scope, he could see the protagonist attacking Gu. Gu flew to the side when a bright flash occurred next to him. Fang wondered where he was. A bright light appeared in front of the scope. Fang fell to the ground when a fireball flew at his head. Zing created a magic circle, saying that she would hold him off while Gu attacked. Zing looked at the protagonist who appeared behind her in horror. Fang said that I was too weak and he hadn't even had time to warm up. Zing widened her eyes in horror, asking him to wait. A huge funnel appeared above the protagonist's head and lightning shot out from it. The lightning attacked the girl, knocking her down. System notification. Absolute extraction successful. B rank elemental control talent acquired. Talent overlay. Failed to update because the absorbed talent level is too low. The protagonist sighed in dissatisfaction. Gu looked at the protagonist in horror, gritting his teeth, after which he rushed away from the protagonist, asking the village chief to save him. Xiao looked on in confusion, noting that in just a few moments, the most talented people in his clan had lost, but it felt like he hadn't even fought at full strength. Xiao looked ahead in confusion, wondering what he was going to do. Behind Gu stood the protagonist, taking a fighting stance. He extended his hand in front of him, creating a huge fireball. The ball formed a fiery fist, heading towards Gu. The impact caused a huge explosion. Xiao watched in horror. Gu fell to his knees, smoke rising from his head. The clan chief pursed his lips. He held his fan out in front of him, noting that it was probably time to act. The protagonist slowly walked towards his opponent, saying that he knew all his promises were empty words. The protagonist looked behind him, where his enemies were standing. He said that it was okay and forgave him because he wasn't going to let them go like that either. Fire shells were flying towards the protagonist. The protagonist turned to face them. Fang closed his eyes and opened his mouth. He began to repel the attacks with his hands. Fire shells flew towards the opponents. Holes from the attacks were visible in the enemy soldiers' bodies. Xiao noted that he reflected them right in the air and more than half of the warriors were instantly destroyed or seriously injured. Xiao nervously furrowed his brows, thinking that these sacrifices would not be in vain, and it was worth it to take over the Dragon Pool village, and he still had something. Xiao opened his fan in front of him. He noted that this was a kind of divine skill that helped him stay on par with the strongest. The clan chief used skill 8, Divine Consciousness Release. Fang's eyes widened, after which puffs of smoke appeared. The clan chief grinned contentedly, noting that it worked. An orange barrier formed around the protagonist. Fang noted that he could only move his head, but the rest of his body seemed to be paralyzed by these strange threads. If it were not for the protective function of his dragon armor, then everything would be over now. The protagonist grinned nervously, noting that these threads cling not to the flesh, but to the soul, and this is very interesting. The clan chief held his hand out in front of him, telling the boys that he was immobilized and they should not miss this opportunity. Xiao looked ahead menacingly with his brows furrowed. A slashing attack flew through the air. The girl looked ahead in confusion. The boy looked away in horror, not understanding what was happening, noting that they were being attacked. The fighter said that he could not see anything at all. The protagonist attacked Xiao with a sly grin. The clan chief looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking how this was possible and how he was able to free himself. Fang looked at the boy with a sly grin, asking what he thought, that he would reveal all his cards to him like this. The protagonist remembered Jiayu's eyes. He noted that these few strings were no match for that demonic eye of the Punisher, and his soul had been tempered greatly in that battle, and it was significantly different from other people's souls, but of course he didn't need to know about it. The protagonist turned his attention to the wall. Zio said that it was blazing in full swing, thinking that Hang and Zing had finally done it. The clan chief began to run towards the destroyed wall. He noted that their 3 clans had long planned to send pawns to probe and detain the village chief of the dragon pool, and while they distracted him, Hang and Zing would use the Fei clan's stealth skill to quietly destroy the city wall of the pool, and then enter the village, and so their soldiers would blend in with the locals, which would ensure that he would not summon the dragon. Zio added that limiting the skills would greatly reduce his strength. The protagonist jumped into the air, swinging his blade. Zio noted that the plan was to face him head-on, which was the most dangerous. Zio jumped back from the attack as the protagonist stabbed his sword into the ground. Fang told him to get lost. The clan chief noted that he was sure that he would benefit the most from this. The clan chief smirked wickedly, thinking that he was a responsible leader who would rush to help his subordinates at the slightest threat. The clan chief looked away, noting that they only had to wait until he reached the village, then both sides would be the losers. The protagonist ran towards the wall. Zio noted that he would get all the laurels and rewards. Fang said that he was a terrible actor, and even he would be better. The brunette put his sword to the enemy's throat. He noted that his expression gave him away, and he was just looking forward to it. A blue fire was blazing behind the protagonist. The brunette told him not to worry, as there were 2 more creatures equal to him in strength, and they would entertain his friends. Zio looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. He thought that there were 3 people with the same strength, and the report did not say this, and if he was telling the truth, they definitely would not be able to win and they needed to leave. A thread was attached to the protagonist's hand. The clan chief thought that if there was no other way out, Zio ran away from the protagonist in horror, thinking that he would return. The protagonist turned his attention to the thread, noting that it seemed stronger than the previous ones, wondering if it was because there was only one. Fang sent a blue fireball towards the clan chief. Fang thought that it was useless anyway, using the Hellfire skill. The protagonist approached the corpse of the clan chief. System notifications appeared. The Earth-level guardian was killed. He killed the Zio clan lord, and the Zio clan land token was obtained. Fang stretched out his hand to the clan chief's body. System notifications appeared. Extraction started and completed successfully. Level 8 skill Divine Consciousness release obtained. The effect depends on the target. The protagonist stood on the field among the dead bodies. He asked what this skill with strange threads was and what it meant depends on the target. The protagonist stretched out his hand and used Divine Consciousness release. Blue threads appeared in front of the protagonist, collecting weapons from the ground. The protagonist stood with his hand outstretched. Many system notifications appeared that the extraction was successfully completed. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He noted that although his D-level talent also allows him to pick up objects, the range of action is significantly different, and this level 8 skill can not only grab things at a long distance, but also extract. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, presented a doll. He said that if you change its shape, you can create threads that pierce the soul, and even this incapable scum was able to delay him for a while, but if he acts, he may be able to gain complete control over the enemy. The protagonist, standing with his hand outstretched, said that now he will see how far they can stretch. Lewin was hovering in the air when the guys attacked the guy. Lewin told her to hit him harder. The protagonist wondered who taught her this. The protagonist ran through his village, noting that this was not bad, and then with their help he will figure out the village. The protagonist attacked the fighters with his threads. He noted that less was expected from him. The protagonist spread his arms to the sides, controlling the threads. He thought that it was already 30 kilometers, wondering if the ability of consciousness really has no limits on the coverage of the territory. The grass fluttered in the wind. A huge wave rushed towards the wall. The villagers looked ahead in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist looked behind him. A huge wave appeared in front of him, in which the silhouettes of monsters were visible. Yuan stood on a huge wave, smiling maliciously. The wave crashed into the wall. Yuan looked ahead with a menacing look. The waves continued to crash against the wall. The tied-up fighters were sitting on the ground. Tian looked ahead with displeasure, telling Yuan that he did not want to unite with them, asking why he was going to warm his hands on someone else's misfortune, noting that he would not get anything. The guys looked at Tian with bewilderment, who was spitting dirty words from his mouth. The blonde said that children should not listen to such things. Yuan looked ahead with displeasure, noting that he was stupid. The long-haired guy waved his hand, saying that the powerful of this world should not hang out with weaklings. The monster stared ahead intently. The long-haired guy said that he was an unusual person and he managed to awaken the power of heaven and earth and strengthen his techniques, noting that they should destroy the wall he created. The protagonist looked at the guy in confusion. He noted that his combat power of 18 stars was not much greater than his, but why did he feel such pressure, and the source of this pressure was so strange. On Yuan's shoulder sat a small octopus. Fang wondered if it was from his pet. Drops of water appeared above the protagonist's head. 3 monsters stood on the wave. The protagonist wondered what the water in the air was, noting that it was moving towards him. The monsters inflated their bellies. The protagonist noted that these 3 monsters were Earth level and they were able to attract the power of heaven and earth for their own purposes. Although they were capable of something like this, their combat power fluctuated between 100 and 200 stars. The monsters released jets of water from their mouths. The protagonist noted that here was a heavenly level monster that could extract the essence from the sky and earth, and their power could reach 2,000 stars. A huge water hand hovered above the village. The protagonist jumped up, dodging the hand. Fang clenched his sword in his hands. He swung his weapon, jumping towards the monsters. Fang thought that if he couldn't handle even these 3, then what to say about the place behind you. The protagonist swung his weapon, in the reflection of which monsters were visible. A slash, approaching the monsters. A slash cut off the monster's head. The attack was directed towards Yuan. Yuan stopped the attack with his palm. The protagonist frowned, noting that he blocked his strike with his palm. Yuan looked at the protagonist with a calm expression, noting that what an interesting expression. The long-haired guy frowned, dispersing the protagonist's attack. He said he wanted to give him a quick death, but he killed his 3 subordinates. The long-haired guy started to create a water vortex around himself. He said that he would send him to the very hell in the abyss of pain. The water gathered near the long-haired guy's robe. Yuan created water monsters. Fang noted that his strength had changed in an instant. Fang dodged the water monster, noting that his strength was now comparable to Jiayu's in the ancient ruins. The protagonist attacked the water monster with his weapon. He noted that he was no longer the same as he was then. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, creating golden threads. He noted that the rewards, points, abilities, and talents that he had managed to obtain for killing the Kang and Xiao clans had already made him strong enough to resist her. The protagonist used Skill 8, Divine Consciousness Release. The golden threads clung to the water monsters. Fang noted that if that oughta had no effect, he would try this. The protagonist smiled maliciously, telling him to dance. Yuan looked ahead in confusion, noting that he couldn't get out, and this skill was very similar to that dead rogue from the Xiao clan, but this one was millions of times stronger. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, thinking that it was not so easy to break free from the control of his consciousness, and now he was his puppet. Yuan bared his teeth viciously. The protagonist tied the water monsters together. Fang smiled and moved his hand to the side. After that, he threw his head back, spreading his arms to the side. The protagonist controlled the water monsters, creating different illustrations from them. Yuan looked ahead furiously, asking what he thought, that he had mastered a few tricks and could control it. The eyes of the little octopus began to glow purple. Yuan said that he would then show him what a real heavenly level was. The little octopus clung to the long-haired guy's face. The protagonist looked at the scene with disgust, wondering if this was a fusion skill or if this was his real body. A huge tentacle emerged from the water. Yuan took the form of a huge octopus. The protagonist floated in the air, looking at the monster. Yuan said that they were no longer equal to him, and he could destroy him and his village in one move, asking if he had anything to say in the end. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, noting that this mollusk was using even more pressure than Jiayu. The protagonist smiled in confusion, saying that his mouth was definitely not moving, asking who was speaking for him. The monster looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. A small monster emerged from his body, asking what he wanted to anger him, noting that he had succeeded, and now he would definitely make sure that he died the most painful death. The protagonist grinned bloodthirstily, swinging his weapon. He said that here he was, thanking him for revealing his location and saving him from having to look for a needle in a haystack. The monster bared its teeth viciously. The villagers stood with their backs turned, watching what was happening. Tian turned his attention to Han. Han said that it was over. Tian asked what was over. Han looked ahead in horror. He imagined the image of a red man. Han asked if he remembered what the fox had said about who was behind Yuan. Han noted that it was a terrifying creature that could turn a heavenly master into a demigod in the blink of an eye, and no matter how powerful Fang was or what unique abilities he had, he was still a rookie and could not defeat a demigod, noting that all living things in this village would die out like flies. Luan punched the brown-haired man with her fist, saying that he had tried it. Luan floated in the air, looking at the prisoners. She said that they should stop talking nonsense, since the master cannot lose. Tian thought that this was cruel treatment of prisoners of war. Han did not understand why he got it too. Luan smiled contentedly, saying that the heavenly or semi-divine level did not matter, and she believed in the master's victory. The protagonist fought with a huge monster. Luan noted that because the master did and will do incredible things. The protagonist swung his blade, thinking that these tentacles are slippery and elastic. As soon as he wants to strike, the blade immediately bounces off, and the release of energy and shadow fetters there will be little effect. The protagonist hovered above Yuan. He thought that where the little one sits, there is his weak point, but it will be quite difficult to get close while its tentacles are everywhere. The monster swung its tentacles. The protagonist thought that the ice storm was also not an option, and it would be difficult to freeze the sea water, and the appearance of the dragon would cause huge waves that would instantly flood the entire village. The protagonist swung his hand, sparking lightning. He said that he would try it then. Lightning shot from the sky at the monster. The protagonist used the thunderstorm skill. Smoke came out of the monster. Fang wondered if it worked. The body of the monster appeared from the cloud of smoke. Yun said that it felt so nice and such tingling all over his body. The monster attacked the protagonist with its tentacle, saying that he was a stupid little man. The monster smiled maliciously, saying that in the sea, he was on his own territory and he could not be defeated here. The tentacles hit the protagonist. Fang thought that if they continued at the same pace, sooner or later he would die of exhaustion. The tentacles threw back the protagonist. Fang blocked the blow with his weapon. The brunette noted that he needed to think about what kind of attack would be effective. The brunette widened his eyes, thinking about the ocean. The brunette looked behind him, calling Lewin. Phoenix immediately appeared in front of the protagonist. The brunette looked at the phoenix with a serious look, saying that he wanted to try using soul fusion to obtain her power. But before, because her level was too low, he had never done anything like that, and now he did not know how it could affect her. The protagonist looked at Lewin in surprise. Phoenix said that the master may not continue. She stretched out her small hand to the protagonist's palm, saying that she believed him and wanted to follow him. A bright flash appeared in the sky. Vlad said that he would die for him without regret. A mark appeared on the protagonist's forehead. The monster stared up. The protagonist stood in front of the monster, saying that it was somehow unfair that they had such a difference in size. The protagonist changed into another form, blazing with fire. Fang swung his fist, hitting the monster. The monster put its tentacles in front of itself, after which it began to wave them in pain. The octopus, in rage, directed its tentacles towards the protagonist. The village chief grabbed the tentacles with his hand, after which he grabbed another tentacle with his hand. The protagonist smiled maliciously as the fire blazed behind him. Fang said that he himself gave him this opportunity, and he will not neglect it. The fire spread along the tentacles. Yun looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The monster's tentacles fell off due to the fire. Yun wondered what kind of fire it was that it was left without two tentacles. Water began to appear near the severed tentacle. Yun noted that none of this mattered, after which the tentacle restored its limbs. Yun noted that as long as there is water, he can endlessly grow new ones. The protagonist clenched his fist, saying that as he thought, and while he is in the water, he can regenerate. The protagonist put his hand out to the side, surrounding the water with his fire. Fang said that then he will simply dry it out using hellfire. The villagers looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Shan stood near the house, watching what was happening. He noted that this is incredible power, and this is truly a war of the gods. Shan added that the master is not inferior to Yuan in any way, who was the leader for 1,000 years, and he was even able to suppress him. The red-haired girl looked ahead in surprise. The villager said that so little time had passed, and the master's strength had reached a qualitatively new level. The villager said that fortunately, he is their master, not their enemy. The protagonist fiercely fought with the octopus. The protagonist with a satisfied smile hit the monster's body. He sent the monster flying with his punch. The octopus plopped down on the wave, thinking that he needed to concentrate and create water vortices. Water vortices began to form near the monster. Yun thought that he should attack it from a distance, since he could not lose. The water vortices were heading towards the protagonist. The protagonist smirked slightly when a fire phoenix appeared above his head. Fang said that he could see that he was already on his last legs. The fire phoenix headed towards the water vortices. Fire and water met each other. The octopus eyes appeared from the smoke. Yun thought that he had succeeded. The protagonist appeared from the cloud of smoke, swinging his weapon. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, swung his weapon, enveloping it in fire. The protagonist cut the body of the huge octopus. Fang landed on the ground, thinking that they were finally done. System alert, Guardian killed, 3rd level of Heavenly level, 5292 attribute points, 90,980,000 energy points, 20 reputation points. The fire began to retreat from the protagonist, gathering in his hand. On the protagonist's palm lay a phoenix. Lewin said that it was dangerous and fortunately, and he managed to kill it before the end of the soul fusion process. The protagonist stroked the phoenix, saying that this time everything went even more than just successfully, and she did a good job. Lewin told the owner that she was glad that she could help him. The phoenix created a teleport, heading towards him. The protagonist told her to go back to rest and can use elixirs to quickly restore her strength. The protagonist approached the severed body of the monster. He said that moving mountains and draining seas, this is the true power of demigods, or is it really impressive? The protagonist added that it is a pity that he can only have such power during fusion. Fang stretched out his hand in front of him. Blue energy appeared in the space. System notifications appeared. Infinite extraction successfully completed. Octopus and shadow fetter icons appeared. Obtained level 8 skill, Demigod Octopus. Skill compatibility detected, fusion process. Obtained level 8 skill Shadow Octopus. Fist image icon appeared. Level 8 skill Shadow Octopus hides in the darkness and stretches out its hands containing the power of a demigod. At the request of the owner, their number depends on the user's strength. The protagonist looked at the system window thoughtfully. He asked that he can use the power of a demigod even without fusion. System notification. Activating Shadow Octopus abilities. The protagonist looked behind him, where a huge shadow was visible. He noted that the shadow had grown. Purple fingers appeared from the ground. The protagonist created a huge shadow fist. The protagonist looked away in confusion, noted that he was using half of his power and could only summon one. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that this skill could probably only be used in the event of retreat. A small octopus crawled out from under the huge body of the dead monster. The octopus thought that it had finally crawled out. The small octopus moved on the ground, thinking that once it returned to the beast god, it would definitely ask him to wash this village with blood. The protagonist attacked the small octopus with a shadow fist. Fang grinned bloodthirstily, saying that within 30 kilometers, no one and nothing would hide from his divine sense. The protagonist grabbed Tian and Han with his golden threads. The protagonist covered his eyes, surrounding himself with threads. He noted that the people of the Yi and Fei clan, almost everyone was there, which cannot be said about the people of the Yuan clan, noting that Yuan had too much of an opinion of himself, and he thought that he could handle him alone. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist stood next to the prisoners of war who had collapsed to the ground. System alert. Guardians killed. First stage heavenly level, 2171 attribute points, 30,340,000 energy points. The protagonist told the man to have the low-level villagers kill the prisoners, and that way they would quickly raise him. Fang thought that if their consciousness and memory were not altered, and if he had this thing, then he would be able to. The protagonist put the items in front of him, looking at the man. Fang said that he would activate the full right of movement, and so the teleportation array from the dragon village Amu would be able to connect with all the guardian arrays. The protagonist told the man to organize the strongest ones who were level 15 or higher, and his clone would lead them to seize the spoils, noting that, as always, half would be distributed according to the participants' contributions, and half would be for public use. The items floated in the air. The protagonist used recovery. System notification. Activating land contracts. The system said that congratulations to him, and he became the owner of the territory of the Kang, Fei, Yi, Xiao, and Yuan clans, and he gained full control over the public facilities. The territory expands in the old age of the village, gained 25 attribute points. There were shells on the sand near the water. System notification. Level 21, reputation 220 Emperor Newbie. Combat power assessment 31 stars, available attribute points 105,983. The protagonist thought that it was still very far from the assessment of 10,000 stars, and first he needed to go to the lair of the Yuan clan, and there he would kill the guardians and be able to improve his characteristics. There were monsters in the form of people relaxing on the beach. The villager said that he heard that the newbie was cool. The guy said that he was praising others, thereby belittling himself. The villager looked behind him, seeing the light from the teleporter. He asked if the portal had been activated. The guy said that the clan leader must be returning. The villagers approached the teleporter. The guy asked if there was anyone there. The villager asked if it had broken or something. The guy asked how that was possible, noting that it had been standing for several hundred years and had never broken. The protagonist's hands reached for the villagers' heads. He slapped the villagers against each other with a sly grin. The protagonist exhaled lightly, saying that the concealment skill he had learned from the Fei clan leader was incredibly useful. System alert. Earth level guardian killed, 417 attribute points, 1,210,000 energy points. The protagonist spread his threads all over the beach. The protagonist spread his threads all over the city. He noted that it was no wonder that the Yuan clan was the best among the guardians, and almost 100,000 people, almost like 3 combined, and about 60,000 human level, 30,000 earthly, and 10,000 heavenly. The protagonist grinned bloodthirstily, thinking that he would kill them all and definitely move on to the next level, noting that the combat power should reach the 4,000 star mark. The protagonist killed the villagers with his threads. Many system notifications appeared that the guardians of the earthly, heavenly, and human levels were successfully killed. The protagonist walked through the village where the corpses of the villagers lay. System notification. Infinite extraction completed, obtained 7 points of strength, 3 points of agility, 4 points of mental strength, 3 points of physical strength, 8 points of strength. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. It said to activate the god level mission, the 3rd stage, noting that he had already entered the ancestral temple, automatically activating the mission and needed to kill 100,000 ferocious monsters to obtain the seal of the beast god. The protagonist stood on the ground. He said that he had found it. The protagonist stood in front of many monsters. He said that the miracle that could resurrect you was there. There were clouds of smoke behind the protagonist. Fang noted that he needed to kill 100,000 ferocious monsters, which meant that there were at least 100,000 of them here, and thought it would be difficult. The protagonist tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, thinking that the limit was 24 hours, so there was enough time. Fang jumped into the air, thinking that he had time. Opened his mouth energy. The protagonist thought that the ancestral temple was guarded by the strongest for 1,000 years. The protagonist appeared behind the monster. Fang noted that there were 10,000 monsters with a combat power of 1,000 to 2,000 stars, and they could be divided into 9 types. Fang attacked the monsters with his daggers. He noted that they were gluttonous frogs. The protagonist cut the monsters' bodies, noting that they were ape-like. The protagonist fought tirelessly with the monsters. He noted that they were large snakes and phoenixes. The monster bared its fangs. The protagonist noted that they were tigers. The shaggy monsters quickly ran forward. Fang noted that they were unicorns. The black monsters flashed their red eyes. The protagonist noted that they were spiders. The birds hovered in the air, attacking with beams of energy. Fang noted that they were crows. The protagonist continued to fight the monsters. System notification, extraction, and the skill feather arrow. The protagonist directed slashing blows towards the monsters. A system notification appeared. Skill extraction, lucky man, and great light. The protagonist rushed forward, cutting down monsters. System notification. Dexterity increased to a rank synergy 6 and senses improved to awakening 6 senses. Thunder disaster level 4 improved to thunder disaster of the 9 heavens. Level 5. The monster with a crystal on its forehead looked ahead. A coffin was visible on the platform. The lid of the coffin slightly opened. A masked man with glowing eyes appeared from it. The guy in the mask with 3 eyes said that he no longer felt the aura of the 9 beast emperors. He introduced the hero and asked, "The intruder, you rarely see them." A red cube appeared at the deity's raised hands. He said that he was able to kill the 9 emperors, at least the 3rd stage of the heavenly level. A beast with red wings appeared on the cube. The guy continued that this is a rather delicate situation. As long as he had the beast god seal, he could create an infinite number of monsters. Many shadows slid across the floor. Beasts with bone masks on their faces appeared, and they heard the order to kill him. Blue flames shot up. Fang sat on the ground surrounded by flames and thought that it took a long time, but he managed to get rid of them all. He needed to rest for a while, and then he would head to the so-called beast god. Sitting at the open information window, the hero thought that he had also managed to extract another rather unusual talent. Throwing the yellow capsules into his mouth, Fang read that it was a B-rank talent, the unification of arbitrary skills, the success rate of 20%, and thought that this ability could give low-level skills a new lease of life. He should try it. Fang tried to combine the transformation of crystal armor and the release of energy, but he failed. In the information window in front of the hero, there was information lucky level 4. The user's luck increases significantly. The use time is 5 seconds. The recovery is 1 hour. The hero asked, "Lucky, can these skills be combined?" The system reported that lucky was used. The logo of the fire arrow of level 6 and the pillar of sunlight of level 7 combined into a solar arrow of level. Fang happily saw this and exclaimed that it worked. Several beasts flew in from behind, while the hero was happy that the skill was level 8. He jumped back in surprise from the attacking black beast and thought that a frightening aura was coming from there. Standing confidently in front of the fanged monster, Fang thought that it seemed that the god in the tower had already awakened. Sending out a huge green glow, the guy used Thunder Calamity. The guy's eye was wide open as he used Divine Sense. The hero saw a tall tower. Above the pedestal, a guy was floating in a lotus position. Suddenly, his 3 eyes glowed red. Blood gushed out of Fang's mouth when he realized that the guy had cut off the ability. The guy was surrounded by various monsters. He thought that perhaps that seal was controlling these beasts. In that case, there was no need to deal with all of them. The beasts surrounded, but a bright beam flew out from the center. It flew out, breaking the window. Fang, surrounded by fragments, saw a deity. There was a glow around the guy with ribbons in his hair. The system reported that this was a beast god, emperor level, boundary heavenly level, combat power of 65 stars. Talents: water law, a rank, fire law, a rank, earth law, a rank, wind law, a rank, blood talent S level, true dragon. Bright explosions caused cracks to appear on the tower. The man walked forward, thinking that the realm was divided into human level, earthly level, heavenly level, and divine level. In the clouds of dust, the hero saw a sitting beast god, who said that he felt the energy of many laws from him. No wonder those 9 could not compete with him. Fang thought that he would be quite a difficult opponent even if he was at the heavenly level. Many attacking beasts appeared. They surrounded the guy from all sides. The brunette in armor used solar arrows. A bright glow appeared around him. A swift golden beam approached the monsters. The beast opened its mouth and looked at the glow next to it. The glow formed a golden dome. Solar arrows flew at the monsters. Fang confidently asked, His assistants are dead, does he care? The beast god calmly replied that broken tools are useless. He hovered above the ground, surrounded by chains. The guy thought that for the sake of returning to the realm of the gods, continuous experiments on humans and animals, resulting in an octopus with the power of a demigod. A cube appeared next to the masked guy. He thought that this was still not enough. If he wanted to return, he needed to obtain the body of the 9. If he could obtain his body, Fang clenched his fists, mentally asking what he was doing. Red balls appeared above the hovering deity. The first ball, the essence of the patron spirit of the south, average quality, level 7. The second ball, the essence of the spirit of the white tiger, average quality, level 7. Third ball, dragon spirit essence, medium quality, level 7. Gritting his teeth, the hero realized that he was using the seal of the beast god to purify these spirits and increase his strength. If their fusion was successful, he was afraid that his strength would increase to an incredible scale. Fang looked at the enemy resolutely, thinking that he had to stop him. Chains flew from the hovering beast god. Fang managed to block their attacks with his sword. The deity chuckled. Fang froze. Bright lights appeared behind him. Holding the sword with both hands, he blocked the attack and thought that this was amazing power. One of the chains flew past the brunette's cheek. A knight in light armor, Nebula, 3rd stage of the heavenly level, appeared in front. Then a knight in dark armor, Blackness, 3rd stage of the heavenly level. Fang wiped his cheek, thinking that these chains could transform into monsters, and quite strong ones. The blade moved forward rapidly. The boy thought that these two were clearly different from the ones before. They were people, not animals. He jumped back to escape the attack, thinking that, apparently, the beast god resurrected the dead to fight for him. The hero blocked the purple arrow with his sword. The probability that the beast god's seal can resurrect the dead is quite high. He would give it 80-90%. The weapon moved forward. Fang blocked the knight's weapon with his sword, thinking that he should resurrect Caillou. Flying with his sword from above, he continued the thought that he would definitely win. The body of the Nebula Knight was cut in half. Fang, turning around, thought that there was another one. The Knight of Blackness was running towards him from behind. A black tentacle from the Shadow Octopus skill appeared from the hero's back. The tentacle wrapped around the neck of the surprised opponent. Fang confidently stabbed his sword into his body. The blade was surrounded by a purple glow. The beast god smiled, saying that it was not bad. He was able to deal with white and black so quickly. The sharp tongue licked his lips, saying that the beautiful body, he was impatient. He introduced the golden dragon, the white tiger, opening its mouth in the burning phoenix, and said that the synergy of the spirits was already complete. Spreading waves of energy, the white tiger approached the hero. Fang stood firm, crossing his arms in front of him. 3 spirits rushed towards him. The fire bird was quickly approaching. On the other side, a horned dragon was hovering. With a wave of his hand, the brunette created an obstacle using an ice storm. Looking at the phoenix, Fang confidently said that in this case, he would deal with it first. Suddenly, he noticed something in surprise. The fire bird was approaching, and the hero thought that time seemed to slow down. The speed of building the ice wall dropped. Stretching out his hand, he thought that he would not have time. The monster was getting closer. Fang thrust his sword into the attacking beast. The white tiger made a wide leap. Using the shadow tentacle, the boy did not let it get closer. He jumped back as the monster attacked, spreading waves of power. Leaning on the sword, Fang thought intensely that he had a strange feeling. It must be because of the dragon. Above, surrounded by a glow, a horned dragon was hovering. The hero chuckled, looking at it and thought, that's how it is. Looking at the rising flames, Fang laughed and said that as long as he was alive, they would return endlessly. Directing the black tentacle forward, he decided that since they were reborn, he should kill 3 in one fell swoop. Near the tiger, bright beams crossed. Fang looked in surprise. He spread his wings and flew into the air, escaping from the beam. He flew towards the ball, while the tentacles grabbed the others and thought that the effect of the glider's acceleration was almost invisible. But it was enough. Approaching the shining ball with the dragon, the hero said that now everything is clear. Swinging his sword, Fang said that he had not moved from the beginning. A bright beam crossed the long body of the monster. He continued that while the ability was activated, he could not do this. The wings lit up, the hero flew faster, thinking that the speed increased. This is a great chance. The beast god stretched out his hand, guiding his clawed paw, and said that contrary to all expectations, he was impressed. Frankly, now he expects more from him. Lightning appeared around the guy's clenched fists. He directed a bright beam into the center of his huge palm, thinking that he would use the thunderstorm to paralyze it. Surrounded by lightning, Fang looked forward resolutely. He reached out with his hand to the golden cube, thinking that now. The deity looked at him in fear. Fang's gaze was resolute. Rays stretched from the red eye on the god's body to the cube. The brunette hit him with his fist, screaming. Swinging his sword, he used a heavenly strike and asked if he wanted to hide it, then he would rip open his stomach. The beast god crossed his arms, slamming the eye on his body. A bright beam rushed to the ground and created an explosion. Fang flew out of the cloud of smoke. Having crashed into the wall, he thought discontentedly what happened. A red glow appeared among the thick smoke. A large three-eyed monster appeared from there, saying that now. The huge monster hovered in front, saying that now it will show him a truly ideal form. Gritting his teeth in discontent, the hero thought how huge he was. The toothy monster clenched its clawed fingers. Fang's eyes widened in surprise. Fang stood, clutching a sword in his hand. A bright column of flame appeared in front of him. A whirlpool appeared next to the monster's claw. He suggested trying this. The guy looked at it in surprise. He froze in the center of the spiral, amazed to realize that he could not move at all. A golden chain appeared around the white paw. Several intertwined chains appeared from behind the clouds. Fang, surrounded by flashes, looked up. His gaze was very intense when he realized that he could not dodge. The intertwined chains cut off his wings. A bright flash appeared from the attack. The beast god in the form of a monster said contentedly that it was right on target. Surrounded by the glow of healing, Fang was dissatisfied, thinking that the glider was completely disabled. His eye was covered in blood. He thought that if he wanted to control the course of this battle, he could no longer remain passive. He needed to go on the offensive. The monster waved his hand and asked, "Do you want to play some more?" The hero had to jump back, dodging the enemy's fire attacks. He thought that he needed to keep to this side so that he could not strike with his left hand. Holding the blade with his teeth, Fang stretched out his hands and summoned shadow tentacles. They grabbed the stone blocks. Bright flashes appeared from the attack with the blocks. The monster raised its paws, saying, "What a cute little trick." Ice spikes erupted from the boy's palms as it summoned an ice storm. With the blade in its teeth, it jumped onto the ice floe. The ice platform with the boy was lifted by one of the fire pillars. Swinging its sword, Fang let out a war cry. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind appeared in front of it. The hero was surprised, thinking, did it disappear? The monster swung its fist behind him. Turning around, the hero saw a huge fist and thought, when did he manage to do it? There was a bright flash of attack. The monster exclaimed that it caught him. Blood was streaming down the boy's face. He thought, is this the end? Where is he? The fanged monster roared for him to get up. Golden chains appeared from the clouds again. The hero lying on the ground thought, no. The black tentacle managed to pull him away, saving him from the attack. Holding his wounded hand, the hero tried to recover and thought that he still had a chance to defeat it. The beast god reached out to him with his paw, asking how much longer he would hide, that by simply not wanting to admit the obvious, the outcome of the battle would not change. Fang stood up, clutching the sword and thought, now. With a scream, he ran along the huge hand. He swung the sword right in front of the monster's face. Surrounded by a red whirlwind, the hero struck down. The bloody paw of the beast appeared behind. Shifting his gaze, Fang thought, of course, behind. He kicked off the limb with his feet, and quickly flew back. The golden heavenly chains were approaching. The guy cursed, noticing them. The tip of the chain was approaching the tense hero. He stretched out his palm, sending out a purple tentacle. It grabbed a sharp thorn. With the help of the tentacle, the hero avoided another attack of chains. The monster's eyes were burning. He asked, does he still have the strength and courage to play with him? Shining claws reached out to Fang. A black liquid burst from the palm. The swing of the huge hand threw the hero aside. Spinning in the air, he landed on his feet. The demon roared that he was finished. He raised his hands, surrounded by fireballs. Golden chains appeared from the fireballs. They flew from all sides, and quickly approached the guy. The chains glowed brightly, intersecting in the air. Jumping on them, Fang approached the monster, and then he looked to the side questioningly. From behind him, a huge arrow on a chain was approaching. The monster looked at the approaching guy in surprise. His clawed fingers were intertwined together. Fang jumped onto his palm and dodged the flying arrow. The golden chain pierced the monster's clasped palms. He roared in pain when it pierced the ground. A tentacle wrapped itself around the hero's hand. Another one surrounded the chains. Fang jumped onto the chain, his hand glowing brightly. A fire dragon appeared nearby, breathing out flames. This is the skill of the Emperor Dragon. Bright rays rushed down. On the purple platform lay the head of the King of Beasts. Bright light illuminated Fang's face, cutting the substance with his hand, saying that this is simply disgusting. He saw a cube with a dragon on it appear and thought that this is the seal of the God of Beasts. You can. The glowing cube hovered above the guy's palm. When he grabbed it, the cube lit up even brighter. Fang gritted his teeth, feeling how the space was distorted. Drops fell down. Someone called the hero. Fang fell in a bright glow. His eyes were slightly open. He saw a shining figure of a man next to a golden dragon. Looking at him, the guy asked, is he the dragon ancestor that you wants to find so much? With a slight smile, the shining guy confirmed that this is his name. The guy surrounded by dragons said that he is also a dragon ancestor. His blood flows in Fang's body. You is just a pawn, not worthy of his attention. In the future he will have to face stronger opponents, so he needs to grow up as soon as possible and become stronger. Dragon Ancestor said and looked at the hero sternly, saying that the stronger he becomes, the more power he can use, so becoming stronger in any case will not hurt. Fang asked, "Stronger enemies?" He means those who killed him. The glowing guy looked at him in surprise. He waved his palm, saying that he does not need to worry about it. Fang fell into the void, hearing him say that the flow of time here is different from the usual in the outside world. He needs to go before it is too late. The hero fell down, turning over in the air. Luan anxiously asked the master to wake up. Fang sat on the ground and asked her why she is here. What about the remaining guardians? The little girl replied that everything had already been settled. She had tried to contact him but had failed, so she found him through a mental connection. Hearing the question of what had happened, the red-haired girl clenched her fists and exclaimed that the Punisher would be with them soon. Fang looked at her in surprise, asking if it was already tomorrow. She exclaimed that he had not come to his senses for a whole day. Fang looked at the red sky, thinking that Yu's resurrection should be postponed indefinitely. The village of Dragon Pool was on the verge of a disaster. In order to avoid casualties, they needed to return quickly. He called the girl to return to the village. The crowd looked ahead in shock. The man said that everything was fine. All the villagers had already reached level 10 and therefore should withstand the power of the Punisher, and they had an excellent protector. They just needed to wait. The girl screamed that he was already here. A round seal in the sky was reflected in her eyes. A bright beam flew to the ground from the center of the seal. Legs emerged from the golden portal. A figure of a girl with long hair appeared. In the bright glow, she approached the ground. Fang looked at her sullenly, thinking that she, too, had not wasted time and had become much stronger. A girl in a mask with wings appeared in front of him. Opening her mouth, she said that this day had finally come. Bugs who could not complete the rookie task. The man fell, covering his face, and heard that they must accept divine punishment. The residents looked up resolutely. People were burning in bright flames. The system reported statistics that the number of deaths in County 1 was 57,655 people. The girl tried to extinguish the fire with a water skill. The masked Punisher said that villages that did not have time to develop during the rookie period would be destroyed. The man watched as the surroundings disintegrated into pixels, screaming that without any shelter, they were incredibly vulnerable. Now they had no safe place. The woman cried, screaming that it was over. A hand in a golden glove rose up. The girl was floating among the red seals and said that the final stage of the test would be divine punishment. Bright beams flew down from the seals. They crashed into the golden dome, breaking it. A powerful blow of the beam broke the ground. A fireball flew straight at Fang. He waved his hand, leaving a bright trace. A blinding flash appeared. Fang frowned and flew among the smoke. He attacked the dodging girl, leaving blue traces behind him. The fists of the heroes clashed in an attack. A bright blue whirlwind rushed down, crushing the earth. The Punisher smiled, saying that this was the first and last time he saw her in her perfect form. This would be more than enough to suppress that immature dragon inside him. A tentacle struck through her back. Having landed, the girl slid along the ground. She looked at the tentacle and said that this power, an ability of at least a semi-divine level, how can he? Several black tentacles surrounded the shocked heroine. Fang clasped his hands together, shouting angrily. The tentacles closed around the Punisher, and then they flew apart in pieces from her counterattack. The girl in the mask with wings grimaced, asking displeasedly, does he think that if he gained at least some power, he can defeat her? The guy clenched his fists, saying that he can't defeat her. He hit her from below in the jaw, continuing, and kill. The opponent surrounded by a glow flew far back. Fang caught up with her, clenching his fists surrounded by a glow. The Punisher smirked. The wings on her mask opened, revealing many purple eyes. The heroes flew in a purple haze. A bright beam pierced the ground. Fang angrily clenched his fist. The girl tossed the stone in her palm, saying, "This is something new, isn't it?" Looking at the pebble with many eyes, she continued that the second form of the demonic eye, now there is no limit on the range, she will be able to block the actions. Throwing the stone with force, she shouted that absolutely everything in this world. Fang looked at the approaching object, hearing that to kill him. He knocked it back, hitting his stomach. She continued that even a small stone would be enough. Adjusting her hair, the girl in the mask said that he overestimated his strength. Fang grinned, dissolving into thin air. The Punisher exclaimed in displeasure, when did he manage to make a clone? The guy's hands were approaching her legs from behind. He slammed her into the ground with force so that dust flew up. Fang quickly flew forward, holding her. Blue flashes of divine consciousness release appeared around. The guy moved underground in waves. The girl in the mask covered part of her eyes in displeasure, saying a snapshot of her magical eyes. She thought that if this continues, she will not be able to use the technique of her demonic eyes. The foot touched the ground. Fang threw the Punisher forward with force. She crashed into the rocks, scattering debris. Fang punched the ground with force. Blackness spread across it, creating a platform. Words were heard that where there was not a drop of sunlight, her abilities were completely useless. This was the arena he had specially chosen for their battle. The Punisher waved her hand, asking, did he really think he could defeat her just by relying on this? Of course not. The boy extended his palm with a red symbol and activated the power of the beast god. A fiery tornado circled around him. The girl was shocked, recognizing the divine seal of the beast god. Bright flames blazed around the hero. He stood in the fire opposite the masked girl, who said that it was no wonder he was able to achieve the power of a demigod. A bright beam bounced forward. The Punisher jumped, avoiding the attack. Shocked, she landed in the dust. The hands with red seals reached for her leg. Fang grabbed it, twisting the limb hard. The girl in the mask screamed shrilly and kicked him with her free leg. The guy flew back, crashing into a stone. Spinning, the girl dropped to all fours. She bent down to the ground, hearing the guy's question, what did she already understand? Words came from the thick smoke that this time she was on the defensive and constantly dodging. Now he could understand how she felt then. Opponents who constantly run away and want to hide are incredibly annoying. Fang held onto the red hand, saying that he should thank her for the fact that then she did not fight with full force and just played with him like a cat with a mouse. You could say that everything that is happening now is thanks to her. Figures of animals appeared from the flames behind. The hero offered to continue this game. Power spread across the red-lit space. A white tiger, opening its mouth, appeared from the ground. A shining beam remained in place of the crack. The girl tried to crawl away from the bright glow. The seal of the god of beasts, the patron spirit of the south. She froze, looking with purple eyes at the mask. The seal of the god of beasts, a dragon. She had to cover herself with her hands from the bright flashes. The seal of the god of beasts, a white tiger. Fang extended his striped and scaly hands, directing the power. Bright beams surrounded the opponent. The girl's arms and legs were grabbed by dark tentacles. Having hit her with his fist, the hero shouted what kind of view this was. Flashes of blows appeared around her head. The girl thought how bright. A white hand grabbed her face. Resolutely looking at her, the brunette said that he really wanted to do this. He moved his shining hand back, and then he tore the mask off the trembling girl, telling her to let him remove all this motley. He wanted to see her true face. Bending down to the ground, the guy said that it was over. A huge force threw the heroine back when the guy used the seal of the god of beasts, Tyrannosaurus. Her body rose high into the night sky, and then she fell to the ground. Under the mask of the girl lying on the broken ground were ugly bones. The hero said that he would not have tormented her like that if she had not mocked only him that time. Red smoke swirled around. Fang said that she killed his comrade whom he trusted, so now she is paying for it. The red smoke formed into a tornado. The guy said that before she died, let her show her what she so passionately desires. A bright golden dragon appeared in the sky, the power of Long Zhu. A bright golden beam struck the girl. Sasha appeared next to the guy, saying that the elder Fang led the village of Dragon Pool and personally resisted the punishment of heaven, and also destroyed the guardian. Everything was received. Fang sharply turned to him. A bright glow appeared near his palm. The guy thought that they had not seen each other for only a couple of days. It was harder to kill her. The system reported the activation of endless extraction. A blue drop-shaped spirit hovered above the palm. The system notified that the extraction was complete. The divine essence was obtained. The cube and the essence hovered above the bright seal. A bright round seal appeared in front of the hero. He called you to resurrect. He looked up with a determined look. A body began to form from the liquid. First, a hand appeared, and then the entire upper part. The girl was dressed in a white outfit. Unconscious, she began to fall down. Looking at her, Fang shouted her name. Running up, he was able to pick her up in his arms. With worry, he looked at you calling her name. Turning around, he turned to Sasha asking what was happening. The assistant introduced the girl chained up, saying that in the memory of the murdered deity, he found an incomplete way to resurrect. The seal of the beast god can call the soul of the deceased, his bone marrow, reconstruct the body, but the border between life and death is not easy to cross. It is necessary to help her with this. Only after this can she be completely revived. Listening to this, the hero was also told that he needed the divine pearl of nirvana. Holding the girl in his arms, he asked where it could be found and heard the answer that the legend says that the pearl of nirvana is the greatest treasure of the fire spirit tribe. Completing the rookie mission, the restrictions on movement will be lifted and he will be able to find it. There were tongues of flame on the golden shield. In the office, several people gathered at one table. One of them said that all restrictions were lifted and they did not know what the situation was like outside. He told the first that he was staying in the Dragon Pool village and together with the elder he must control the situation and take measures to prevent an enemy attack. The second will form a squad of 100 strongest warriors in the village. It is necessary to explore the entire first district and establish a stronghold in a place rich in resources. Raising his hand, Yun turned to the boss, asking if it was necessary to transfer the work of ore mining and timber processing to others. The guy spread his hands, adding that it was already known that not a single village in District 1, except for them, had survived the heavenly punishment. He imagined how people mined resources, saying that those who lost their home would have a very hard time in the wild. They could provide it in exchange for their labor. This idea aroused healthy interest in the others. For the residents of their village, they will be able to engage in hunting and improve their level. The leader said with a smile that this was a great idea and Yun would be responsible for it. Raising his hand over the map, he said that he would need to leave for a short time to study the situation in other areas. After he was convinced that it was safe there, he would allow the villagers to go there. The people sitting at the table listened attentively. He ordered them to go to the village. Together they will definitely be able to win the next war of the worlds. Fang's hand touched the star. Temple of 1,000 directions, flame of fire. The platform around him began to move. Search for the tribe of the spirit of fire. The system message reported that it was not possible to obtain permission to teleport. He will be sent to the Temple of 1,000 directions of the 1257th district. The guy looked at the blue screen in surprise, confusedly putting his hand on the back of his head. He was surprised that permission was required. Along the road grew mushrooms the size of a tree. A small animal noticed something. A reptile with many teeth hissed at him. The man with blue skin ordered her to stand. The others looked forward, seeing someone's silhouette. Two of the same stood next to each other, deciding that this was a contender from another district. Fang passed by when one of them thought that he was incredibly strong, almost did not feel his presence. If they manage to kill him, they will get a lot of useful things. Grabbing one of the bars of the cart, the guy asked if they knew. Behind him, the men with skulls on their necks were already swinging their weapons. But a sword began to appear in Fang's hand. With a swing of the blade, he finished his question by saying that the trade in women was illegal. Along with dismembering the attackers, he also managed to cut off the top of the cage. The girl sitting in it covered her mouth when she saw the fallen head of the reptile. Approaching the blonde, he said that first he would ask her about something. Someone's hand was holding the liana tightly. Suddenly another girl appeared above Fang's head, demanding to release the hostage. The shot from her weapon almost got our hero. Frightened, the former captive put out her hand trying to stop her protector. To Fang's surprise, she jumped on him, trying to take him away from the blow. Holding an arrow in his hand, he asked again, was this really a surprise attack? The blonde begged for mercy. Large birds flew over mushroom caps. Later, the hero sat above the girls, who tried to explain themselves with a guilty look. Calling the hero a benefactor, she said that she was a princess from the Phoenix clan, and the second was her younger sister. The other asked for forgiveness. She thought he was one of those people from the tribe who kidnapped her sister. The princess waved her hands when the guy asked if they were the guardians of this place and answered that they were not. Sitting on her knees, she explained that the Phoenix clan had long been abandoned by the heavens, so they were neither guardians nor challengers. Like the other clan, they had lived here for thousands of years, thought Fang. Looking at them, the boy asked if they knew where the fire spirit tribe was. They looked at each other questioningly. Raising her hand, the princess said that if he was looking for a guardian in District 1257, he was too late. He opened his mouth wide in surprise when he heard that they had all been destroyed. It was said that each district usually had 5 to 10 guardian clans that functioned independently, restraining each other. Showing the blue giants, it was said that 1,000 years ago, a clan called Zingu appeared in District 1257, and it was strong, united, and ready for anything. It was also noted that he had absorbed the other guardian clans, subjugating the entire area, and a week ago, the challengers had arrived. The Zingu clan knew the locations of all the villages, and so after the Punisher left, they began to exterminate the challengers in full force. After they had massacred, the entire 1257 area was left to them alone. The protagonist pointed and asked how they managed to survive if that was really the case. The girl sitting on the ground folded her hands and replied that the Phoenix clan was hidden from the outside world and protected by magical laws, and so they had managed to hide for 1,000 years, but in the end, they would not be able to hide from them. Fang pursed his lips as she said that besides the two of them, there were no other representatives of the Phoenix clan. He thought that the Zingu clan was really interesting. The guy raised his hand on the roof of his chin and began to think that in this way, it could be concluded that the Zingu clan had the treasures of the other guardians, and the divine pearl of Nirvana should be among them. His hands glowed red as he asked them to tell him everything they knew about this clan. When orcs started approaching them after a while, he noted that he would deal with them. After some time, they found themselves on the territory of the Zingu Palace, where the clan was located. 2 blue orcs and a dinosaur were walking down the street. They were watching other monsters. Suddenly, a man pointed at them and indignantly asked what district they were from, noting that they could not just come here without an identification tag. At that moment, a huge monster grabbed him and his comrade. When it swallowed them, a sign appeared stating that 12 Earth-level guardians had been killed. The guy noted that this was really strange and that at least 1,000 of their people lived within a radius of 30 kilometers. Fang touched his chin in the figurative image of an orc and asked how they managed to exterminate all the guardians and applicants. He was told that the chieftain from the tribe must be incredibly strong and have a godly level. Then a loud scream was heard, demanding to let go. The child in the form of a dinosaur grabbed his sister by the head and asked when they could return to normal. She demanded not to scream, because she could not walk normally like that. While they were all walking down the street, the protagonist mentally noted that the reversal pills were very useful, because only in this way could they not arouse suspicion. Someone was counting them from above. The orc guardian smiled slyly, noting that they had a savage house here. He took a step forward. A large purple seal lit up under the feet of his comrades. A beam of light suddenly hit them. The man watching this grinned and noted that this was very interesting. The large monster below curled up into a cocoon. When it opened its tentacles, the girl in the form of a human thanked him, saying that he saved them again. The guy looked up when he was told that they saw such a technique for the first time. The guardian looked down on them, saying that it was good for both attack and defense, and that it was an Earth level capable of stopping the Ninth Order Young Destruction formation. He added that he was delighted, and that the brunette could join their clan if he willingly gave up the princess of the Phoenix clan. His face suddenly frowned. The protagonist stood behind him, putting his sword to his throat and saying that he had a better offer and demanded submission. The man's eyes narrowed when they added that otherwise he would be killed. Looking at the rising wind around the princess, he mentally noted Fang's speed. The guardian smiled and asked him not to rush, asking if he had heard of him. He told him that he was the young master of the Zingu clan and could give him more than he wanted. The girl frowned indignantly and exclaimed that he was deceiving him, and had previously provoked a large number of guardians to turn against each other, so he could not be trusted. Pulling the sword away from his neck with his hands, the man asked Fang if women liked him. Throwing forward a hand on a chain, he replied that he didn't because they were too noisy. The girl jumped back, covering the child from her hand. Suddenly, she fell. At the same time, the orc's head flew to the ground. The guy stood by his body, swinging his sword, noting that he had warned. Frowning his dark eyebrows, the brunette noted that he had said to obey or he would kill him. The man's eyes opened. Tentacles began to crawl out of his severed neck. When the same ones began to appear from his body, the keeper said that he liked such bloodthirsty and ruthless people. He offered to join the clan and become his confidant. In exchange, he would receive privileges, skills, equipment, women, glory, and everything he wanted. When the orc began to straighten his head, the protagonist asked if he knew anything about the Pearl of Nirvana. He extended his hand and asked to follow him in exchange for this trifle. Fang shook his hand, saying that it was a very interesting offer. The man smiled slyly and replied that he was always generous to those who could benefit him. Suddenly, activating the lightning in his hand, he smugly asked if he really thought that he could afford to cooperate with an uncouth barbarian. The guy calmly stood under the bright light of the lightning. A second later, large tentacles threw the orc to the ground. While they continued to beat him, the brunette said that he was very interested in his ability to revive, and now he wanted to study it. The tentacles continued to beat the guardian. Approaching him, the protagonist put his hand to his ear and asked him to repeat his words. He perked up when the man began to loudly call his father for help, and the princess exclaimed that they needed to leave quickly, because the head of the Zingu clan would soon arrive. The hero turned around and looked behind him. The boy lying on the ground turned to his father, said that he knew that he would come for him. Raising his head, he asked his father. A whirlwind began to rise above the city. The blue-skinned man began to be sucked into it. He screamed that he had only made a mistake. The tornado absorbed him into the center, saying that it was his fault. The boy asked him to let him go. He practically disappeared. The voice said that he would be reborn again. After that, a multi-armed creature appeared, saying that he would do it in his father's body. Rising above the ground, he turned to Fang, saying that he knew almost everything about him. If he could win, he would hand over his place and everything in the clan would be his. Frowning, the boy asked why he should believe. The son of an enemy had just tried to deceive him. The creature covered its face with a green limb. The other blue-skinned men stood, letting go of their weapons. He swore to you on behalf of 808 members. Nervously, the girl told her benefactor, "Do not agree. He is already at the level of a deity, it is impossible to defeat him." Spreading his legs, he began to concentrate energy, saying that he accepted the challenge. The opponent watched what was happening. Fang's hair began to burn brightly with fire. He took out his sword, saying that the deity level is invincible. With a smile on his face, the many-armed man noticed the unification of 3 abilities of the semi-divine level into 1 ability of the divine. It was quite risky. Crazy or genius. A fiery phoenix headed towards him. He said that he would check it now. A green sphere began to gather in his hands, after which a charge of energy struck the bird. A battle with a divine master. This has not happened for a long time. Giant tentacles rose above the houses. Fang walked on fire, thinking about how the enemy destroyed his city without hesitation and regret. The people around continued to calmly stand in the fire. This clan is very strange. Everything around is engulfed in flames, but no one moves like dolls. The bodies of the blue-skinned were burning in bright flames. Fang thought that he could use divine consciousness to check if these creatures were real. He pulled his hand back and wondered what was happening. Several tentacles engulfed in flames tied into a ball. He waved his hand and decided that he would get an answer if he won this fight. The burning tentacles headed towards the enemy. The multi-armed man stood calmly watching this, after which he only closed one eye. A green wave cut the tentacles, and immediately headed towards Fang. Raising her head, the blonde watched a powerful explosion. Our hero looked angry from this. He tied more tentacles and set them on fire, but a bright green wave cut them. The edge of the wave passed over his hand. Fortunately, he used the Eye of the Future in advance. The wound on his hand was rapidly healing. The Eye of the Future can show what will happen in the future, can be used once a day. The men looked at each other. The blue-skinned one noted that Fang has the ability to see the future. The guy was surprised to think that he could probably read minds. Raising one of his hands, the enemy said that the longer you live, the wiser you become. With one hand, he seemed to break something very fragile. For example, the hero wants to use divine consciousness to interfere with the enemy's affairs. Blood spurted from the hero's mouth. He noted that he grabbed them with his bare hands. Spreading his hands, the man said that the first stage of testing was over. Now it was his turn. Several beams appeared from the green limb. They fell on the city with destructive power. One of the beams tied a tentacle. The hero noticed this with surprise. Watching how the enemy entangled the rest, Fang realized that his strength was running out because he grabbed his shadow octopus. Putting his hand with the seal in front of him, he firmly grabbed the sword, and with one swing of his sword, he cut off one of the octopus's limbs. After which, a golden dome began to appear over the city, a formation of feathered arrows. A bright green beam descended on the top of the dome. Several pieces flew off. The beam pierced the dome and reflected off the tentacle. As he flew, the boy did not understand how, after so much time had passed since the beginning of the battle, the enemy's attacks were still so intense. Such furious attacks definitely take up a huge amount of energy. Where does he constantly get it from? Suddenly, one of the beams grabbed his leg. In an instant, Fang was completely tied up. Like the other blue-skinned, he was hanging upside down. Gritting his teeth, he thought about how he was using his own people to feed himself. Fang tried to swing. So cruel to his people. What else can we talk about here? These shackles. The more you move, the more painful it is. His eyes lit up with a bright white light and he screamed loudly. Approaching the girls, the many-armed man demanded that they hand over his sister. The princess frowned. He asked why she was silent. Should he kill the one who was near her to hear a beautiful voice? The blonde hid her sister behind her back, saying that her mark remained on the benefactor. In a moment she would move to him, but before he returned they needed to stall for time. There was no other choice. Fang was their only hope. Folding her arms, she answered the monster that he did not deserve to receive the divine artifact. This curse was hers. Let him not hope to get rid of it. Frowning, the man said that if she did not want it the good way, then it would be the bad way. The girl quickly moved across the rooftops, running away from his attacks. Jumping off the wall, she aimed her crossbow at the enemy's face. Meanwhile, our hero tried to gnaw through his bonds with his teeth. The blonde suddenly appeared in front of him. Putting her hand, a flame appeared in it, after which the fetters disappeared and Fang thanked her. Looking into his eyes, the girl screamed for him to use her and embarrass him with what he said. A powerful stream of energy struck the girl. She tried to get up when the enemy asked where the princess had gone, but he was suddenly pierced by a bright beam of light. Fang aimed his bow. The many-armed one began to disintegrate into two. His face split and he screamed. Residents stood in different parts of the city. At one point, they all headed in one direction at once. The monster became a whirlwind, gathering everyone into itself, and in its place appeared a huge purple monster. Opening its mouth, it growled at our hero. Then it tried to swallow him, but he dodged. Finding itself under the monster, Fang pulled the bowstring. A powerful shot pierced the monster through and through. Flying up from behind, the guy grabbed it by the tail and began to spin it. Then he threw it to the ground. The monster was still able to get up and looked at the hero. On his back appeared many heads with a grimace. They simultaneously released many beams in different directions. But Fang prepared a volley of several arrows at once. A shot at the enemy's back. He fell from the tower and fell down. A column of dust rose from the fall. Fang watched carefully and wondered if the enemy was dead. But then a tail appeared next to him, which immediately exploded. The hero held the bow in his hand without surprise, calling the monster an idiot. With such a huge body, he still hopes to carry out a sneak attack. Having lost a limb, he crawled along the roofs of houses. Opening his mouth, accumulated energy appeared in it. The monster raised its head in the direction of the hero. Looking at this, Fang thought that he had absorbed all the members of his clan at once, and therefore he no longer had potential sources for replenishing energy. And frowning, he pulled the bowstring, preparing a powerful attack. Success or failure. Having released the arrow, he thought that one blow would decide everything. Two powerful volleys were directed at each other. The first touch sent waves, then an explosion of incredible power thundered, and Fang fired again. The monster's body literally tore apart. He sighed with relief. Looking down, something caught his attention. Below was a bright sphere, the Pearl of Nirvana. Descending to the ground, he headed towards it, happy that he had finally found it. He extended his hand, but someone took it faster. He looked at the blonde in surprise. Looking at her, he asked her to give him the pearl. Yes, silently squeezed it in her hands. Squeezing hard, it cracked, releasing rays of light. Fang was shocked by this turn of events. Putting his hands on her shoulders, he screamed, asking why she did this. Lowering her head, the blonde said, "Because this is the only way to finally destroy Tian." "Benefactor," she said, "let him allow her to introduce herself again." Looking the hero in the eyes, I said that she was from the Fang clan, the tribe of fire spirits. This is the general name of the Fang clan. Deep under the mountains, a man with bright green eyes held a sphere in his hands. 1,000 years ago, Tian was defeated in a great war and came to these lands. Their leader Tian could not accept defeat, and after he learned that their clan had such a valuable artifact as the Pearl of Nirvana, they took advantage of the relative defenselessness of the Kana and stole the pearl. Raising it above his head, it began to glow. He hoped that he could become the god of fire using the power of the pearl. Later, he was bound by several chains. But a thief is a thief. Even if he took it by force, he still did not have the opportunity to release all its power. The villain looked at the people tied in a cocoon. Moreover, due to the fact that he did not know how to properly use the pearl, he was cursed by its power. Using her power meant sucking the life out of his people. His clansmen captured the rest. She began to say that he ordered his people to kidnap people from other tribes and absorb them. Later, the man tied up his people, and then absorbed his people, so he flew over the empty city, until there was only one left. From his silhouette, a connection stretched to the others. Those clansmen were just puppets created by Tian to maintain a beautiful image of the tribe's prosperity. Tian gave them a grain of intelligence so that they would think that they were truly living, intelligent beings, but then, when he needed power, these puppets became a resource and fulfilled their true purpose. Still angry, the hero asked, "But what does this have to do with the fact that she simply went and destroyed the Pearl of Nirvana?" Both stood looking at each other. The girl said that the pearl and its owner become one when the other uses it. The remnant of Tian's consciousness contained in the pearl would inevitably affect his essence. These words shocked Fang, and he would become a second Tian without even realizing it. He lowered his head, thinking about the girl in the white dress. "The benefactor is here for the pearl." She asked him not to worry. The girl spread her arms, saying that the Nirvana pearl is actually the crystallized power of the Fang clan members. The girl was surrounded by the flames of the fire bird. Nirvana means rebirth, but it is only possible after the clan leader destroys the old pearl. Only then can he inherit the power of the previous generations, and then a new pearl will be born. The bird spread its wings and rose into the sky. Thus, a new pearl appeared in the girl's hands. Sitting on one knee, she extended it to the hero. As the last of the Fang clan, she wants to give the subject this. This pearl is her confession. Now he can become the new god of fire. A bright light reflected in his eyes. Stretching out his hands, he replied that he accepts it. Later, all three stood near the girl in white. The pearl lay near her head, after which Yu's body was surrounded by magic circles. Bright dots appeared on her hands. The girl who appeared approached the face of the one who was unconscious. Fang watched what was happening in confusion. The princess covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. Yu abruptly opened her eyes. Fang helped her up, asking how she felt. With a smile on her face, she replied that everything was fine. She had never been so happy. Several people quickly ran. "Hurry, hurry, report to the boss. The challengers from Area 6575 sent a monster. Everyone get ready." The people grabbed their weapons. One of them said that they should not give up and protect their home. In front of them was a huge spider with bright fangs. A voice was heard telling them not to worry. Everyone happily turned around to see the boss. He turned to Yu, asking her to use her ability to help a little. Luan raised her finger, saying that they would burn the spider to the ground. Fang adjusted his armor, noting that it looked like everyone in the village would be having a crab spider for dinner tonight. Later, the hero sat on the back of a dragon flying over the city. A new system message appeared. The village had completed the quest to advance to the divine level and could now take part in the war, urging the elders to prepare. Later, the hero headed towards the woman with the body of a snake. The first stage of the Great War is already beginning. The question appeared on the blue screen: who will ultimately get the crown? Fang walked up the steps to the coveted crown. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.